Ja, herzlich willkommen zu unserem Live-Talk im Rahmen des Gamescom Retro-Kanals. Mein Name ist Patrick, ich bin einer der Hosts dieser Show. Ich bin immer noch vom gestrigen Abend überwältigt. Vielen Dank an das Team im Hintergrund, was den reibungslosen Ablauf ermöglicht hat. Ich glaube, auch heute wird es wieder ein ganz besonderer Abend. Wir sind der Retrokompott und wir machen das seit 5 Jahren und mit unseren Hörern machen wir eine Zeitreise durch die Geschichte der Computerspiele, Videospiele und allgemein der Games. Man findet uns auf retrokompott.de. Zusätzlich senden wir auf Twitch auch einen Videostammtisch, wo wir gemeinsam alte Spiele spielen. Alle Sendungen findet man auch auf YouTube unter Retrokompott und wir würden uns freuen, wenn ihr uns da abonniert. Was machen wir heute? Wir haben im Podcast in den letzten Jahren diverse Retro-Legenden im Interview gehabt. Einige von ihnen sind heute mit dabei. Seid gespannt. Ich glaube, so eine Ansammlung gab es bisher selten. Welcome to our live talk on the Gamescom Retro channel. My name is Patrick and I am one of the hosts of the show today. I'm still overwhelmed by last night. Many thanks to the team in the background which made this smooth running possible. I think today will be a very special evening too. We are the Retrokompott Podcast and we are taking our listeners back in time to the history of computer and video games since 5 years. You can find us at retrokompott.de. In addition, we also broadcast weekly on Twitch where we play old games together. All broadcasts can also be found on YouTube under the name of Retrokompott. We would be happy if you subscribe us there. What are we doing today? In the last 5 years, we have interviewed several retro legends. Some of them are with us today in the live stream. To be curious, I think such a great get-together of legends has been rarely seen before. I now would like to welcome our team. Marcel.
Yes, hello and good evening. Welcome to our second day from the Gamescom.
Yeah, we have Ingo.
Welcome to the Retrokompott Stammtisch. I wish you a great retro night and a lot of fun.
And we have Manfred.
Hello and good evening.
Yeah, then there's Michael.
Hello, good evening. Let's make the show as epic as yesterday.
Yeah, and we have Robin and Frank. With Robin, we talk in some seconds. All they are responsible for the smooth running of the game in the background. In addition, also Danny.
Hello and good evening, everybody. I hope you have another great night like the last night. So enjoy the show.
And Arne is here.
Yes, hello, and have a great evening.
They support us with the English discussions. Yeah, before we start, we would like to give you an info where we are. We have founded a small retro oasis in Hamburg, Germany, a museum with over 50 exhibits. My colleague Robin is also in this location and we will show you a few impressions. In the course of the show, he will also intervene from time to time and show you some games that we might be talking about today. Robin, I hope you are ready. We were asked what happened with our location during the Corona crisis, and we were also asked to show what we were doing in the basement.
Yeah, hello from me. I'm just having a look at the camera on my smartphone, but it's okay for you, I hope so. Yeah, what's happening within COVID-19 or in the last month was horrible and terrible for us because we have our small retro gaming museum here in Hamburg and it was closed, it was locked because Corona also did raise some havoc in Germany, and so they did a lockdown on us and we had to struggle very long time to get us reopening again, and but we only survived due to the help of our community. To say it in clear words. Hi, hello, John.
Hello, my computer keeps on turning itself on and off when I tap it, driving me insane.
We're coming back to you. I just do in a little bit of introduction.
I was throwing on my computer, not you. Don't worry.
Okay. And so Corona did some bad things to us, but we're now a bit back. It's just we are not allowed to. I just switched the camera to see that you see more of the rooms and less from me. And the good thing is the community helped us. We got so many help in form of money and computers, and it was such a nice thing to see. And I might show you some things. Yesterday we did some covering of our of the main computers, and we also have some arcade stuff here, just like a self-built joystick thing from Patrick 20 years ago. He's always telling the people that we are building such things, and I might give you a small glimpse of our cellar. I'm just moving down it. Here's some more, blah, 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 blah. Just, wouldn't it be funny just falling down the stairs? No, it wouldn't. So I just go down. Welcome to the cellar. In some locations, this is not good, walk into the cellar, but we have changed this into a big computer room. And here you can see so much of Amiga games all in box. We have some spare parts down here, just like Amiga 500, 2000s, stuff, more stuff, joysticks, VC20, joysticks. And on this side, we had the C64 games, C64, the cassettes games. And down here, we have some C64s for spare parts, but they're all working. They're not dead. And some floppies, more spare parts. And we also have a orange model for our friends from the Netherlands, this one. Yeah, so everything is still here because of our community. And you're still here because the community has managed to help us. We also had 2 arcades, but they're not in the shape I could show them right now, but we are working on it. And some days they will work. Yeah, Patrick, that's it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Robin, for this short introduction. And now we want to start our first round today. It's top classically occupied again, and we are pleased to welcome special legends. And for all participants today, of course, you can stay as long as you like. We will only bring more guests in from time to time. First, we want to introduce you to Rebecca and Heineman, Becky, an American video game programmer designer, well known for titles like Bard's Tale 3 and as a founding member of Interplay. Hi, Becky, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me on the show. I'm glad to be here.
And it's a great honor too to have some more guests. We have Jon Hare. He is a computer game designer, game artist, musician, and founder of Sensible Software and responsible for games like Sensible Soccer, Cannon Fodder, and many others. Welcome, Jon. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, and 2 more guests are still here in the panel. I see Oliver Lindau, a graphic designer of the Bones Park software artistic team, worked for Magic Bytes, Starbyte, and companies like Talion, Eclipse, or Asken. Hi, Oliver.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
And Willi Bäcker is here. Hello, Willi. I hope the team of Factor 5 will follow soon. We speak later about your projects. Hi, Willi.
Hello, everybody. Yes, the whole team will follow sooner.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Jon.
Hey, Willi.
Nice to meet you again, man.
Now Arne and Danny will do some hosting here, and I hope we have a great evening here. Thanks for joining us, and let's have a nice evening. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. And yeah, I'm really, really happy, Becky, that you joined the talk tonight. And I just want to take the opportunity because I'm a very big fan of this game right here, Neuromancer from Interplay. This is my favorite all-time point-and-click adventure on the C64. And do you remember working on that game back in the days? What can you tell about the development, maybe what you were especially your part?
Some things never change. Yeah, that's the theme song for it. I remember going down to Devo Studios. That was the music group that did the song. And was recording it with them, and they were all Amigas. I mean, they did everything at the time. They were doing the recording for that song with the Amiga 1000s, and I think the 2000s were just coming out. But I remember seeing a bunch of Amiga 1000s. But yeah, funny story about the development of that game, because when we were with Interplay, we were a game developer, but we'd saved enough money that we wanted to be our own publisher. And the first 2 games we wanted to do was what we thought was going to be our big AAA blockbuster, a game based on a movie, Neuromancer, and then this little crappy game that nobody was really going to buy, but we thought it would be fun anyways, Battle Chess. And what happened was that when the when we first started working on the game, it was supposed to be directed by Ridley Scott. Mel Gibson was supposed to be Case. They had all these pre-production photos and people dressed up in all the costumes. And then the business partners who were going to fund the movie broke up and the movie ended. The problem was that we were already under contract to make this game and they wouldn't let us out of it. So we had to then change a few things to change it out from what they planned in the movie to what was going to be mostly in the book. And now we had to put down that the game was based on the famous book by William Gibson. And we still had to put on the box. If you look carefully on the box, it says, look for the new movie coming soon from Cabana Boy Productions. But because the game was being released without a movie tie-in, the game did okay. It didn't really, set any records or anything. It broke even. But unbeknownst to us, everybody played Battle Chess. And that was the game that made us, millions of sales. And it's what gave us the money to continue Interplay as a publisher from then on out. Otherwise, if Battle Chess wasn't as popular, we would have ended up having to go back to becoming a developer again.
Tragedy.
Working on the game really did teach me a lot about how to make a video game based on a film, and realizing just how screwed up the film industry is.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
I also have a question. I have a question for Jon Hare, because I'm a very big fan of WizKid. That is a very funny game. And I wanted to ask you, how on earth did you come up with the concept and the ideas for WizKid, WizBall 2?
Well, myself and Chris Yates, who were partners, we set up Sensible Software. We were in a band together for 5 years before we even started making games. So we used to writing stuff with each other and doing what the hell we wanted. So WizKid was the last game myself and Chris did, with mostly the two of us driving it, and Richard Joseph did some excellent music in it. And it was just how we worked. It was just like, what are we going to do today? Oh, let's have a girl. Someone had a photograph of someone else's cousin, and we could use his photo. So we just put a mouth on her barking, and then how much is that doggy in the window? Richard had done. So WizKid had to jump in her mouth because we had it, and then another day we had a turtle and a can opener, and used a can opener to open the turtle shell to get the cat out of jail, was your friend. So, I mean, it's just like anyone who's used to working really creatively, once you've got, it's very much like a point and click actually. Once you've got the mechanics and the rules set and they're stable, the content, you can do what the hell you like, and that was the beauty of old-fashioned games. We worked on solid mechanics with very few bugs in those days. It was really solid. And then you can improvise as much as you want with art, sound, stories, rules, or whatever. And most of the old games in that time, that's how we made them, So WizKid is a kind of extreme example where there's literally virtually no rules, except for keep it within family entertainment boundaries. That was about the only rule, It was like freeform jazz, really, the game. It was fun.
We got some in our room, so if you see us here, I got the WizKid PC version, and it was one of the strangest games I ever played.
I particularly love WizKid. I love WizKid because people talk about our famous games like Sensible Soccer, Cannon for the WizBall or whatever, but WizKid is our expression creatively, the biggest one we ever got out there. We did our Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, a game we did which never came out. This was like taking that to the next level, but we never quite made it with it. But yeah, this is where we were in our hearts, like doing all this crazy stuff. But it doesn't always pay the bills, You've got to balance it.
Which is kind of interesting, because in most forums I've seen that people don't talk about WizKid, or they say that it's a bad game. And back then, because it's for me it's similar to Arne, that I played the game on a cover disc somewhere in an Amiga magazine, and thought, "Whoa, this is fun! This is totally fun!" And I always talk, so even if it comes to two guilty pleasures. WizKid is one of the first names I would say in the room.
That's really good. I mean, it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. It's a bit too left field for that, I would say. But it's meant to be funny and it's nice. I like it. I miss that I think we did go through a dearth of games having no creativity for a long time, for about 10 years, between 95 maybe 2005, and then luckily it picked up again. In the last 10, 15 years, we've had a lot more freedom again because of the formats within the boundaries of do Apple, Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo approve our content, which means we're pretty heavily vetted these days, and it's often not spoken about how heavily vetted we are. We were less vetted in those days. These were truly free platforms. The Amiga was a free platform. It was great for that reason. Yeah.
Becky, it might be
that's it.
Go on.
Go on.
I wanted to say it might be a contrast if you work, for example, on the movie game or book game like Neuromancer, where you cannot completely go off script and do whatever you want, compared to something like WizKid, where you were free to do whatever you wanted. But I also see a similarity between those two games, because back in the time, the reviews were not, they were good, but it wasn't realized how brilliant those games are, and I think now we realize, playing these games now again, how brilliant both of those games are. I want to say both Neuromancer and WizKid are also one of my favorite games, so I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, writing games back in those times was just our biggest problem was always just getting it to fit in memory, because I did a Commodore 64 version of the game, and when you only have 64K of memory, fitting all that text and all the visuals on those floppy disks was a huge challenge. Plus, we had the problem that even though the movie was canceled, we still had to submit all of our artwork and all of our text to Cabana Boy Productions for final approval, which also included William Gibson. So there was always we came up with ideas of what we wanted to do, but we'd have to write them out clear and concise, send them off to William Gibson, and wait a week or two for feedback. And in the meantime, we couldn't act upon anything because we didn't know whether or not it was going to be accepted or rejected.
So you got all the bad bits and none of the good bits of the film tie-in, right?
Tell me about it. Yeah, there was quite a bit of that. But it's no different when you do any movie tie-in. When we did Interplay, the Star Trek games, we were submitting all our plots and storylines to a group of people whose job it was to ensure Star Trek continuity. And what our problem was that we ran across was that some of these people didn't even know Star Trek, because we had this character named Trelane that we were bringing back from the original series to be in one of the Star Trek games. And they said, "Oh, you can't create a brand new character." I says, "What do you mean create? It's in this episode, in this scene, in this whole thing." It says, "Oh, well, we don't want you to put in that character." And we had to fight that to be able to do the storyline we wanted. And it gets really weird when you're dealing with licensing for some sort of a game product.
I worked in a Doctor Who game once. It wasn't the best Doctor Who game. I came in as an emergency to get it in a box for Christmas, and we had to go through 4 lots of BBC and the script and Nintendo and the script writers. It's a lot of hard work, isn't it, just to get a basic piece of work done.
Oh, don't even get me started on video game company censors. Nintendo was the worst, where we would submit a cartridge to Nintendo and they would say, "Oh, that looks like blood. Oh, that looks like violence," and we had to remove that.
You might go on. Willi just turned on the microphone.
Can't see any blood on that keyboard. I think we're okay. Maybe it's green blood if it's in Germany. You never know.
Well, there was that. We did a game called Wolfenstein 3D for the Super Nintendo. And of course, we had to remove all the Nazi symbols for obvious reasons. But the problems that we were told by Nintendo, you couldn't shoot dogs because that's violence against dogs. So we had to change the dogs into rats.
You can shoot rats, right?
Then with giant rats. So you've got these soldiers in this castle, and giant rats are running around as their patrol animals. And then finally, we got rejected because when these rats jumped up to you to bite, their tongues are red because tongues are colored red. But Nintendo says, that looks like blood. You have to change that. So the tongues of these rats are now green.
They've already had the poison too early, right?
I think Patrick has something to add to this.
Yeah, we had a comment in the chat. Sean75 wrote, "Hello Rebecca, I just saw you in the Netflix documentation High Score, and I feel very honored to meet you here." And we have a lot of more guests joining us. We talk a bit later with all of you, I hope. We don't forget you. I will introduce you shortly. I see in the chats, I see a lot of members of Factor 5. For example, I see Rudolf Stember. Hello, Rudolf.
Hello.
Julian Eggebrecht joined us. Hi, Julian.
Hi, hey guys.
Lutz Osterkorn. Lutz, hi. And a lot of more are here too. And later we talk to Bernd Lehahn. Hello, Bernd.
Hello. Sorry, I'm new to Zoom actually. Only my kids have used it so far, and I was still in an Ahman on Reddit up just a couple of minutes ago. So sorry for being a little bit slow. Hi there.
Yeah, and we have some person more called KW. But
no, Andreas Escher.
I know. I was wondering why you put KW in your Andreas.
He got another computer.
I'm using another computer. It's not
okay.
and this is the first time I'm using. It's the first time I'm using Zoom.
Okay. Of course, it's Andreas Escher, one of the greatest graphic artists I ever saw. Thanks for joining us, Andreas.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you in talking. As I said, we did an open talk. We are open-ended here, and let's have a nice evening together. Thanks that you all are joining us here. Yeah, go on, Danny or Arne. Thanks. Sorry, Robin found something in our location. Robin.
Yeah, I have to show something to someone who is actually working on something. You talk about technical problems and technical issues. Becky, I've got something here which shows your name in the intro, and I remember something from the interview we had with you that you told us you had not so much time making a product like Doom on a conversion for the 3DO.
That story, I made a whole video on YouTube about that. The short version was that I was contracted to do the for Doom for the 3DO because I'd already finished the port of Wolfenstein 3D to the 3DO. And 3DO thought, hey, since I did such an excellent port of Wolfenstein, that maybe I should be able to take Doom and put it on the platform. A company called Art Data was already telling everybody that they had this nearly finished game with all new levels, all new weapons, all new monsters, and that they only need some polish to finish off the game. It was only about 10, but at the time I was contacted, it was like 12 weeks till Christmas. So, before we had to ship the game for Christmas. So it took about 2 weeks to negotiate a contract to just finish the game. And that's what I was told to do, was just finish the game. Unfortunately for me, what they told me was a bald-faced lie. The game had never even started. No code has been written. No work has been done. They filmed footage of what they imagined the cutscenes would be, with people in costumes and running around, but there was no script. And they wanted me to put all this together into this brand new version of Doom, and I only had 10 weeks to go. At that point, I said, screw you guys, I'm leaving. And 3DO begged me to stay, which I then said, all I can do is take the Jaguar version as is and port that to the 3DO, and I will have no time to do optimizations, and I wasn't even confident I was even going to make that. But thankfully, the people at Art Data actually had a rock band, so they went ahead and played all the music into MP3 files, using their own band, which is why the music on the 3DO version sounded really, really good, because all the 3DO had to do was just say, point to a file, play it. That's pretty much all I had to do. But for everything else, I had to port that game. And I lived at the office for about 10 weeks. And it was a miracle that I was able to get the game out as relatively bug-free as it was, and got it shipping for Christmas. Unfortunately, it suffered from the fact that the game ran really, really slow because I had no time at all to optimize it and make portions of it work with the 3DO hardware in ways. It's imagine like writing an Amiga game, but all software rendering. When you say, wait a minute, don't you have a blitter? It says, I don't have time to write the code for the blitter. And that's really what it ended up with. And the game shipped. It sold poorly. I got paid, but it was one of those projects where I'm happy I did it because it was a big technical challenge. I'm disappointed with myself because of the low quality. But hey, 10 weeks. That's all I had.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we had to introduce Chris Hülsbeck again. Chris joined us. Hello, Chris.
Hello from Arizona.
Hi,
Chris.
And Robin found something again in the shop. I think he's walking on a desk. Robin.
Yeah, I found something I like to show to John. Perhaps he knows this one.
Galaxy birds. Yes. I
didn't find it at first in our shop because we did not write it correctly because it's written Galaxy birds. And my colleague Patrick just wrote Galaxy birds.
Yeah, it's Galax-I-birds. There was the trend at the time to like write slightly stupid words, and this was our thing. It was like a piss take of Galaxians. It was basically like all those machines like Galaxians at the time, the arcade machines that we had, that were really the inspiration, certainly at Sensible Software for most of our early games. It was just a silly Galaxian games with birds in it. So it had like chickens and robins and blackbirds and seagulls and even spaceships.
Oh, I like it. I still like it. You had robins.
Yeah, so there was various birds in there, but you just shot them. They were basically just spaceships in bird disguise. Yeah.
And I found another game you were written as a graphics editor, as a graphics artist.
This is
Trivial Pursuit.
This is funny. So when I very first started making games, for the first year before we even had Sensible Software, my friend Chris, who I set the company up, he got a job as a programmer and I got a job as an artist. And we were working through this company that was actually taking most of the money for the work we did. We found out in the end, 85% in some cases. Anyway, so but for them, we only got 15%, did all the work, but good for them if they can get it. So I designed a character for Trivial Pursuit. It's this rather ugly thing with a big nose. I don't think it's my best work, but it's early. And what I remember from this most of all is the company I did it with, they were based in Oxford and I was living in Essex at the time. It's London. So I actually went and spent the night away in a hotel in Oxford to do some work. And my mother was very impressed that I said I was going to Oxford to work because of the association with the university. So, you know, as a lot of you guys know, doing games in those days was effectively like your child has dropped out. What the hell are they going to do with their life? Luckily, most of us managed to make something out of it in the end. But yeah, this is early days. You know, I think I was 18 when I worked on that, maybe 19.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I now want to talk to Factor 5 too. Perhaps Julian can introduce us to the whole team because I lost a bit the overview here in this, elements. Please introduce us to the team if possible.
Sure, I will. Yeah, the team, I mean, Factor 5 went through many permutations, of course, and we've got quite a few of our guys here. So why don't we start out? We've got Andreas Escher, who was fantastic and is a fantastic graphics artist. Andreas did the graphics for Turrican 2. And then later also worked on International Superstar Soccer, which we did for the Genesis, actually, if I remember correctly. Yeah, then we've got Lutz Osterkorn, Lutz is one of the original founders of Factor 5 when the whole thing was still called the Light Circle, and was doing demos in the demo scene. Lutz actually was our first artist in the sense that he took the R-Type original arcade game and copied every pixel of it for Katakis, which was the first Factor 5 game, and the second one for Rainbow, which after the great Joanna sisters, Move Over Brothers, got the company into hot waters. And who else do we have here from our guys? Well, Chris Hülsbeck, of course, in a sense, for a few years was when we had the United States studio, of course, was our in-house sound magician. Then we've got Rudolf Stember. Rudi always did the video production and also music and sound effects at Factor 5, mostly throughout the Rogue Squadron and Star Wars years. And I think that's pretty much it. And then
Willi.
Willi, yeah, and Willi Bäcker, of course, also one of the original Factor 3s. Willi actually did lots and lots of level design over the years and also programming. So yeah, I think that's pretty much everybody we have from the group here.
I have a question that I want to drop.
Just a second.
Yes.
I want to show you our, also ich möchte euch einmal den Shrine zeigen.
Nice.
We got a shrine full of Factor 5 here. And of course, as I've seen on the wall, Lutz home, there's also this one. And we also got, of course, this one. So we got the official banderoles or official markings as fans of Factor 5. And if anyone is interested, I think most of the games are on it.
Yeah, I think Lutz did a really good job when you compiled all of that. Especially the Japanese, right? There's a Japanese cover of Super Turrican. That's a rare game.
Perhaps the members of the team could say some words too, because if they don't talk, we can't see them. Would be great if everyone says hello shortly, perhaps with a short answer, for example, which Turrican you like most or something like that.
So let's start. My name is Willi Bäcker, and as Julian said, I'm one of the founding members of Factor 5 or Factor 3 back then. I have good memories in your cellar because I spent a lot of money in some of your games or some of the old games which I bought from your cellar in your wonderful shop that you have.
And favorite Turrican, really? Which is your
my favorite Turrican? Because I think Turrican 2 on Amiga, but I really like Mega Turrican because I did a lot of work for it together with Thomas, and was lots of fun making it.
Okay.
Who's next?
Lutz?
Lutz.
Lutz, du bist stumm.
No audio.
No audio.
Now I'm on. I'm live now with audio. Hi guys.
Hi. Favorite Turrican?
Yeah, my favorite Turrican. Of course, we have Frank in the meeting now, so I have to say it's the Turricans who Frank did the graphics for.
Okay.
Otherwise, I won't get any samples from his company in the future. Next Doom or whatever he brings on the market. No. Because Super Turrican 1 and Super Turrican 2, Turrican 2 Amiga, of course, because of the music and the really large levels you have to explore. But Super Turrican on the Super NES and Super Turrican 2, I did a lot of level design there, so it's also one of my favorite Super Turricans. Yeah, that's about it.
Cool.
Frank?
Frankie boy.
I actually understood the question. I was probably too late for that question. But it's about the most favorite of the Turricans.
Yeah.
Well,
and we you and Andreas, you can fight it out. He did the Turrican 2 graphics.
Yeah, maybe I think so. Turrican 2, yeah.
Obviously, if I'm looking at the ones that I was able to participate then Mega Turrican is actually my favorite.
All right.
Otherwise, obviously, it's Turrican 2.
Love you for that, man.
Okay.
It's the most classic Turrican.
I would agree with that, actually. I mean, Turrican 2 is definitely my favorite.
Yes.
But I would say out of the console games, Mega Turrican is by a long shot my favorite one.
Yeah,
That's the nicest graphics.
It's the same to buy both Turrican 2 and the Mega Drive, yes.
Okay, well, I guess we've got a quorum there.
Yeah, I would agree. Turrican 2 with the music was definitely the biggest one for me, and then Mega Turrican was the most challenging and also the coolest in terms of sound design and music.
That's the only time you worked on Genesis, right? First time and only time. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, well, no, not exactly. That was Jim Power. I also did a port.
Oh yeah, right.
But that one was actually, I don't know, was that just Simple Soundchip, or did I use? I think that was Simple Soundchip FM, and with Factor 5 and that system we had 2 sample channels as well. So we used everything.
Because we were doing the mixing, we were using the Z80 sound chip to mix actually 2 additional channels.
The total was actually 12 voices on the Sega Genesis, because it was 6 FM, 4 PSG channels, and 2 sample channels.
Yep. And the PSGs you could use for some of the drum effects. Yeah, it was pretty good.
I would like to know which of the participants of this meeting actually never played Turrican before in his life.
We should ask probably Becker, Heineman, and Jon Hare if they have ever played these games, because in Germany they're so well known, but maybe in other countries they're not so well known.
Just very little at the time, just as a passing thing that was going through. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a huge amount about Turrican since, but at the time, no, not so much. I guess in the UK at the time we had so much going on, you know. Even we didn't have too much American influence in the UK at that stage.
Yeah, I know. Well, and you guys were super focused on Spectrum still, right? I mean, the C64 caught on.
We were Commodore 64.
And then Atari ST. Yeah. You guys were stuck with the ST. It was
no. Well, it varied. So Sensible, we were all Commodore 64, then Amiga.
Yeah.
We never touched the Spectrum. Well, we did. We did versions on there, but we never led on those machines. But it was really more of that time. We were playing our own games. You know, we didn't really play.
Yeah.
I think that we played like things like Monkey Island or stuff like this, like we all did, you know. But we really went through a like we're doing our own thing phase. So it wasn't just like games from Germany we played it to play anyone else's games. You know, we were in our that's not true. I mean, we played games like Lemmings and we played certain games, but a lot of games we didn't play. You know, I always had the view that, you know, you asked me about WizKid, someone did earlier. You know, we just did what the hell we wanted. We didn't pay too much attention to what other people were doing. A little bit, but not too much. But you know,
that's where the huge variety of British games really came out, because in Germany you had only very few developers. We also didn't have the large amount of because you're Brits, you had just tons and tons of developers. So that's why there was a huge variety there.
We had a lot. I mean, you know, I did a quote about this recently. You know, Turrican is the only big game, honestly, I know of that's even come from Germany from that era. I mean, it's like so dominant. And yet at the time, I wasn't paying attention, but subsequently, since that time, yeah, I mean, it's clearly a massive standout. And it only takes to go to Gamescom a few times and be in that area to understand seriously though, then you see the dominance of it, you know, because
but here's the nasty reality of it. So while practically every single Amiga owner probably played Turrican, and they all come by, especially the Germans, and we all know that the Amiga sold quite a few worldwide, and especially in Europe. Guess what? We calculated it this morning. We probably never sold more than 30,000 copies of Turrican. It was all pirated. I mean, that's really what brought down the Amiga at the end of the day. There was such insane piracy on the platform. So while it's nice that the games are regarded as classics nowadays, if we wouldn't have moved on to consoles, probably nobody would have made game making into their profession. It simply wouldn't have been possible financially.
I can give you the perspective. My perspective is particularly severe on this piracy thing. So during that era when Sensible Software was dominant, we pretty much over Europe, we had #1 hits with Sensible Soccer, Cannon Fodder, and versions of it. And for 3 years in the UK, we were #1 for 52 weeks out of 3 years, which is a lot, right? And Sensible Soccer probably sold 2 million copies in all its variety. And I got basically £1 per copy. Once it all filtered down from everything else, I got £1.
Yeah.
But then the piracy was 20-1. So the amount of money lost is like, for me, is like probably 30 to 40 million pounds.
Only hypothetical. It's only hypothetical. No.
Hypothetically, of course, many people would not have had the game. So there's advantages to piracy that everyone knows our games and loved it. And I'm not complaining. I've had enough money in my life. I'm not complaining. But it does affect your ability to work, how you're working, because the difference between having a few million pounds and 10 or 20 million in terms of competing with EA or these other companies is big. You can't go on to that next level. You know, you're still protecting your money, your house, your family. You don't have that money to play with and, you know, experiment in that way. So, you know, I think all of us who came from the era have been affected by that. We've not had that ability to go really, really big, like exactly like you're saying. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also pick of platforms, right? I mean, ironically, pretty much the whole team from Factor 5 nowadays is at Epic Games. So we work on the Fortnite behemoth, amongst other things. So it was also pick of platforms because Tim Sweeney and those guys, they woke up early enough that the PC was really the thing to come, and they were probably lucky by being forced into it, in a sense. But their early insistence and id Software's early insistence on PC was exactly the right move to get to a sustainable independent future. And I think that to a certain degree, the platforms of choice, or that we had as a choice in the late 80s in Europe, kind of put everybody into that smaller niche, with also very little access to the American market. I mean, if anybody, here in the US, everybody remembers our Factor 5 games as being the Rogue Squadron series, or the games we did with LucasArts and Nintendo together. Barely anybody remembers Turrican, because while we had the console Turricans, they also weren't hugely marketed here in the US. And while that helped us getting professionally into game development, there still is this whole side of I think developers, European developers, who maybe missed out because we all didn't bet on the PC when we should have. That doesn't downplay the Amiga. I mean, I love the Amiga. I still have my Amiga 1000. So.
I don't think it's only the system, because it's sometimes the genre of the games. When I was involved into gaming back then in the game industry, I started with economic simulations, and those sales were like crazy in Germany. And for some reason, everything I did with action games didn't sell at all.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah.
I saw some way mentioned sales from Turrican 2 in the Amiga Joker, something about 20,000 units or something, or later 30,000 units, I don't know. And the strange thing is, I worked, my first game which was released was the C64 version of Transworld for Starbite. And it was only on this system more than 30,000 units. And this
Really?
is, yes.
Yeah.
And this
and then,
is so
I mean,
strange. Because sometimes we talked about this in the Retrokompott podcast a lot, and also in the Retrokompott Stammtisch, and it seems like that all buyers of Turrican are in this podcast, and everybody else copied it. It's so strange.
Yes.
We have a few questions from the chat, but also Patrick wants to say something, I guess.
I want to say, the question, sorry, yeah. One question to Rebecca. Do you know games from Factor 5? Do you know Turrican?
No, I know of Turrican. I've never played it. I probably pirated it and put it on a disc and put it away on a shelf someplace. But since I had never played it, yeah, probably one of the people that I would have never bought it at all, because you know my biggest problem is that I've been so, during those years, I was so busy working on making new games, I had almost no time to actually play anything.
Exactly.
And there were two more questions from the chat. Is there even a Turrican 2 C64 NTSC version? Is asking from the chat. Julian,
which one? C64
Turricans 2 NTSC.
I don't think that it's
Was there
possible
ever one?
to run the game on an NTSC system.
Yeah, I don't think so. We, I mean, we never really took care that the Turrican 1 and Turrican 2 were licensed to Enterprise, I believe, and I think they only released in the States the Amiga version. If I'm
I only have a copy of the Amiga
there's-
version at home from Enterprise.
There's too less rest time on a C64 to do that.
Yeah, of course,
because the
yeah,
NTSC C64 is about 10 to 20% less rest time than a PAL version, and so it's not possible.
Yeah. I don't think it ever came out because the C64 at the time, also in the United States, really had gone down. I mean, we switched from Turrican originally being a C64-led project for Turrican 2. It already was concurrently done with the Amiga version because we needed the Amiga because it was simply the bigger system at the time already. The C64 was pretty heavily in decline by 89 actually. So yeah, I would be highly surprised if it even came out here in the United States. And then probably, to your point, was technically not possible because especially Turrican 2 was the first Turrican where the C64 version actually had to cut down on certain things because the Amiga could do stuff which the C64 couldn't do, and that was on a PAL C64. So yeah, it probably doesn't exist.
There were some more questions from the chat, and I see a lot of more guests join in. Hello and welcome to Richard Löwenstein and Mr. Klein. We talk to you later. Please stay with us. And Martin Ahman joined us too. But now some questions. To Chris from Prince William. What is Chris focusing on? Is something planned?
Well, right now, obviously, we're working hard to get this 30th anniversary Turrican package ready, and one of the things in there is that the studio versions will be included of the music as an option to play along. So instead of just having the Amiga or console sound, you can actually choose the studio recordings to play along with, and there's still a little bit of work to do to make that work properly. But it's so far what I've seen and heard is excellent. And then another thing I'm working on is I have a couple years now running a Patreon project where I do royalty-free music that I deliver to the fans.
And there's another question to Becky. Why these big differences between platforms of task times? The missing sound, for example, the Amiga version, or the animations only on the PC? It's from Michael, the question.
Well, the differences between them is somewhat, well, the music was mostly composed for the Apple II GS, and we created the music. It was designed specifically for the Ensoniq MSQ1 chip they got. It's the 5503 dock chip. And since the music was made for 32 voices and everything, translating it to work that on the Amiga wasn't very easy. So I think we just did a very simple tracks for the Amiga, and that was it. Animation was a big problem where they did not want me to even do the Amiga version, because at the time, the Amiga version, they weren't really convinced they were going to sell that many copies on the Amiga. So because the Amiga market was already starting to die down in that time frame. So I had to make some cuts in order to be able to get the game done within the budget I was allowed, and got it shipped and got it out the door. And of course,
it wasn't easy to go from, especially when you had the 32 voices on a synth, to go to the Amiga with 4 voices. I mean, I remember there was a huge issue when I think Lucasfilm Games always had done their own conversions, which were relatively shoddy conversions of the EGA versions of the early adventures. So basically Zack McCracken and Maniac Mansion. And then for Monkey Island, we from the German side, because Rainbow Arts was selling so many copies of the Lucasfilm adventures, we finally wanted to do a decent version of a Lucasfilm adventure for the Amiga. So we tried to convince the guys, come on, learn how to do 32 colors or basically extra half bright mode, because your graphics would look much better if you would use extra half bright with a 64 colors. And I think on our side in Germany at the time, we even explored using HAM, the strange 4096 color mode of the Amiga for Monkey, but it ended up being 32 colors at least. And the biggest hurdle was really the sound conversion. So Michael Land, who was the original composer, did one version, tried to do it for the Amiga. It was absolutely awful. And that's when we talked to Chris Hülsbeck, and basically said, hey, Chris, can you do Monkey Island? Because you know the Amiga inside out, you can deal with the 4 voices. So and that's how it came about that you did the Monkey conversion,
Together with Rudolf Stember, and I remember it was quite an ordeal to make that happen. But in the end, it turned out really well.
I agree.
It was a pain.
I've worked with all the different sound hardwares. I've written sound drivers for pretty much everything, Amiga included. And it was when I was first proposed to do a soundtrack for the Doc 5503. When I saw what it was capable of doing, that's when myself and a guy named Russell Lieblich.
Wow, he did an incredible favorite music game. He did Master of the Lamps, right?
Master of the Lamps,
yes. Him.
With the fantastic music,
He's the one who composed the actual tracks for Pastimes in Tone Town, and I'm the one who actually I actually wrote the driver and the translation tools that took the MIDI tracks from his equipment and translated the data that my driver could play. But we spent about 3 weeks in his office at Activision doing that track, and once we got the opening theme song and all the other musical effects going and done for the game, we shipped it. But of course, once we then decided to port this music to other platforms, both Russell and I looked at each other like, how are we going to translate that to the Amiga? And we were like, it's like saying, here you have this giant bass guitar with all the fixins, and then someone gives you a 5-string, just a standard 4-string bass saying, with no amplifier, saying, now play the song on this. It's like, it's not going to sound the same. But,
we have we have some more questions from the chat, and I want to show. There's one question from Dr. 8-Bit to Factor 5. Any plans on using the money gained from the Turrican Anthology Collection sales to make a Turrican 4?
Can we maybe first finish this anthology? It's a huge project, but having said that, it's no secret that the Strictly Limited Games guys are huge fans, and I can't credit them enough for actually making the whole anthology project happen. I mean, they chased us constantly. Every single Gamescom, the moment they saw anybody, they latched onto us and begged to finally do it for the 30th anniversary. on the same note, of course, now they're saying, well, if the anthology is a success, should we do something new in that vein together? So, but we'll and I know that Chris has been hounding me for years now as well. I know. So yeah, we'll see. in between 2 seasons of Fortnite.
Hey, I have a question on Turrican. Is that anniversary edition that just came out, is that just through emulation, or did you guys actually recompile it for modern machines?
No. We have so, for example, the source code for Turrican 1 is altogether lost. The other stuff, at least, we still have, and some of the games we actually can still build, which was no mean feat. But no, at the end of the day, what's on the discs is emulation, and really good emulation.
I call it remulation. You know, it's kind of like a remake with emulation parts in it, because we're really like hacking stuff in there. That, exactly. I mean, just playing the soundtrack music along is a huge feature that's not easy to do with just emulation.
Yeah, and then small stuff which you don't think about, right? So, for example, the high score entry, of course, on the Amiga was via the keyboard. So, if you want to have that nicely in there, then you need to completely do a new version where it's D-pad based, or basically joystick based high score entry. So that had to be hacked into the original Amiga code and everything. So especially, we're especially proud. I mean, people have seen a lot of SNES and Genesis Mega Drive emulation done well. So on the Mega Drive, I have to say the FM emulation is the toughest, is definitely, to get that right, is the toughest one. But I think this is probably the first time that there's a big emulation project out there with the Amiga being the main focus. And that makes me very happy. So, and that had its unique challenges, not only the keyboard stuff, but also you did the jumping, not like in the later console versions. The jump in Turrican 1 and Turrican 2, because it was single joystick, was on the joystick. So you basically use that. If you play that on a console, it's awful. It's absolutely, it's ridiculous. So while you can also choose that original option, what we had to put in is more or less the console controls into the Amiga version, so that it feels good on a PS4 gamepad. So it's an interesting project, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
I have a question, actually. I'm just thinking, you're talking about games selling in the States or not from Europe. In our experience, I mean, I was just rewinding in my head of our games that actually made it out to the States. So Parallax, which was 1986, that came out in the States. Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit, 2 years later, that came out. Megalomania came out in 1991. The soccer games, forget. No one wants to play soccer in the States at the time.
Well, nowadays, maybe
nowadays, I hope so, because I'm making one.
Now.
I'm making one on an Apple Arcade. 80% of the audience is in the States, which is another its own little challenge.
Soccer is starting to take off in the United States, finally.
I know, it's fine. I want it to be really, really fast, because, like, Departure, but our new football game is out now in Apple Arcade. And we've only just discovered that's 80% in the States. We didn't know, because Apple didn't know. Now we know.
Oh, really?
So we're selling a soccer game to the States, basically. It's crazy. Anyway, so I was going to say, but Cannon Fodder, which came out in 93, there was no reason why that particular game shouldn't have done extremely well in America. And I think there's several factors at play, because Cannon Fodder was not just on the Amiga, it was on the ST, it's on the PC, it was on the Mega Drive as well. It crossed enough platforms to make it. With Cannon Fodder particularly, there was politics going on between Virgin in Europe and Virgin in the States at the time. And Virgin were actively pushing what Westwood were doing with Command & Conquer, and almost like vying in competition with each other. And I'd be interested to know also, how were games retailed in the States in that era, for late 80s, early 90s?
Yeah, it was when you were doing this business, was Virgin Interactive at the time already purchased by Interplay, or was this before they got purchased by Interplay Titus?
We did, Cannon Fodder was 92, and then we did Cannon Fodder 2 in 94. So between, 93 and 94.
Okay, that was probably when Interplay and Virgin were in bed with each other, but they weren't one company.
Yes,
because
right.
Yeah, I do know in the later years, Virgin was playing a bunch of games in which they would be forcing people to take titles from Interplay and Titus, if they wanted to get copies of other companies' games because they just wanted to push their own sales. But back in the 90s, I'm going to talk about my own experience. I opened a company called Logicware in 1995, and we were doing a bunch of Mac games and self-publishing them into the retail channel. Our biggest problem we found, to our horror, was that as a little company, companies like Fry's Electronics, Egghead Discount Software, Babbage's, etc., they were demanding that we would, in addition to sending them product, we would have to buy ad space in their flyers. And in some cases, like Fry's, they required us to buy an end cap if they wanted us to carry, they wanted our product to be carried at their stores. Yeah. So it really cut into our profits because, you know, almost all the money was going to the retail. And there was even times in which Fry's was like selling the games at a lower price than we were giving it to them as a loss leader and expecting us to take the loss.
And were these places spread in different cities across the states, all over the country?
They were chains.
Okay.
So you would sell it to Egghead, but then they would sell the product to their 100, 200 stores, and then Fry's would sell it to their 30 superstores and so forth. And it was just hard. You know, I had to have some people full time whose job it was to constantly call the stores to make certain that if they sold out of a product, that we would then reorder it, because we would call them up and say, hey, store such and such, do you have any copies of Shattered Steel? And they would say, yes, we have 3 copies. Okay, good. Next store, no, we have no copies. Oh, great. You should reorder them. And stuff like that. Retail was horrible. That's one reason why when in the mid 2000s, when electronic digital distribution started showing up, I saw it as a godsend, because then I had to spend all this money on physical inventory and, you know, giving the cuts to who knows how many people and buying ads and all this other crud. So I'm happy I'm not doing that anymore, but man, it was an eye-opening experience to see how retail was designed to screw over little developers. Now, granted, if you're Electronic Arts or Activision, then the stores kiss their butts, because it would say, oh, you want the latest Call of Duty? You have to give us a good price, a good margin. And the stores would say, well, we want to sell Call of Duty. We know we're going to sell lots of copies, so they actually acquiesce. But for a company like Logicware, they're like, who the heck are you? You pay us to put your stuff on the store shelves.
I think actually there's a big story that's never really, I've not heard it talked about much, which is that relationship of developer goes to publisher goes to retailer goes to the public, right? And if you look back to the late 80s, the early 90s, a lot of sale was through small independent stores. Certainly in the UK, and I imagine it's the same in Germany and France as well. A lot of these guys could choose what they wanted to sell. They're mostly enthusiastic. They're also pretty knowledgeable about. They were knowledgeable and they were open-minded. It's like the 60s in terms of music. It's like people wanted new stuff. And then the home computer era, which is the era we're talking about of games, was married to that. And then when we get to 93 and we start to hit the Mega Drive and the beginning of consoles and then PlayStation, you get this horrible conservatism creeping in retail, where the guy who you're now selling to, he's not managing his independent store. He's now managing a branch of a bigger retailer. And what he doesn't want to do is lose his job by making a wrong decision. So he makes safe decision after safe decision after safe decision, which is going to the bigger companies. And slowly within 3 years, the market got incredibly conservative. So by the end of the 90s, if you look at the difference between the beginning and the end of the 90s, there's a massive difference in open-mindedness from retail. At least that's my reading of it. I don't know what you think, Becky.
I agree. I had some friends of mine who worked at Egghead Discount Software. And what they told me was that the stores manages their inventory based on what sells well. So therefore, if a game comes out, they put it on the shelf. But if in 3 weeks they only sell a few copies, then they take that game off all the store shelves and send it back to the publisher saying, give us something else or go to another publisher saying, well, let's give you a try. But of course, once the game's on the shelf and they sell a lot of copies, then they keep that in the store. everything had to be something that they sold a lot of, which meant that there was very few games that were like, hey, what do you got in the back? Or what's the games that, what's the shelf with games that hardly ever sell, but there's got some really interesting things there. It always goes back to the formula that 90% of the sales is made by 10% of the games. And you could say that's the thing about movies, film, motion pictures. 90% of all ticket sales are 10% of the movies. And it makes it really hard if our game is one of the 90% that isn't making that 90% of the sales.
I think perhaps, John, this one is one of the games that is under the 90%. We got a Sensible Soccer. I don't remember I bought any time I got a second-hand release. It's always I got a new one still in foil, and we talked about it. You have a strange sense of picking, or your company of picking some choices of type of sport, and Sensible Golf. I like the game, but you told us in the interview that this one wasn't such a goodie for your company.
Well, I don't like it at all. I mean, it was like, it's a half-finished game, in my opinion. What happened was, Sensible Software ran for 13 years. In the first 7 or 8 years, we had a bunch of games, a bunch of pretty now well-acclaimed games like Whizball, Parallax, and etc. But we never really made much money. And then we got 7 years in, and we've had 3 or 4 #1 games, and we're doing okay. But we're meant to be one of the top developers in Europe, and we're like, all right. And then Sensible Soccer came out, and suddenly everyone loved us. And our advances, we could command 3 or 4 more times money than we used to. So we just signed up a whole bunch of games whilst we had some value. And Sensible Golf kind of suffered for that because we'd bitten off more than we could chew. We had 3 or 4 big games in development at once in a small studio. And it runs off the Cannon Fodder engine, which wasn't ever intended to be a golf game. And there were limitations with what we could do with animation and stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's okay, but it's an example of us. You could say we were being more greedy, or more like we were being opportunistic. Like we knew after all this time, now this is our time. And yeah, that's what it reminds me of. This developers versus publishers versus retail thing, sometimes it swings the other way around. I mean, I would say with Sensible Golf, we're the ones to blame. We should have been honest with ourselves that we couldn't handle that many games with a relatively small team, but we thought we could. And yeah, so that's my feeling on it. I mean, I like the music. The music was great. We made a cool piece of music in the video, and that was fun. But that was
always like in this one, the music is great, but you don't like someone singing it today.
I sung this one. This is okay. No, this is my music as well. This is really good. Cannon Fodder. Cannon Fodder is good. I don't like the art on this because it wasn't done by our team. It was commissioned outside. Cannon Fodder 2, I don't like so much because from a design perspective, I'm a control freak, and I let go of some control because we needed to, because we were spreading too thin. And then I look at it.
See the Game Boy Color version? I played the Game Boy Color version some time ago, and I was blown away.
It's pretty good. That was done at Codemasters. Yeah. That was done whilst it's the best thing they've done with the games, actually. But the guy who programmed that was the original programmer of Cannon Fodder as well, and he didn't have Sensible Golf going on at the same time like he did when he made Cannon Fodder 2.
Patrick has some more questions. Perhaps we could go over to him.
Yeah, I think the chat is exploding. Sorry. We have a lot of questions, and here's a question to Mr. Klein. Someone wrote, it's almost impossible to get a boxed version of Ports of Call. Is there a boxed version planned for the future, like the Korean Turrican Collector's Edition?
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I only have 2 boxes of Ports of Call from the first times they were produced from Amiga and from the PC. But currently we didn't plan a box version. That's right. It's a good idea. So maybe we can do this in the future and make a nice little box version again. Yeah, good idea.
Would be great. And John, I like Sensible Golf. I'm one of the persons who bought it as a kid, and I like it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good.
I'm younger than you think, Robin. Sorry. We have more questions. From Klaus Retro, Strictly Limited said, John and Audi from Digital Foundry is working on Turrican. Can Factor 5 command this? And Titan asks if we can expect a new Turrican, maybe 3D.
Oh my God!
Oh, 3D.
We did so many attempts at Turrican 3D. I think one of the lead designer of the one which probably was the most promising one, which would have been our follow-up to Lair on the PS3. Matthias Worch, he just leaked an old video from our white box version, which we had back then, and that was actually pretty awesome. Obviously, as everybody knows, the studio ran into financial trouble shortly thereafter, which is really unfortunate because that thing was really well ahead of its time. So that's the only attempt we did. We did another one before that was a spiritual successor called Tornado. Which we did for the GameCube unveiling, the Space World GameCube unveiling for Nintendo. So we did the Rogue Leader demo and we did the Tornado demo. And Nintendo at the end of the day chose to only show, unfortunately, Rogue Leader. I mean, not that would have been bad, made kind of a splash back then. But nevertheless, the Tornado demo unfortunately is lost because it ran on prototype GameCube hardware. So we weren't able to preserve that because that was the very first chipset straight off of ArtX's assembly lines at the time. And the actual GameCube hardware as it went into stores wouldn't have been able to run it anymore. So those were the 3D Turrican attempts. Again, the one which we did in 2008 was pretty damn promising. Have a look at the video if you get a chance that Matthias posted. Strictly Limited is working on a documentary actually currently about the making of the Turrican games. Obviously, due to COVID, it's a little bit tricky. I think all of the Cologne guys are going to be interviewed in Cologne in person and probably hear from the States with the situation being as nasty as it is still. We probably have to do it via Zoom or something. But the Digital Foundry guys are involved. The Digital Foundry guys actually did the cut for the trailer video. So,
yeah, we have.
And they're taking care of the merchandise too, from the digital from the anthology edition.
I'm sorry,
stuff.
We have a lot of more questions here, and I will give them the chance to be answered. A question from Andreas: any plans for new games on Amiga? And another question from Titan: if someone of you can tell about Manfred Trenz, what he is doing.
Manfred, well, I can speak to Manfred. Manfred is completely out of games, as far as I know, at least. We had contact just last year, and Manfred is. We essentially struck a deal a few years back. That basically we're divvying up the money which is coming in from the anthology and anything that has to do with Turrican or Katakis, we're divvying up between us at Factor 5 and Manfred, so he's always getting his cut. There was a lot of talk about animosities and everything for a decade or for 2 decades between us and Manfred, which isn't true. We actually did not talk at all. Not out of spite or anything. It's just because we moved over into to the States. He moved back from Düsseldorf to his hometown, and he did lots and lots of games on handheld platforms mostly. Andreas, you were involved in a few of those, right?
Audio, du musst deinen Ton anmachen, Andreas.
No, not really. I have 15 years the last time I was talking to Manfred.
Yeah. So then I'm probably the last one. So yeah, he was. We had a call 2 years ago when we did the whole deal, which was super nice. Both of us said, "Hey, big mistake that we didn't talk before," and also to finally get rid of all of these rumors that there's basically some animosity or something in the air. Manfred just doesn't want to do press. I mean, he was even back in the Rainbow Arts days. I think he got burned a couple of times in 1990 1990, especially, or 89, by a couple of press articles, which he didn't like, and he simply didn't want to talk to the press ever afterwards again. Everybody has tried. Heinrich Lehnhardt, multiple other of the old timers have tried to get statements out of him, and he simply doesn't want to talk to the press. And yeah, he's in professional application software, as far as I know. He isn't involved in games at all anymore.
Okay, let's have a look at the chat again. There are some more questions. One to John. It's about sociable soccer. What's the actual version of it? And is it not anymore on Steam? It's now Apple exclusive, or can you give us the information?
Yeah, I'm actually as we're talking, I'm testing out our new goalkeepers on AI and seeing how they're a bit too good at the moment. Every game is 0-0, so we need to retune them. We basically, it's a 10 platform game, so we're releasing the platforms as they become commercially viable. And we did release the Steam first at the end of 2017, and then but we've been making this since the end of 2015, and we've had very little money. We'd had very little money for a while, and then 2 years ago we got a deal with the Chinese company to do a mobile version, which we did because we needed some money. You know, we were a team of guys. We'd been working 3 years with nothing, and that kept us going quite well. And then for that year, and then the following year we got a deal. We met an American publisher called Rogue, and they knew about our game. I'd been speaking to a lot of people about our game, and they said they had an idea for the game, and they introduced us to the concept of going through Apple Arcade, which was a fantastic thing for us. We're very happy with the deal with Apple, and all that's done really is meant that the order that we did the platforms is slightly different from what we originally intended, but the outcome will be the same. You know, at the moment we have Switch, PC, Xbox, the next generation Xbox, PS4 and PS5, Android, iOS, Mac, and tvOS, all in development simultaneously. And the Apple Arcade is out now. The Chinese mobile will be out within a couple of months, and then beginning of next year will be when the PC comes. So basically, we decided to just kind of stall the Steam one, and to explain why we withdrew the build. So we had a double strategy. Firstly, we offered anyone who had the Steam build the ability to get a full refund from us. I might add, even though we didn't get any money from Steam, so we're actually paying more than we got from Steam if people refund. But we understand some people might be upset by that. And secondly, the reason we did that was because when you publish an Apple Arcade, for the first year, you must be totally platform exclusive.
Okay, here are some more comments from the chat. Yeah, Marco had a nice comment. This stream is much better than the main stream of the Gamescom. They should have put it on the front page. Thanks.
Very good.
Yeah, and, next, Titan asks, any plans to release the Turrican anthology digitally, the games?
Well, there's not so much plans, but that the hands are being forced, obviously, because you're not allowed to release something physically on the PlayStation 4 without it also being digitally available. So while personally we all, and of course Strictly Limited, are totally focused on the physical retail versions, in the future there certainly will also be digital versions.
Okay, thanks. And we have a lot of more guests here. Please be patient. It's a great round. It's a big round, and the chat is exploding, I said. But Robin wants to show us something. Robin.
Yeah, of course, because we have also got Richard again here, Richard Löwenstein. And once again, he has... Hello. Hi, Richie. This one is, again, you've got someone with you, and I see his name is on this CD too. So you got your musician in the backpack. This is Martin, I think.
Yeah. Hi, Martin. See you again.
Hi, Richard.
Hey, Willi, grüß dich. Hey guys, this is an amazing. I just took a screenshot of my Zoom app because I've never seen so many great names, so many legions on one screen. or one picture at all. So this is amazing. I will show this to my daughter once she understands what is going on here. This is
Same for us
amazing,
all,
really.
and please be patient. We will be online how long as you want, and we were very exciting here, and the chat is exploding. I said, one question to Jon Hare. What do you think of Kickoff 2? Did you play it, and did you ever use the aftertouch?
Kickoff 2 is the reason we made Sensible Soccer, actually. So we played Kickoff and then Kickoff 2 a lot whilst we were making Megalomania, which was the game before Sensible Soccer. And we worked, Megalomania of all the Sensible games was the one we worked late into the night the most. So myself and the lead programmer, Chris Chapman, were playing Kickoff 2 every night whilst we were waiting for the builds, which took forever in those days to happen. So yeah, we played it to death, and it was actually the inspiration for making Sensible Soccer. For some reason, we ended up throwing the Kickoff 2 disc on the railway track outside our office window. I don't know if it was jealousy or we were playing it too much. I can't remember the reason. But yeah, I mean, we loved the game, but we thought we could improve some stuff. And the aftertouch, we originally added to Micropro Soccer in 1988, which preceded Kickoff by 1 or 2 years. So this was something we'd already done. But yeah, I mean, Kickoff had some great points. I didn't like the passing very much, personally, and I didn't like the way you couldn't see the players you were passing to because of the camera, which were the main things that we focused on with Sensible Soccer to improve what we thought was improving in those days.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Some more questions. A short answer, please. When will the Ultra Collector's Edition of Turrican be released?
I would love to be able to say when. We don't know yet. I mean, Chris is currently putting together the soundtrack stuff that's being integrated and everything. So we can't say yet. We're trying to get it done as quickly as possible, as is strictly limited.
Okay, there are some more questions. One question to Bernd Lehahn. What has Egosoft been up to recently?
Oh, the same that in the last 20 years, really. It's pretty boring compared to the very, very mixed stories we hear here. We've since we started with the X series in 1999, and that is already after the time I've had the pleasure to meet some of the guys in this chat. We've been working on one space simulation series, and that's the X series. And we just recently released another expansion for X4. It sounds like it's only 4 games, but actually it's a lot more. So yeah, just space and a lot of it.
On Bernd, I know something you might talk about this game.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's such an ugly cover.
You've seen so much.
One of you mentioned this before. Somebody outside of the company did the cover. This is also really terrible artwork that happened at Rainbow Arts at the time. And this is especially painful because we did a really beautiful cover for this exact same game. Like the guy that founded the company with me, Frank Küster, who is here on this nice manual. By the way, he's also on posters down the road now, being electable here in for our local elections next.
Okay.
He made a really cool poster for a really cool artwork for this cover of this game, but Rainbow Arts, in its infinite wisdom, decided that they wanted to put a dead fly on a scanner, scan it, and put that on there.
It's really horrible.
Who's
responsible for that?
Who came up with that? Was that Mark Ulrich himself?
I don't know. I heard a story
it was Mark.
That there was some dare I say corruption going on inside Rainbow Arts. I think there was even some lawsuit, not because the cover is so ugly, but because I think somebody had some internal deals with an advertisement agency that needed to do exclusive.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
I remember and I think that one. This came out of that, but it's especially painful because I still have this poster of our original proposal for the cover somewhere in the basement. Yeah.
Yeah, but you must be lucky that at least your name is in the game, because yesterday we had so much trouble that people doing good stuff and good games, but their name never really came up in anything. It's not on the backside, it's not in the manual, never. And you at least got your name on it.
Well, yeah, but on the other hand, these games, everything before the X series really were only released in Germany, and it's really rare that people ever know them. It's cool that you still have the box even, but like some others here said, games in Germany, it's very hard to make anything that ever was even heard of internationally. By the way, when you were talking about that, I wanted to ask our guys here from the UK. Have you ever heard about Gianna Sisters before? I suppose so. Did you?
The great Gianna Sisters.
Yeah, because
again, not played it, but heard of it. Yes, yeah.
So okay.
Well, you've played Mario, so you played Gianna Sisters.
Yeah, I've played Mario for sure.
Not talking about the originality of it, but at least it's definitely a cool game for everybody who had an Amiga, because they didn't necessarily had Mario.
To be honest, from a British perspective, it always baffled me how there were so few games coming out of Germany in this time. It was always
because it was a total stigma. I mean, you have to imagine when I broke it to my parents that I wanted to go to Rainbow Arts to basically professionally make games for a while. They thought I was out of my mind, and their son, that was worse than drugs probably. So there was absolutely no respect for games whatsoever in Germany. That came much later. I mean, they're now obviously Gamescom and everything, so things reversed. But no, it was back then when you thought you wanted to make computer games. First of all, it was seen as a hobby, nothing you could ever earn a living with, and you were handed around. I mean, since we were one of the more successful studios. We had to come to a ton of talk shows and were written about in the press as basically this oddity. How can you, that there are these guys who are more or less these flunk outs was always a subtext.
Did you have in the UK at the time, I'm just thinking, when I left school, when I left college, we had this whole job crash. There was huge unemployment. There was no jobs for us to go to. And a lot of us set up our own companies because we couldn't get, there was just not any work. Did that same thing happen at Germany at the same time?
Not really, no, because I mean, unemployment in the 70s was relatively bad, but it never was even remotely close to why the late 70s in the UK. I mean, you guys more or less completely crashed over there.
But this was like 83, 84. Yeah, 83, 84.
Yeah.
Thatcher, what Thatcher did was she enabled small companies to set up. In the government here, like we set our company up something called a government enterprise scheme, where they paid us young boys.
Nothing like that ever existed.
And
nothing in Germany. Yeah.
But you're talking about the stigma. Actually, maybe that reduced the stigma for us because the government were encouraging it, because everything else had collapsed. You know, there wasn't. Why don't you go and do this job? The other job wasn't there. You know. Yeah. It was like, why don't you smoke drugs was the other option, you know, which we did a little bit as well whilst we made the games, but, you know, not making it clear.
The German economy always was stable. I mean, even nowadays, right? And I'm saying that sitting in the United States, which has completely flunked out on the whole coronavirus thing. So no, the Germans always were very steady, but that's also part of the problem. I mean, it was always expected by your parents that you would go. I mean, they might have thought about the fact that maybe you could go into music because rock and roll had been around for a few decades. So maybe that, but especially something new, and video games was super suspicious. So there was no government funding. There was nothing that you could collect back then. I mean, I just read to my amazement that I think they just announced that they're now going to co-fund independent and even large productions in Germany for the first time for German developers. What you guys in with the tax breaks in the UK had for a long
We've
time.
We've had our tax breaks now for about 4 or 5 years. I know the UK here, they fought for 20 years to get this. Like getting things through our government has been hard. The reason we got our small company stuff was nothing to do with games. It was a general thing for companies. But us young teenagers, 20-year-olds at that time could take advantage of it with the games companies. And, you know, when at those times, that was just enough to get by when you were living with your parents as we were at the time. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe it makes a difference. I understand what you're saying, the cultural stuff at the time, because we just looked at Germany and said, Germany's got this amazing technical stuff going on. Why are there no games coming from Germany? Like really?
Oh,
But I think I've reviewed games for Amiga Joker for many years, and my impression differs a little bit from you, what you say, John. I think there were at the Amiga era there were lots of games being developed and produced in Germany. Like you have Frank Matzke here, who did the graphics for Arpedia or Lionheart, and also Germany had a different culture to UK gaming. I think there were lots of trade simulations developed here, soccer management games, and I always felt that on the Amiga at least we had lots of very able developers, like of course the Factor 5 guys and the guys from Talion and many others, and later it declined because of some political pressure, because of words like killer game, which was used for many years and which maybe put many people off from working in the games industry.
What Richard says here about the difference of culture, I think that's actually also a big aspect for us. Like in Germans have this also in other areas, also like on board games, have this tendency of having the more sophisticated, complicated games. And I think it's also one aspect that why we were somewhat successful later with a space action game was the fact that it wasn't just a space action game, but also on top of that a complicated trade simulation game, which is something that always works better in the German market. So we were always just throwing lots of things together, but there's a lot of games in Germany that are that work in Germany but are too complicated or too cluttered with features for an international market.
Do you think also a management game is going to be more language driven? You're also going to hit at that time a language issue, like having to get everything into the different languages, English, French.
Localization is of course always an issue, but I mean that is solvable, I think, if the money would be there. But it's of course for some people, for some games, it's of course worse than for others.
Oliver?
I'm thinking about the 8-bit years because I was more involved in C64 development, and a huge issue with Great Britain was that the British market was very addicted to tapes, and Germans not. Definitely not. We had always issues with multi-load games. They were downgraded in magazines. We did a game called Rolling Ronnie, which was, and in Britain, Virgin was our publisher. And for some reason, the game was hugely built above a multi-load, and they only sold the tape version in Britain. We had no idea how this happened. And a friend of mine in Britain said to me that even disk drives were very rare in Britain. All over the place.
We just only had tapes. The retailers only sold tapes, and then the first discs which came with, like the Amiga discs, like the harder, smaller floppy discs. But the bigger ones, like my father used one in his work when they used to do some accounting. They were very PC focused, those big discs, and we very rarely saw them outside of offices. You know.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. There were a lot of more questions in the chat for this great round. If someone wants to have a question for Chris, he wants to wrap up in a few minutes, he wrote. Someone wrote, what is your new project? What are you doing now? And the next question is to Frank Matzke. There's a question, if you tell us something about the way from GameX to being the CEO of Bethesda Germany. First Chris, please, and then Frank.
Yeah. So by the way, it's not that bad. I mean, I don't have to leave right away. So obviously working hard on getting this 30-year anniversary compilation done properly. I also I'm working on another indie project called Tiny Door. That is hopefully coming out sometime end of the year or early next year or something. And then I have my big Patreon project that I'm doing for years now, where I create royalty-free music for my fans. So that's music you can actually get through the Patreon and then use it on YouTube or Twitch or whatever without having to worry about content ID stuff.
Or using it on our podcast.
Oh yeah, you can, exactly.
We do.
And I have, I think I'm at 42 or 43 tracks at this moment, and I'll do at least once a month. I do a new one.
I have something.
I want to show something here.
Yes.
Look, I'm a big fan of you, Chris, and I bought them like about 30 years ago. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think this was your first album. Yeah. And
yes, that was exactly the first. That's the third.
This was the first.
On Top album.
Yeah.
You have the versions which are not signed by Chris. Those are the rare ones. I keep them as treasures.
Totally.
In fact, I pledged to all Kickstarters of Chris, and I have so many autographs. Meanwhile,
sorry, Arne,
but that's really nice.
The other question goes to Frank. From the beginning of doing something like this to that what you are now. Just a short.
Well, it's a long story, obviously, but actually, at the beginning of when games became 3D products rather than sprite-based 2D games, I personally lost interest in making them. I had the opportunity to actually change sides, join a publisher. Back then, it was Sierra Online. I never looked back. Actually, I fondly remember the time, and it was an amazing time, formative years, and I love that Tarkin comes back. But yeah, I'm nowadays responsible for Bethesda in Germany, and that's a whole different ball game. Obviously, a whole different set of responsibilities there. But I stuck to games. So for the last 30 years, I've been doing nothing but games in various roles. So
we have some more questions. Sorry. Rocket Channel asks, is it possible to become autographs from Chris Hülsbeck?
Easily.
Yeah, it is possible. Lutz can say something about that.
Chris signs everything you want, from the napkin to underwear. Just put it in front of you.
I wonder if Bethesda would allow me to do a remastering of Wolfenstein 3D.
Well,
I did all the versions.
That's a difficult one, but maybe at one point in time we're actually able to look back at Wolf 3D.
Give me a call.
Well, okay. I mean, we've been actively doing new Wolfenstein products obviously in the last 5-6 years, but we've never really looked back at 3D and remaking that one. But it's available, I think, as a free online playable title on one of our websites. So at least we recognize it's still there. Obviously, it has extreme historical value, not just for us as a company, but for the whole industry, obviously.
Well, if I release the source code of Wolfenstein 3D for the 3DO, will you sue me?
I personally probably wouldn't sue you, but there might be a lot of people. Our company is run by lawyers.
I got permission to release Doom, but I never got permission for Wolf. Funny that.
Well, it's a difficult product for a lot of reasons, especially in certain markets.
Becky, I do have a question for you because, of course, we had an interview with you, but there was a thing when someone becomes Space Invaders master and do the national championships, what does parents think of its child sitting there playing Space Invaders? Do they think they are lost to someone like the devil, or does they say, oh, you did something very well? What was the way in the 80s?
Before I ran away from home because my parents beat me, threw me through windows, hit me with plates, baseball bats, and a large scythe, I never really gave a shit about what my parents thought of me and anything about them. So I pretty much severed all my ties with my parents about when I was like 15. I lived behind a dumpster for about 3 months. That used to be called, store was like Market Basket. And I remember that every Wednesday was when they threw out the old produce, and every Sunday was when they threw out all the things like cupcakes and things like that. So I knew when to go get food. And it wasn't for a friend. If it wasn't for a friend of mine who took me in, because what he was trying to do is convert me to Mormonism of all things. But at least he was nice, in which he had me come by, and we played video games all the time on his Atari 2600. Later on, I realized that my mom and dad divorced. My dad was the one who was causing most of the abuse. I then moved back in with my mom, and it was about maybe 4 or 5 weeks later was when my friend drove me to Topanga Canyon Plaza, because he was so convinced I was so good at video games that I had a shot at winning. And that is how I ended up winning the regionals. That was October 11th, 1980, Topanga Canyon Plaza, Los Angeles. And then 2.5, 3 weeks later, I got my ticket to go fly to New York City, and I flew alone. So when you look at all the photos and pictures of me during the contest, where the other contestants had their parents behind them, I had no one.
I feel
And
like a
that's
body
the
pressure. Sorry.
unwritten story they didn't talk about in high score.
Yeah, applause for it. You made the right way.
One short question for Chris again. Rolf is asking if Chris can tell us something to the Matzke soundtrack and for which versions he was responsible, and if other composers did it. Can you explain that?
I don't remember much about that project. I remember the title music was pretty cool, I think, and that's pretty much it. So, yeah. So I don't even know the different versions of it. Yeah, I know there was C64 and Amiga, and I did those myself.
There was. I think there also was a PC version. You guys need to get Todd Weidemann on here, because he was the producer director for Matzke.
2 more questions. I see these pictures, and at Mr. Klein, there's a nice book from Ports of Call. Can you tell us something about this book you show in your cam?
Yeah, that's right. I did a collection of all the old stuff we found here in the first developments, and let me look into it a little bit. There are a lot of schematics, graphics in that time. We did our old graphic, and then later on the graphic from Jim Sachs, which was enhanced, of course. But maybe that's quite nice to take a look at it. Here, there are the radar screens, for example. On the left side, this was my design.
The fog scene, yeah.
And then we enhanced it. Of course, Jim Sachs did a very, very good work. And there is a lot of source code also in the book, showing a lot of things, some secrets of our game. Not the whole source code, but really a lot of it. Also here, we did the digitizing. This was done manually of all also areas and ship connections and harbor scenes. So I used the digitizer for that purpose. And there's some lists of this also. And here is the schematic of the life-size adapter, for example, which was a small device which plugged into the PC, because the PC did not have a good sound built in at that time. There was a sound blaster. We did some adaptation, but we also provided this DA converter, which was bundled in the box, and the people can then get out the sound. And here at the end of the book, I have some views into the ports of call XXL and the 3D simulator we had done in the later time. Now, let me see. Found some images here. So this, yeah.
Thanks a lot for showing us. There's another question to Factor 5. someone is missing the 64 versions of Turrican in the anthology in this products from Strictly Limited. Is there a reason for that?
There is a reason for that. Yeah, we wanted to focus on the versions which had kind of the whole package together, and that includes Chris's soundtrack. And I would say, I mean, at least from our perspective, the soundtrack is half of what makes Turrican. And obviously, the C64 didn't have any pieces from Chris, and that is one half of the reason. The other half of the reason is actually is legal issues, because while we completely own the Turrican and basically all of the assets Rainbow Arts owned. The issue is that due to, shall we say, extremely bad contracts that Rainbow Arts made back then, there are issues around the authorship, not with Manfred, of course, but with other people who have their stuff inside Turrican for the C64. So that combined with the whole issue of that there is no Hülsbeck soundtrack, and that's why it's not such an icon. That's why we chose to focus on the Amiga versions and or basically the altogether the 5 Turrican games and Turrican versions, which kind of had the whole package together. We also obviously, I mean, there's no Atari ST version with it, because the Atari ST version was yet again a conversion from the Amiga running at half the frame rate. So I don't know. I know that ST folks really liked it, but on the other hand, we really want to show and give everybody kind of the best version of every single Turrican game that came out.
Julian, I noticed something. We played Turrican, or maybe to all of Factor 5. We played Turrican in our video podcast Stammtisch recently, and I played through the whole game for the first time without cheats. It was so much fun. But
good going.
During our playthrough, and many of us played through it, it was so cool. But during our playthrough, we noticed in Turrican 1 on the Amiga, when you see those extra lives appear, sometimes they disappear again. Like you see an extra life, it barely, you go a bit too far, the extra life is gone. Was that a technical reason for this, or did you on purpose do that to make the game harder? I always wondered. And
no. There was a technical reason for it. Unfortunately, we don't have Holger in the stream who programmed it. But the technical reason is that the objects are barely being built up, and the randomly generated objects, especially at the point when the scrolling actually scrolls the thing into view. So if you especially towards the edges of the levels, if you get the scrolling to go up there and then immediately pull back from it, that basically reinitializes that whole thing, and that creates that bug. I remember that vividly. We tried to fix it, but I don't know if it's fixed in Turrican 2. It probably is still there.
We noticed in Turrican 2 it is much more forgiving. So the extra lives stay much longer than in. It was funny, but yeah, it's one of those details, I guess.
I have a question also, but I have a question to Andreas. Hey.
Yes.
There's one thing I was always puzzled about, and that is the shooter sequences between the C64 version and the Amiga version. Personally, I prefer the C64 version slightly, but I prefer this version because of the differences in this section. And what makes me puzzling is it's not just because of technology, the whole style is different, and I don't know why. I'm always puzzled about this. What's the story about this?
Oh, that's a long time. I don't know exactly what's the difference now.
For example, the bosses. Level 1 boss is way more frantic than in the Amiga version. There's way more parallax scrolling going on and effects. There is the second level is something like the boss is coming around just even before you battle him, and he has multiple stages in attack waves, and the third stage similar things.
Well, I remember. It was
What's
basically.
the difference between 64 and Amiga?
There is so when we were doing Turrican 2, remember, Andreas, we really diverged in terms of it was basically Holger and myself, because we all said we weren't too fond of the shooter stages in the C64 version as they were coming along, and so we were huge fans at the time of Aeroblaster. On the
the Aeroblaster stage is the same.
That one is the same, right? No, it's the so the parallax. So the one you are talking about, the one where you have to go through the labyrinth.
Yeah, no,
where
the Aeroblaster stage is almost the same. The end boss is different. Yeah, but the other stages.
But it was partially technical. I can remember because the parallax scrolling, the way, of course, the C64 can do the parallax scrolling because it's character based, wasn't possible on the Amiga. So on the Amiga, we had to do different tricks. So part of the differences between C64 and Amiga is definitely driven technically in general with the Turrican games. On the other hand, the Amiga is more fluid because we had higher math precision.
Yeah, that is true. But I personally, this is a bit different. This is a similar thing between Atari ST and Amiga. I think the C64 version feels more arcadey. It's definitely
could be.
And the other one is the last stage is also completely different.
Yeah.
Why?
I think, Andreas, you did the Amiga stage and Manfred did the C64 stage. Right?
We took all the maps from the C64 to the Amiga.
Not for Turrican 2. Turrican 2 has differences. Turrican 2 has differences.
Maybe with the map sizes, I don't know exactly anymore.
The last stage in Turrican 2 in C64 version is a shmup stage. It's shoot 'em up.
Yes.
Pure shoot 'em up. And there's something very iconic happening in that stage, that the final boss is flying in the background above, which doesn't happen in the Amiga version. And the Amiga version has this timer platforms.
Right.
Yeah.
As far as I know, that was purely because at that point in time, the Amiga version and the C64, Manfred was desperately trying to finish his. We were trying to finish the Amiga version, and that's why it simply diverged the whole thing. And we partially one thing to understand is Turrican 1 was the C64 was the lead platform, right? So it was much further along when the Amiga version even was started. And so the Amiga version was more or less an up conversion. We changed a few things about it, but not much. For Turrican 2, it was concurrent development. And actually the Amiga was even ahead of it, of the C64 at some times and at some points. So when the games needed to be finished at exactly the same time, I remember that at the end, we basically said, well, Manfred, however you can finish it, because he was under massive time crunch, as well as however we can finish it. And simply the design diverged at that point.
But you started the C64 before the Amiga, but I have you to paint the Amiga, also from C64 to the Amiga modules and graphics.
I have more questions. Sorry to all who can't talk to this time. We stay online. Everyone can tell everything he wants, and the chat is exploding. Factor 5 again. One question is there a plan to implement a dev documentary in the Turrican anthology, like in the new version of Braid? And what's the deal with the DOS version of Turrican 2?
The DOS version of Turrican 2 has legal issues. Aside from the fact that, quite frankly, we're all not that fond of the graphics that they did for it. It's identical to the Amiga version otherwise, but we wouldn't be able to release that no matter what. So that's just purely a legal thing. And the other thing was a dev. I don't know what Braid has in there. Is it a dev diary or what is in there?
I don't think we know. The question doesn't specify what's in Braid.
Okay.
It just says dev commentary. Is there any
Dev
commentary on developer commentary, something like that?
Well, yes, there is. So again, the Digital Foundry team is doing a complete documentary, the making of the Turrican games. So yeah, that definitely will be there. But we don't have what we don't have planned is a running commentary during a level, like we did it for most of the later Factor 5 games on N64 and GameCube and PS3. We don't have anything like that planned, but the nice documentary, which will hopefully talk to everybody who has worked on the games.
I want to mention to you and all of Factor 5 how amazing I thought the GameCube version of Rogue Squadron, I think it was called Rogue Leader. It was so amazing. I cannot believe how you did this with the GameCube. It was one of the launch titles. When I put it in my GameCube, I couldn't believe what I saw. I mean, it was also the reason I bought a GameCube, because I saw it at a friend's. I don't really have a question here. I just want to tell you what you did there with the GameCube. That Death Star sequence was absolutely brilliant. It was just brilliant. It was unbelievable. The graphics, the feel, the Star Wars feel that you captured there.
Well, I mean, right behind me, you can see a Star Wars arcade sit down, the Atari sit down version, which was actually the inspiration for Rogue Leader and basically the Rogue Squadron series in general, because I loved that damn game as a kid so much. I spent enormous amounts of money on it, well, probably not as much as that arcade thing cost, but it's definitely, you can trace a direct line from the Vector Atari game, Star Wars game to then Rescue on Fractalus on the Atari 8-bit, which was more or less the free flight stuff, which then we attempted on the Amiga, but couldn't do it, and that all meshed together then with Rogue Squadron. Of course, also big Star Fox fans. And Star Fox was also very inspiring because they had a few moments of free flight, at least in the N64 Star Fox, not so much the original one from Argonaut. But all of these things came together. But we were, of course, super disappointed with the frame rate in Rogue Squadron on the N64. The N64 was just a beast to program and had a few real true design flaws in the system. And so while it looked very pretty and the gameplay was there, when the GameCube, actually, when we got the prototype hardware, we immediately said, okay, this has to run at 60 finally, and not at, well, shall we say 30, 20? I think Rogue Squadron on N64 even goes down to 15. So it has to run at 60, and then Thomas Engel basically had time, and when we got the chipset, because we were also doing the hardware design together with the Nintendo guys, right? So we had the advantage that the very first chip, the first prototype chips which came off of the assembly line, actually didn't go to Miyamoto's team in Kyoto. But Thomas and I drove down to ArtX, which nowadays is AMD, down in the valley, and basically did the first tests on the first working silicon of the GameCube chipset. And so they gave us that so that we could hack around in it. And then we heard from Japan that they wanted to do the Space World unveiling in 19 days. So basically we said, okay, let's be crazy here and let's get a completely playable level above the second Death Star up and running in 19 days. And that's actually the true story. So that whole second Death Star level was absolutely real. There was nothing fake there. And we threw it together in 19 days. That was probably the most grueling 19 days of my life. So that's a little background story to Rogue Leader.
We have some more questions, sorry. To Jon Hare, who has the idea for the filmed Cannon Fodder intro?
The Cannon Fodder intro?
Yeah.
So the intro was actually done. The intro was actually done after we finished the game. Some fun. So I had an idea for a song, which was the war song, and I went to Richard Joseph's house, and we over a day or two we turned my idea into a full arrangement. Richard, as usual, fantastic production, added horns, etc. And then basically when the game was finished, we took the team out for a day out in a field to make like a video, like we were Madness or something, like a pop group. and that was really fun. And we hired a half-track machine with a driver. We hired some military uniforms for the day. We found a lady who had a field locally with some poppies in it and asked if we could use it. And we bought some plastic guns from the toy shop. It was brilliant. We edited it in a day. The whole thing cost like £500 to make. The video was brilliant. So yeah, that's it. Just a bit of fun. Day out for the boys is what it was.
I have to interrupt a little bit because, hi there. John, I just want to say thank you very much, because in 2016 we met at Gamescom. And we had a little talk in the retro area, and actually you sang the Cannon Fodder song live. I played the accordion. I won't play it now. I have it just here for
I remember this. It's fun. Yes.
I really found the YouTube link. Where can I share it? In the chat.
Oh, you found the link of us doing this thing?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, I didn't know that actually existed. Okay.
Discord. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, then. We'll have in Discord now. Just sorry for the interruption, guys.
That's all good. That's all good. Also, I'd like to welcome the guys from the Scene World Podcast, AJ and Joerg.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
And of course Bernhard.
And Martin. Martin is also from Scene World.
Yeah, yeah. Not only working for Richard Löwenstein.
Martin is everywhere.
He's dancing on all shows at once. Right. So in the middle of the night, he's doing music for Richard, and before he's Skyping with me, organizing interviews and stuff with pioneers like you guys. And we actually spoke to some of you already. So.
Yes, Richard, I feel like it was just a minute ago we were talking.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, tomorrow again, right?
yes, exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Or for example, Jon Hare, which was just mentioned.
Yeah, but it's really a pleasure to listen to all these legends sharing stories, which most of which I've never heard before, and so I just enjoy sitting here and listening, taking notes.
Yeah, Bernhard, I just went through the shop and found this type of game, because it's not a game, it's a mission CD or mission diskette. I've read that this one, you wrote the story for Battle Eye Mond of Kronos.
Oh, really? Did I?
Yeah, I did find out. I hope it's right.
I think so. I did a lot of stuff besides this, the story for Battle Eye 2, I remember, but for this one,
I think have a look. I think there's...
Yeah.
You should see it. Yeah.
Layout, yes. I did the story with Stefan Piasecki, who wrote the book, which is somewhere behind me. I think it was a very, very interesting project, because we had a standalone version of this one, Moon of Kronos, and it's different from the second one, which is very hard to play, which we packed into all levels for. We have addressed as well as this one. So we did something for the Amiga 91, and were just diskettes for which we placed this one. It's this times it was very easy, so we had copying discs with our maps on it and put it on the Amiga, and that was quite interesting. Yeah, so I like very much the fans still love these maps, because we thought it was too hard, but they all managed to play them and had a lot of fun with it. So the desert was a very hard one. Yeah.
I make a big jump, because I have another game here which I found that is in your and it's a totally different company. This one is published by Eidos, and I think it's Virtual Excitement, the
yes
studio. Yeah.
The owner of that was a computer store, a little computer store. That's a compy shop based in Mülheim. And the owner was the sales director then at Blue Byte, and after this founded this company with Stefan Piasecki, who did these stories. And the first title was this Acta Europa, which is a little bit of Battle 3 like introduction with video sequences, but it was a real-time strategy done by two guys, which they, I think was for East Europe, something Polish team, and they released this one. And I did something with the IDOS video player, which was very buggy at this time. It was horrible times to make real-time videos, and that was my part to solve technical questions with the video player at this project.
Yeah,
And
we
I
have a...
Oh, sorry. There's another game I have to mention to fit in. Dunkle Manöver, a game I never played. It was just in our shelves. I hope it's okay to not have played it, or is it better to play it?
I think it's a very interesting title. I saw in my company, which I founded when I left Blue Byte in 1996. We did a lot of experiments, and most of them went wrong. I think Dunkle Manöver was one of the better ones. It's a strategy game in tactical round-based. We have very good background graphics over there. It was really nice to look on, but the gameplay is not so good as well as the controllings. Because you have to spare on ammunition and items and everything, and was not so fun to play. It's very, very tactical game. You have a lot of thinking before you're doing one move, and there's a kind of background story in there. There was the first title after a little one, which I did for Peter B, former. And yeah, it's a reason. The first reason for my company was to make, as I said, massively multiplayer cyberpunk roleplay, and then no one listened anymore, and was totally crazy to do this in Germany. And so I went to what I did before, strategy games and so on. It's not one of these. And there's the second part also, it's Dunkle Manöver 2, which follow up. Yeah, nice one.
And we have a question for Becky. How come you participate at a Space Invaders tournament, and have you ever played again this game after you won?
What was the first part of the question again?
You participate at a Space Invaders tournament, and have you ever again played this game after you won?
After playing the Space Invaders tournament, the Nationals, and winning the championships, I pretty much stopped playing that game. I think I may have played it like 5 or 6 times since then. It's been 40 years. So yeah, I went and played other games.
But Becky, you can play a round of Space Invaders against Willi, because Willi is a big Space Invaders Atari ST expert. No, Atari VCS 2600 expert. Yeah. He always has a high score.
Well, my score was 165,200 points, which is after 1 hour and 45 minutes of play in front of most of the nation. So, and also,
yeah, he's just a local hero. Forget it.
You know, you can play that game with, if I remember right, you can play it with a game mode with the enemy shots are invisible, where the invaders are invisible or your own ship is invisible. I remember there were so many game modes on the old 2600. I wonder if Willi has played those other game modes. They make it incredibly difficult.
Well, some of the game modes are just not fair. Like invisible lasers, no. That's just not fair. But the mode that we played for the championships, you had to play game 1, but the difficulty was B, so it made the base twice as wide. And that is the mode you had to play. So it was it was a high difficulty because they wanted us to only last like 20 minutes or 30 minutes on the screen, and then the whole contest to be over. They had no idea that 4 out of 5 of us were exceptional players, and we could just play and play and play until we got bored or fell asleep.
To all participants of this great round, if you want, ask questions. It's no problem because we can't ask everyone at every time, and the chat is exploding again. One question for Richard from Darrison667. It was mentioned how hard it is to do parallax on the Amiga. How did Richard handle such a good effects on Richard R? And Ultras heard Richard R has a killer soundtrack. Can this be confirmed?
Actually, parallax scrolling is not that hard to do on the Amiga. What is probably hard to do on the Amiga is having parallax scrolling with some perspective stuff going on in the background. So if you've got just two 2D planes going on, that's pretty trivial on the Amiga 2. But
on the Amiga 2, I mean, let's be very clear here.
Well, no,
parallax scrolling on the Amiga is nasty. Unless you want to do a playfield.
No, you've got double playfield mode. You can actually do it. You just have to cope with 8 colors or 7 colors per playfield.
Yeah, but that sucks.
And on the Amiga 1200, reshooter is for Amiga 1200. You've got like on the Mega Drive, you've got like two playfields of 16 or 15 colors, and the thing about reshooter is that I implemented a perspective scrolling thing, which adds some kind of depth to the background, and this is kind of nice. Which it's a technique using the Amiga's built-in copper coprocessor, which can alter different attributes of the on-screen presentation on each raster line. And I won't explain in detail. If anyone's interested, he can email me and I will happily explain. And also everyone can email Oliver Lindau. He's in fact the guy who explained to me how the technique works. And that's all. The rest is just hard work. So it's no secret. It can be found by Googling how it is done. And yes, I personally think Reshooter wouldn't be the game it is without Martin's music. So it's probably better if Martin is talking about the music, since he's the one who composed and did it.
You get the question if Reshooter Proxima 3 follow the theme of such amazing soundtracks.
No, it will be better. Much better. We have heavy metal music this time. I mean, Reshooter is great, yeah, but it has only one in-game soundtrack. And this time we will have each stage will feature its own track. And also,
Virtual
I persuaded
and
Martin
Descon,
to.
Huh?
Sorry?
Virtual and Descon are always also on the board?
Oh yeah, right. I thought it might be a good idea to have some guys from the demo scene on board this time, since they are very proficient doing music on the Amiga, and they know how to create atmosphere with they've proven it a dozen times in several demos, and I thought it might be a good idea to have them in a game this time. And so yeah, we've got like 3 experts of Amiga music. And but the main man really is Martin. He's doing the in-game soundtracks, and he's doing one soundtrack for each stage. And he does not hate metal music, but he's never done it on the Amiga before. And I persuaded him to try to do guitar-based music on the Amiga, which is pretty hard to do. I've learned. But yeah, he did it. So the heavy metal soundtrack will be very special.
Yeah, and you know, I heard a small preview of that before, and I wanted to ask Martin, how does he get that to sound? Because it doesn't sound like you would imagine, you know, Amiga heavy metal to sound. You know, you'd expect it to sound very synthesized and whatnot, and it doesn't. So.
Actually, it's a mixture of self-made recordings and cheating a lot, because the 4 channels on the Amiga restrict me for metal music in any way, because if I want to do some music which does evolve, it does not work actually, because I have strict regulations from Richard which say don't use this big samples, don't use 4 tracks, just use 2. And I'm not that clever as Chris, who just left the chat, which is not that fine.
I'm still here.
Are you here? That's
just not visible. Just not visible. But I think I remember there was back in the day a similar story with Ramiro Vaca and Chris Hülsbeck. I remember I read on High Voltage Disc Collection that Chris had to do circus music for circus attractions, and Ramiro Vaca had to do the music for rock and roll, and you both disliked the genre of the other game. So I wonder how much is there about it.
Well, to be honest, I didn't like both. I don't know about Ramiro, but there was some back and forth. This was like the last year of me doing C64 stuff, and it was quite a bit of work, and I had already kind of moved on to the Amiga, so we just shared the work, and I was just happy that I didn't need to do all the stuff for rock and roll and not all the stuff for circus attractions. So, yeah.
But you did rock and roll for the Amiga, right?
I did the title music, and I think maybe one of the in-game tracks or something, but Ramiro did a lot of the other ones, and yeah, so I don't exactly remember even which pieces. When I listen back to it, I cannot even tell exactly which pieces were Ramiro's and which ones were mine. In some cases I know exactly, but not in all of them.
Chris, you did a guitar-based song for Metal Law on the Amiga, which was actually sounding pretty metal.
That was fun.
For the time, at least.
I'm always up for a challenge.
In terms of you not liking genres, I remember when you had to do the title track for Master Blazer, which has this jazzy random stuff. You absolutely hated it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't like certain genres of jazz music, particularly the ones where it seems to be just chaos of notes and not like a nice melody. But I can appreciate some jazz music, and luckily you gave me enough freedom to do that title music. There's still enough Hülsbeck in there, I think.
Yeah.
So, getting back to Martin, because he didn't actually answer my question about how he got the sound not synthesized and actually metal.
Well, it was just clever samples.
Clever samples. It's I had the pleasure to have Senad Palic to play the guitar for me, and I asked him to give me just the raw sample, the raw files from the guitar with nothing on, and then processed all in my Cubase, so that I could do things that you can do in actual DAWs, and had a lot of pre-rendering then and cutting samples so that they could be rearranged in ProTracker in only 2 channels, because we had the challenge this time to use only two channels, because Richard had complained that every time he uses his shooting samples, the music always crashes in any way. And if you have long samples, they stop, and then there's a lot of silence in it. And suddenly, and you know, a guitar is not just a short, it's all long tones too, and melodies and so on. And yeah, I think if I would be so clever as Chris, for example, I would program a program for it and have 7 channels, and here you are. But I don't.
Martin, you're making excellent work. I mean, I know I'm pretty cruel. I mean, I'm giving you just 2 channels, and I always force you to use less and less and less kilobytes of memory in order to have to put in more graphics and less loading interruptions and stuff like that. But I think what you did with like 150 kilobytes or 150 kilobytes, and it sounds like a CD. I mean, it's really CD audio quality where we're talking here on the Amiga, in game, together with sound effects, which was not that common in the 90s, and also some speech thrown in just for the fun of it. So the audio is really pretty special. And I mean, I once, when I presented Reshooter at some community event 2 years ago, and I saw some girls passing by who were not really, they were just coming into the show and watching all these nerds playing old computer games. But then they suddenly started to dance to your music, Martin, and that really shows how good your music is. It's just in-game music, but it's so good. You can play it. I mean, if you've actually played it on some trance event, right?
Yeah, but not the Amiga files actually.
Okay.
I had to do some proper remix of it.
Yeah, but still, it's the same music. So you're really, it's really great work you're doing, and you're also doing it in your spare time. I mean, we're talking about a homebrew project basically, which we are not working like 40 or 50 hours a week, but only a few hours per week where we have the time, and so it's really amazing work.
This is now you've got, this is down to 2 audio channels, because you had 3, because you've got sound effects and you've got vocal work, you got all kinds of other stuff going on there at the same time.
Yeah, basically it's like that. The sound tracker that I use, it can handle 4 music which uses 4 channels, and it just takes away 1 channel as soon as a sound effect is played. The thing is that with guitar music, as Martin already said, the guitar riffs are quite long, and if the guitar riff just sets in and then you shoot or something explodes, then the riff is just cut and it will not get back until the next note is played, and this just sounds very, very cruel and very terrible. Right. So the better solution, we tested it. I mean, it just didn't work, and the better solution is really to try to cope with just 2 channels. And this is the magic here. I mean, even if Martin only uses 2 channels, it does not sound like 2 channels. It actually sounds like 4-channel music. It's just using 2 channels. And but in addition to that, I can really put in firing audio and also big explosions all at the same time without interrupting
you can hear
channel music. So that's the magic, and it really takes a lot of work to get this to feel just right and sound just right.
But maybe we should explain that what you just explained, Richard, is called multiplexing. And that was actually done pretty often for video.
No. It's not multiplexing.
Switching between the instruments on a limited number of.
That's not multiplexing.
No.
No.
He is resampling many channels to 1 channel.
Yeah.
It's like if you go to a studio, you have a 4-channel tape recorder. You put all the channels and then you make them into 1 channel, and then again, so you can have something that sounds like 64 channels on just 1.
They're talking about taking out 1 channel and then you hear something like.
Escalation. Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, you can do multiplexing the audio channels on the Amiga. Chris is here; he can explain. I don't know if Rudolf Stember is still around. He could explain even better, maybe. But this is something which uses the CPU probably too much to use it in game.
Interesting.
But I don't know.
Like the mixing would have been too hard. What we did in Tarek and in-game was 4-channel audio, but 1 channel was 90% reserved for sound effects. I only use it to double the melody sometimes for echo type effects. So if that channel would go away, you would still hear the full sound. It's just that when the sound effects didn't play, then you had a little bit of echo on the lead sound, for example. And then the 3rd channel was not reserved exclusively for sound effects, but like for some bigger ones, like explosions and stuff like that. They would usually play like drums and bass, which is usually like on 1 channel. Bass and the drums together can be nicely played one after another in quick succession, and that sounds then like several channels. And then the other 2 channels were for the melody and the chords and things like that. So that's how we did it in Turrican.
The 7 voice thing you were referring to, that was essentially a complete Amiga sound emulated. So essentially a complete set of the Amiga sound emulated in software, which Jochen Hippel had actually programmed for the Atari ST conversion of Turrican. And we had heard that because we wanted to get, at least for the ST, had to use the regular sound chip for the rest of the sound, but at least for the title piece, we wanted to have the original title piece from Chris. So Jochen writes that, the emulator, and then I had the idea, well, now that we've got an emulated Amiga sound on the CPU, why don't we bring that back into the Amiga, and then suddenly we can do 7 voices with that. And that's then, but it's so tight in terms of timing that when you listen to the Turrican 2 intro title, and then there's a little gameplay sequence coming up at the bottom, actually the quality of the music drops, and only when you go into the sound menu, because we had to drop down the mix rate at that moment, only when you go into the sound menu where there's nothing going on anymore and there's just a Turrican logo and a bunch of sprites basically doing the stars, that's when the highest mix rate is possible. So that seven voice thing is gnarly. I don't know if Richie would be able to use it in game on the 1200 even. I don't think that's possible.
No, because it's a shoot 'em up, and a shoot 'em up is you want a 50 hertz frame rate, like all Factor 5 games have it. You want as many objects as possible to shoot at, and you want big explosions, lots of particle stuff going around, and also the perspective scrolling I mentioned, and all this takes CPU time. And if you've got someone like Martin who can do great music on 2 channels, why should I spend time having additional 2 channels for music if 2 channels is obviously enough for great music and sound effects? So I better spend it to draw great visuals, to have better particle effects and great gameplay, great control. So yeah, it's a matter of balancing the resources you have on the Amiga. And well, it's a decision, 2-channel music. It seems to work.
Yeah, talking about shoot 'em up games, John, do you remember this?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That
was way before I learned coding. I used your shoot 'em up construction kit, and I guess somebody else here in the chat also.
Too. Yeah, me too. It's something that I learned how games work, and also I already used the tool the whole time when I was in the games industry as a sprite editor.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I did, because I was searching for a good sprite editor and I couldn't find any. And the cool thing about the Zoic was that you can do the sprites, you can do the animations, and you can still check out how they look composed.
Do you know anything about the history of how we made this game?
I know that this was probably the tools from WizBall.
No.
No.
So it was actually our first #1 game, although it wasn't actually a game. But it was designed originally by Chris Yates, my partner. He did all the programming, I did all the art, and we kind of designed together. And it was originally designed for me to make games, like budget games that we could make really fast to make, to generate more income for the company. But we learned pretty soon that it couldn't make great games, but it was really good as a fun thing to allow you to make kind of not quite professional level games on.
Yeah.
So that's how it came about. And you're right, the sprite editor was actually really good. So
exactly.
We just focused in the end on making a good tool rather than a game out of it. Yeah.
It only lacked a proper save function. I always used a hacking tool.
You hacked it in for us.
Yeah, I hacked in the tool and I saved it from a monitor.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun to make. That was a fun time making that game.
Yeah.
I think didn't somebody hack Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit to make it do a horizontal shooting game?
Yeah,
so you can only do vertical.
Very late. I don't know when. Early.
Hang on, we could no. You could do both. You could do horizontal and vertical.
Oh, really? I thought it would only do vertical. I don't remember.
No, it did both, and actually you could make it still screen as well if you wanted.
So John,
no, Horizontal was a hack which came out later on, which was possible in the shoot 'em up construction kit was auto scroll, pushing scroll, and still.
So this shoot 'em up construction kit, when you made this, did you make it on purpose so the games wouldn't be too professional, so that people wouldn't compete with your company? Or did you make it as cool as you could?
We made it. No, we didn't make it. The intention was we could make amazing games like Whistle on it, but we realized quickly we couldn't. But we could make. We were making like we looked at Galaxy Birds earlier. We made Oh No. We made Insects in Space, and we realized we could make kind of budget quality games. I think you're right. Actually, you couldn't do horizontal scrolling. You could only do vertical, right? But you're right. It was push or auto. Yeah. So we quickly realized it wasn't up to the job, but it was a great tool. So like all game development, when we made Megalomania, you started off flying around space, managing planets, and we ended up getting rid of the flying around space bit because it was really hard to do a management simulation while someone was shooting at you. So we had to get rid of it. So yeah, but same with that game, a bit of software, it changed into a tool.
In Germany, we always called those games, when we were young, we called those games Zeug games, because Zeug is S-E-U-C-K in German, spoken as a word. And there were so many Zeug games on the Commodore 64. It is unbelievable. I don't know how many thousands of games there are made with your construction kit.
Amazing.
I think it is the most popular tool after Balderdash.
Yes.
I also learned another word from you guys earlier in the conversation. Someone said shmup for shoot 'em up.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
No, I never heard this before. This is
no,
never. No.
I thought it was international. No.
No.
Okay.
New one on me for today. Yeah.
I have a question to Becky.
Huh?
Becky, I have a question to you. You were credited for Command and Conquer 3, Tiberian Wars, and you made some engineering programming. What exactly did you do there?
I was working at Electronic Arts at the time, and my job was to help get Command and Conquer 3's source code updated and building again. And then I did a lot of code optimizations. I wrote a bunch of the editing tools, the graphic engine, the shaders and stuff like that, just miscellaneous work. I didn't really do any game design. I just simply, made it run faster.
Thank you. And another question directly. You were also credited for Ultima 1 94 for an Apple II conversion. What was this? 94 was quite late.
Yeah, it was for the Apple II GS.
What exactly was the GS?
The Apple II GS was the successor of the Apple II and the Apple IIc, of the IIe, and it had 320 by 200 graphics. That was the game that I did that Pastimes in Tonetown version with the really, really nice audio, because while the computer itself was kind of underpowered and it didn't have any video acceleration, it had the best sound chip you could buy. So I focused everything on music, but I got permission from Electronic Arts to essentially do a remastering of Ultima 1 for the Apple IIe and porting it to the 2GS. And I had all the art redone, so it looked 320 by 200, much better graphics. But the real beauty of it was the orchestral soundtrack. So when you go from room to room, you could hear this echoing. When you're walking through the dungeons, you can hear your footsteps echo. The music is done with orchestral instruments. There are people who do playthroughs on YouTube, so you can actually see the game in action. The visuals are basically looking like 1994 visuals, but the audio, you listen to it, you actually think it's something from modern day because it's that good.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
No, that's fine.
I was told to show this cover again because I think Danny likes to know how in hell you will spell or
how do you pronounce it? How the hell do you pronounce this game?
Apudia, Apuja, Apidaya. What the hell?
Frank.
Very, very easy. It's just a pedia. Just a pedia.
there's an I, not a Y. Apedia. Apedia.
No, it's Apedia, you know. No, it's actually, it was actually based on Libya, and some scientific term for a specific kind of insect. So it was all made up. And yeah, the correct pronunciation, whatever correct is Apedia, actually. Very simple.
By the way, Apedia was the reason for our first cancelled project that we had. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I get to the games industry, I always wanted to do action games or stuff, but we and our team were also forced to do some economic things. For those who don't know these games, that's our games for Excel lovers. And we always wanted to do shoot 'em ups, and that was always artworks I did in my applications and stuff, and it was a shoot 'em up, and most of the enemies were inspired by a book of insects. You know what's coming. From which I was presented some time ago before that, and then I went to an Amiga show. We always started doing mock-ups and stuff, and then an Amiga show was happening, and I was working there, and I think it was Demoware or where was it's published
initially, maybe.
And there was a demo, and I looked at it, and what the fuck?
Sorry for that. You know, 30 years later, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And never forget, winners save the planet. It's on the last page.
And it should be on every single CD that Chris puts out until today. Hopefully, you didn't forget
almost
about
all of them. Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, I upgraded it on the Turrican soundtrack anthology as "Winners Save the Universe."
Yeah.
Even better.
Was it inspired by the arcades? Winners don't use drugs.
It's something like that.
Correct, but obviously we were far beyond drugs. We just want to save the planet. You know.
That's even larger, yeah.
I have a question to Julian. You are involved with your team, I don't know, with all Factor 5 member or some in Epic with Fortnite. What do you prefer, Fortnite or Unreal Tournament?
Oh my God. Well, that's tricky.
It's the same company, so no problem.
No. But Unreal Tournament is Cliffy's. It's Cliffy's old thing. No, personally, I prefer Fortnite. So for me, I never really deeply got into shooters, I have to say, and I love the style that Fortnite is doing. The Battle Royale stuff really clicked for me to a large degree, but to be honest, what's so cool about Fortnite is not only the game, but basically, especially during the pandemic now, what is being done in Fortnite beyond games, right? All of the media events, all of the concerts and everything. The Travis Scott thing was just absolutely unbelievably mind-blowing. So I think Fortnite is becoming much more of a universe, or basically the metaverse, than a game. And going back to when we were dreaming about where could games at some point go, and we're talking about that when 3D games came along. I mean, that was probably in somebody's back of their mind. And over the years, actually, we as a team, we've worked, when we did our VOD work for Hulu and for Netflix, we did the Hulu VR app, for example, where you had your virtual screening room, and you could watch Hulu in a VR environment. And then when Oculus brought out their avatars, you could get these we use that to basically do co-viewing across Germany and the United States. So all of this stuff that is now going on in Fortnite and coalescing in Fortnite is really what we had been looking forward to and working on over the years anyway. So Fortnite has to be my favorite, aside from the fact that I think it's also making a little bit of my paycheck. So
my daughter, she loves Fortnite very much.
There were two more questions. One to the Apedia thing again. Herr Martinelli asks, we need a real remastered copy of Apedia for consoles and PC. Will there be a chance?
I would definitely agree that we need that. Whether that'll happen, I don't know, but it would definitely be something I'd personally be looking forward to, and I'm sure Chris.
Me too.
So
was
a
completely remastered soundtrack, of course. Exactly. I think,
and maybe a widescreen mode. How about that?
The chances are better than ever for something like that, huh? What do you think,
I
Frank?
would say so as well. Yes.
Okay.
No, I mean there's nothing to announce, but we've been looking at that for the past I suppose 25 years, yeah, eventually it'll happen. But I've no idea when and how.
Very good and observant questions. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And we have another question to Becky. How did you learn coding at that days without internet, without help of others? How did you learn that, and how did you do that?
Okay, how did I learn to code? That's easy. On the Apple II, there was a built-in disassembler and mini assembler. So that when you start up your Apple II, it shows a little prompt there for Applesoft Basic, and you typed in the command call -151, which puts you into the monitor. There, you typed in, let's say, 800L, which is location 800 list, and it will then list you out the code. I would look at the code for the ROM that they had in the Apple II. I looked at the code for Apple II games I downloaded and played. And eventually later on, I downloaded and looked at the code on Atari 2600 cartridges. Well, once I started looking at all this stuff, I then realized the 6502 processor. I went to the library, got a book on the 6502, and that's how I knew how the instructions were. And I just started tinkering. I would look at a video game that I downloaded, like an Apple Space Invaders game. I would look at the code, change a few lines, and I would see how the art got changed, how the game would speed up, how it would slow down. And through perseverance, within 6 months later, I was an ace 6502 programmer, and then I started writing my own stuff. And I've been doing that with every other processor and language, like everything I've self-taught. I learned on my own how to program in Python and C, C++, Lua, and invented my own languages. Like for both Bard's Tale 3 and Dragon Wars, I wrote a specific language, which it was specifically designed to make RPGs. And I learned this all on myself. I've never went to college, and I didn't even finish high school.
And the same question to John. How did you learn coding?
I've never coded a line in my life. I've just done art and design and business.
You never program for your own, or?
No, I've always worked with coders. I mean, that's always been pretty much what I've done my whole life. So, no, never had any need to code. In fact, I think it's helped me in my career. I've never been a coder because I've learned to work with coders, and been immensely frustrated with coders a lot of the time. But I've learned to respect what coders tell me and to redesign around what they tell me, and sometimes to challenge them if I think perhaps they're just trying a shortcut. And I guess after doing this for 35 years, you kind of learn the limits of what can and can't be done, and what people are maybe not in a good mood today, or maybe hiding their lack of talent, or maybe, maybe underselling themselves. So your talent becomes to get the best out of coders, a bit like a director with actors, I guess, in that respect.
Thanks.
Yeah, may I add something? I mean, I think books were already invented in the 80s, and I think many coders in the 70s and 80s learned from reading books and magazines, listings, stuff like that. Okay, I won't explain what listings are, but yeah, books are pretty important, I think.
John, I have a question with WizBall. You made the graphics in WizBall.
Yeah.
And which tools do you use in that time? You
That's
use
a good
tools
question.
or?
I've got a question about how Chris learned to program, my partner, because it's funny. So, those catalogs we used to have back in the 80s where we used to always look at the underwear section. Well, there was another section where you could get these computers on hire, and he actually got a computer that he got a Spectrum, from one catalog for a month. And then after 1 month, he returned it because it was free. And he did this with 3 different companies and taught himself to program. That's actually how he broke into the industry and how I got my job off the back of his programming. So yeah, like Becky said, where there was a will, there was a way. There wasn't the professional route back in those days so much. It was find your own way in, you know. So regarding Whizball, the tool we used, I can't remember. I remember I used Koala Pad a tiny bit with the, I think it must have been D-Paint, I think. D-Paint.
Lutz Paint.
Yeah. Was that appropriate for a Commodore 64?
No, that was Amiga.
No.
So what was the one?
Koala Paint.
Koala Paint, yeah.
Koala Paint or Amiga Paint, or Amiga Paint was very popular.
I can't remember which one.
Did that work with the Koala Pad though?
The Koala Pad I only used once. Actually, I worked on a very early version. It was never released of International Karate. And I remember doing a Koala Pad of Sugarloaf Mountain.
For 4-color pictures, which was used for character mode graphics, is also Paint Magic.
I could have been Paint Magic. I mean, my attitude as a non-programmer to games is all of the different versions of games and all the tools are a bit like, you know, asking, sometimes people talk about the different versions of a game. It's like asking someone how you feel about your novel when it was translated into Italian, you know. You're already focused on the next thing. And it's the same with the tools, that they're always transitioning. Everything's changing all the time, you know. So the games survive beyond the tools. And as a non-technical person involved in a technical world, I've always kind of just seen them as transitory and actually not paid too much attention to them. You know, I still use Microsoft Paint every day, by the way, in my work. I'm in design work because I know how it works, you know. When you're not involved directly in the technical delivery, which I'm not anymore, I'm not delivering graphics, your attitude becomes very abstract. Everything is just a tool, like a pencil or a pen. Yeah. And so I don't remember shorts, but one of them, it wasn't Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit, I can tell you that much, because we did that afterwards.
Becky, I found something in our shop, and I tried to be very sure that it's yours, but
it's mine.
Yeah, it's yours because they love you so much. So you got your burger inside mentioned. Impossible to see not the right name. It's your burger. Perhaps 2 things. I didn't remember playing it. I of course know Interplay very good because they have an imaginable, very large line of perfect games and blah blah blah. I like it. I'm a sort of a fanboy. Do you remember making this one? Because it's you on the first line as programming. I think it's not so. It didn't happen so often.
Well, I created this game. This is my baby, as well as Bard's Tale 3. Because Bard's Tale 1 and 2 were created by Michael Cranford. I did the 2GS versions, as well as other ports and all the dev tools. But Bard's Tale 3 and Dragon Wars, I created from scratch. And I designed the language, I designed as much as scenarios, so forth. And a lot of the texts were done by writers. Bard's Tale 3, it was Michael Stackpole, and in Dragon Wars, it was Paul O'Connor. But the pretty much everything about that game, I did. So yeah, every line of code. In fact, I still have all the stuff to build that code, build the game. And fun trivia, the PC version of that game was written on an Apple II.
What was the inspiration for the auto map? There's an auto mapping in Bard's Tale 3, and from my knowledge, it was the first game that used this, which is a huge thing since then in role-playing games.
Yeah, and in the Apple IIgs versions of Bard's Tale 1 and 2, that's where they put the automap. I created the automap for that version. And then I just simply ported it to the Apple IIe, 2C version, C64 versions for Bard's Tale 3. Mm-hmm. And in fact, if you hit Control-P, it'll put up a menu so that you print it out.
Okay.
Then Dragon Wars, I went to an isometric automap. Which is, again, is one of my own designs. I came up saying, hey, how can I make the automap look better? Let's do it isometric. So Yeah, the fact that there's a picture of it right there. That's the auto map. The game itself is all front viewing, but if you just hit question mark, it'll show that map of where you've been. And it works everywhere, be it cities and dungeons and so forth. Because that was one thing I did differently with Bard's Tale 3. The game did exterior maps and interior maps differently. On Dragon Wars, there's no difference. The game treats both the same. So which allowed me to do things like skies and dungeons that go in underground and above ground at the same time, things like that. But yeah, that's my game.
I have to speak a little bit so that the others see it, because the stream is only limited to one person speaking at once, so you can see now the auto map. Yeah, okay.
I've got my copy of Bard's Tale 3 here. How come Dragon Wars wasn't a real successor? Was it planned as a different game, or why didn't it become Bard's Tale 4?
Well, it was Bard's Tale 4. When Bard's Tale 3 was done and shipped, I immediately started working on Bard's Tale 4. Unfortunately, because of legal issues, Interplay at that time published Neuromancer and Battle Chess as its own publisher. We signed a deal with a company called Mediagenic, which was Activision in another name. And they were doing our distribution. The problem was Electronic Arts was also bidding to be our distributor. And when Electronic Arts found that they weren't going to be our distributor anymore, they said, well, since we own the intellectual property of Bard's Tale and Wasteland, you're not going to be able to make any more Bard's Tale Wasteland games. So to which we had to move around, and I think we renamed it internally Project X, and then later on it became War of the Dragons, and then it became Dragon Wars, but all my notes and everything still say Bard's Tale 4. And also because we couldn't do Wasteland anymore, that's how Fallout was born.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to say bye to all of you. I have to leave now. It was very pleasure to meet you all, and hope to meet you some year next year and at the Gamescom or something like that. So bye bye from my.
Thanks
again.
Thank you, Willi.
Bye bye.
Willi, hope to see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That's also a dropout for me, because I have to meet Willi in the morning, and I have to get the breakfast. So he can sleep longer than I.
Okay.
Okay, same to me also.
Yeah, same here.
Have a nice morning and
thanks.
See you.
Well, thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And I'm dropping out too, guys. It's getting later here.
Short question to you, Julian.
Yes.
Some years ago, I think it's 3 or 4 years, you said we could do an interview sometimes. It would be great if I can contact you. I tried it since 3 years, and please send me an email or give me a hint. I want to do this interview, and a lot of listeners of our podcast ask when Julian did this interview. I can do this interview. I said I wrote.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's finally do it.
Please send me a mail or
at factor5.com.
Okay, I try it again.
at factor5.com. Yes,
I know this email. Yes, of course. It would be great. Thank you very much for the infos, and
thanks, guys.
Bye.
It was great.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, I too have to get going as well. This is Rebecca Heineman, and I gotta go eat dinner. Wonderful having me here.
Thanks a lot for joining us.
Nice.
Hope to see you again. We plan video calls like this again. At the end of this year, we have the 100th issue of our podcast online video. Perhaps you want to join us there or something like that. Thanks again for joining us. It was a great honor to have you here. Thanks a lot.
All right, send me an invitation, and I will see if I can clear my schedule.
Of course.
Thank you, Becky.
Bye.
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 So I will leave too. So I just wanted to say, if we were on a real Gamescom or whatever for exhibition, we would never meet such a lot of people and a bunch of here. And it was very nice to talk to you, and it's very fun to be here. And yeah, that's one of the things we have in this COVID thing. And I think it is for me one of the best shows here. It's not kidding. And yeah, wish you to have a nice day, night, whatever, morning. So and hope to see you soon.
Thanks a lot. We do open hand here. We will see how it ends. Yesterday we did the after show till 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. We had to switch at 2 o'clock to another channel, but here on the Zoom channel, everyone who will stay here can talk with us. Thanks a lot and hope to see you again. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So now some time for the guy in the background. I'm finally here. Background work has calmed down a lot. I had a heavy work to do where when the new people arrived, chat with them, do some managed work in the background. But now I'm here, and I know Ingo was faster than me, but I had a lot of things to do. But Ingo, I can beat you. You see, this is his first CD from Chris. Shade. The second one, the third one to be on top.
I have much more. Wait, I must search my.
And a picture how we today learned how it's pronounced.
It's not a
I have the lower number with the piano collection.
Yes, you are right. You are right. You have what was it? 76, and I only have 100.
My bucket list is bigger than yours.
But I can't read the number. Maybe we can ask Chris what number it is. Wait,
I catched the fish and it was so big.
Sorry, boys.
Definitely a 7.
We have a question from the chat again to Chris, and this is a nice question. From Kundenbetreuung heute, is it in the meantime possible to get a decent curry, sausage, and spaghetti ice cream in America?
Yeah, not where I live right now, but when I was still near San Francisco, there was actually there was an ice dealer, ice cream parlor that had the spaghetti ice cream, which was shocking.
Ice cream.
Yeah,
Spaghetti
well, it has nothing to do with spaghetti. It's like
just the shape of it.
It looks like it. It's actually vanilla ice cream, and it was invented in Mannheim by somebody there. And yeah, it's one of my favorite ice cream variations.
Mine too.
And each time when I go to Germany, I have to have it at least once. And
Chris,
then the Kundenbetreuung. Exactly. Oh yeah,
what number
there
it
you
is?
go. 73 of 500.
Nice. Okay. I thought maybe it could be 13. What a pity. It isn't.
You cannot sell it from
in your imagination, yes.
13 would be bad luck anyway.
So, John, you're in your gaming room, or is it games?
Yeah, I moved. Basically, what happened was I was in my living room with my laptop, and then the battery died, and then I had to plug it in down here. So I moved. I came to my lead, and this is like my office. I don't know if you guys.
Okay.
This
is like times today.
It's like a dungeon.
This is like my keyboard, my guitars, and my old games over there and stuff. You know? It's where I work. Yep. So now I'm back in the office from the living room. So I was sitting in my settee with a drink, and now I'm just back at the desk. That's it.
There's another question from the chat. Chris, what about the Amiga demo you planned for this year, a TFMX music demo?
Yes, this whole strictly limited production came kind of like pretty quickly. I mean, we had something like that in mind, but it did not happen until like maybe 2 months ago or something, where I first heard about it, and since then it's been totally chaotic. I actually had talked to Richard about doing it together, but he didn't have time in the end because I was late. The problem is that the TFMX files from the project are not cleaned up, so they still have samples in there that are not used. There's like fragments of songs that I started that need to be cleaned up. It's just not. And then also playing them back, some of the playback systems that are out there don't play this back correctly, because there's always different TFMX versions that have different features in the sound macros. So I have to actually go in there and see if it actually runs on those, like the Winamp player and the Deli player on the Amiga and all those. I want to make sure that it actually runs correctly and that the files are cleaned up. And yeah, but it's coming. It will come. I have connections now to programmers who are able enough, but they have other things to finish up right now.
There is another currywurst question in the chat. Chris has 3 currywurst in Saarbrücken a lifetime, and he knows why. I don't know what they want to tell us.
Well, the thing is, we actually had like a big meetup of fans in Cologne for Gamescom for a currywurst and spaghetti ice meetup, and so that's part of that. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to maybe I'll do a currywurst tour through Germany. That would be nice.
Hamburg has a good one.
You're welcome, Chris, at any time.
Yeah. I make the best currywurst sauce ever here in Nordrhein-Westfalen. So just come.
On that note, maybe yeah, it's time for me to also sign off. But it was very nice chatting with you all and meeting you all, and I mean the ones that I hadn't met before. And thanks to the fans in the chat and everything. And looking forward to getting this huge project done and other things.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chris.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
For me, Chris, it was an especially emotional moment. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
For me too.
I'll check out that email later. Thank you so much. Until then, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Guys, I'm going to go as well. I want to go and show you something. This is something that happens when you make games and then you have kids. You had WizKid earlier. This is something. It's like you get these things, and I got like a Sensible Soccer bookmark with Daddy on it and stuff.
That's sweet. You should sell
some
it.
life in games with daughters who are now adults and had their own. Actually, I've just become a granddad, so that's
I
how
don't know, because
Okay.
I've heard something with university, or no, your daughter is okay. You're a granddad soon.
I'm a grandfather now. I've been
okay.
a grandfather for 2 weeks. Yeah. So
Congratulations.
Yeah, there you go. This is games from my kids growing up with a dad making stupid computer games. This is it. It's reality. It's amazing that we've all come this far to like a proper generation shift. And that's where we are now. You know, we're looking around the world at this crazy COVID time, and we're all taking stock of our lives and realizing, hopefully, most of us, at least we've got nice families and homes, even if everything else is a little bit wonky at the moment. And I think this is a really interesting time in the world right now for all of us, you know, however we've been through to this point. I think the bigger question for us, our generation, is what do we give our children and our grandchildren now? How do we join up what we know to what is now for them, so that this spirit we had when we started making these games in the 80s and in the 90s, this is being lost in the world right now. You know, this mentality we had of enterprise and being able to do stuff, people are trying to strangle it from us at the moment. So my bigger view at the moment is, how do we keep that alive? All of us, I'm talking now, you know, all of us, whoever we are, because we can't let our world be consumed by corporations and news about terrible things and how we're all bad and everything is a disaster. This is not right. So I think the bigger question is, what can we do as a generation of people, because we're largely the same generation, with largely the same worldview? What can we share? We're stuck between this big baby boomer generation and this young generation, which is kind of unhappy and not got a great deal going. What can we do? It's a question.
John, do you mind me asking, your kids, how did you influence them, and did any of them get interested in game development or do anything in games?
None of my daughters. I've got 3 daughters. The eldest.
Oh my God!
The oldest is 32, the youngest is 26. The one in the middle is 30. She's the one who just had a baby. So no, none of them chose to go into games. Different careers. One's went into being a doctor of psychology, another one's working in publishing, the other one's doing various bits. And no, not at the moment. I think they understand how hard it is to keep this going. You know, making games is a living. When you want to be independent, which I've always wanted to be, it's quite hard. You know, you need to really, really push. I mean, so no, they didn't. No, but I think that I'm lucky in that I started off quite successful, relatively young. So I've had some success and I had some money, and that's fine. But you still keep going, and I wonder how we can not let this spirit of making things happen just be crushed, or go the opposite way. It goes into this world of dreaming about startups and what you can do in it, and a lot of this stuff ultimately filters down into nothing. It's like, you know, so many startups turn into either something which dies or something which is swallowed by a big corporation.
Yeah, but it's isn't that unfortunately a little bit the side effect of an industry maturing? I know exactly what you mean, but I think a lot of it is like when an industry is young and it's growing and there's lots of innovation, and then it's also possible for outsiders and people who haven't studied it or haven't really professionally plan to go into an industry, have a chance to get into it. I think that's what our generation was, right? Everything was new, and that's also an opportunity for outsiders to really become, to found a company, to go into basically something that you also haven't learned and still be successful, at least those who survive business-wise. But then everything matures, everything gets bigger, the bigger companies, so some of the ones that survive grow bigger and swallow the smaller ones, and it's an unfortunate trend, but I think this happens probably in other industries as well.
I think this is my point. I mean, I agree with you, what you're saying, and for sure within our industry, that's what's happened, and that's going to happen. But I think it's a bigger issue than our industry. I think it's about the world, and this is my problem. I understand our industry's got to a certain point. You've got certain power players. There's a huge technology companies now as well, and stuff, and you know, the bigger channels. We understand that game, but the world is like that. And my question is actually for our generation. You know, like we are European people from a certain generation that understand the world kind of like post-World War, before all this corporate shit has killed everything. And there's some creativity in the middle there that's come from music, from games, from film, to a certain extent from business and other areas. How can we keep that flame, for want of a better word, alight for younger people to carry from us, and to not see people seem to be so carried along with stuff and so easily swamped with things. And it kind of concerns me that the influence I've been able to enjoy in this industry as a creative person, I'm talking about now, not personally. Yeah. It's quite hard to establish that at the moment. It's quite hard to hold on to it and to remain autonomous. And that's true around the world in everything at the moment. You know, most things sink and a few things swim and get swallowed. It's a question, is there anything we can do?
But isn't you're just focusing on the negative sides of it, but isn't there also with just, I mean, yeah, just taking our industry as an example for the bigger picture, but even in our industry, isn't there also the positive side, like with it all growing up and being more mature? There's also some very nice development with all the indie titles nowadays. I mean, when I look at Steam and I see all of those really, really creative new titles coming out, because a lot of hurdles are now lower than they were when we were young. There's a lot of people that can be creative nowadays and can even especially remove the entire business side. I don't want to know how many people in our shoes failed because they failed on the business level, who were creative game developers, made maybe great art or were great programmers, but because they were not themselves business people, they didn't get so successful or didn't manage to found a company. And nowadays, this is all easier thanks to things like platforms like Steam. So there are also positive developments. And
well, okay, two things. Firstly, in my opinion, we already had an indie era in the 80s and the 90s. It didn't happen in the States so much, so we don't hear about it. But in Europe, certainly in the UK, we had a pretty healthy independent era in that time. Totally not corporate. Totally like having a small band, getting in a van and driving around the country and gigging. That's how we used to work. So, and I agree with you, there's lots of opportunities now. But what I don't see, and having done teaching and lecturing in universities in England for 5 years, I don't see a real enough business acumen around it. Because you need the business, the IP management, the understanding the way you run a company. Otherwise, it's not a career. It becomes a hobby, which goes to but that's not what we. That's
sometimes
not even
the hobby is super successful, right? I mean, there are those developers who bring out something on Steam and then
My question's at a bigger level. I feel that everything is very marketing led at the moment. Yeah, that's really the point here. And we talked earlier about how we had independent shops buying games and then they disappeared and the chains came in. And nowadays our chains are our distribution channels, or Google's, Apple's, Steam's, whatever, right? And there's certain marketing games you have to play around those to make things happen, So I guess my question is, maybe it's not an issue to everybody. It's an issue to me. I feel the way people are being manipulated and have felt it for quite a while, and having come from inside an industry that's really creative. And when it wasn't so manipulated, I understand it doesn't need to be like that. And my question is, I'm just asking you guys, what do you think? Am I talking rubbish? Is there any sense in what I'm saying? I'd like everyone's opinion on this.
Jon, I'm following you on Facebook since 4 years or so, since our first we met at the Gamescom, and I've see you in the face when you had your financial problems, as you mentioned before, and it was opening the notebook, seeing you posting, and it was like because you were angry about anything, and from a certain level you stopped writing postings like this. And I can only say from my point of view, we are just in the retro stream, and this is more like a small river with a slow speed.
I understand,
and Bernd, you're talking to Bernd, who is the owner of Egosoft, who has one perfect product with a great community and living in a sort of own bubble, because his community is he has his community. But if you're going out in the big business, in my opinion, the market has changed very much, because the companies has to do a different marketing now, because the customer is more focused on something new. I think titles like 8 titles like Electronic Arts puts out every 1 or 2 years does not have the same impact as it has years before.
So you think it's going in a better direction for new products now?
Since 2 years, yes.
Since 2 years, okay. And
I think it's changed a bit.
What do you think has created the change?
That the normal way you sell games has changed from retail games and shops where you put some displays and you got some girls going around saying, here, I'm for Call of Duty, blah, 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 blah. It's not happening anymore. So you only got Amazon, the shops in other countries, and the other is Steam and Epic. And shops have, if you see the statistics, how much games have been sold from indie titles, it's sometimes you have 500,000 sold just to an indie title, which had never been before 5 years ago.
So you think things are actually going in a good direction in this very recently as well? You're saying for 2 years.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I understand that.
I would say it's just not all negative. I mean, I see your point, John. It's just I think also in the 80s, at least in the early 90s, where I can maybe say more myself, that there were always also negative business trends. There was always the bad guys, the big bad guys who try to push out shit games, or who try to bankrupt the small developers, or just buy up the IP or whatever. All of these same bad business tactics that are still there today, and which kind of is like a bad spirit. I think this has always been there, but it's I think that is not new, and that isn't changing. It's a little bit.
I'm not necessarily saying things are all bad now. What I'm saying is, it was. I guess maybe, I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could be my personal opinion, but the creative energy of just making something and pushing it out and having that seriously considered and put through the machine that puts things into the market. I think it happens now, but I do think, especially with games, there's certain areas which we're not touching because we're going through channels. So in terms of entertainment software, if we like, you won't see much which is political or which is going to upset anybody or these kind of things. Do you?
Serious? I mean, I've seen some pretty political games on Steam recently. I think
you have. Okay, and they've got.
I've seen some. I mean, it's of course the question is how successful are they? How much visibility do they get? But at least Steam isn't. They are doing everything to make it automated, to leave the decisions up to some AI that just goes for eyeballs, and not really to some people at Valve that say, okay, this game is the game that our audience should see, and all the others disappear. So it's a little bit democratic, maybe not in the best way, and it is probably possible to make it in a really good way. But I've seen some political things.
Games like Through the Darkest of Times, for example.
I've not seen this game, I have to say so.
Yeah, it's a pretty political message within the game, and it's if someone plays the game and really tries to understand what's going on within the game, then it could lead to positive behavior somehow.
I just hope we keep everything open. I hope we can continue to keep this open, and actually also on a quality level. I've got a big problem with the copycat games which are allowed to even exist. Games which clog up the mobile market, for example, which are poor copies of something which was there before.
Yeah,
and I hope we can have that kind of curation. I mean, we're actually on Apple Arcade with Sociable Soccer, and Apple Arcade is not perfect, but at least it's curated. And this is a good thing. I mean, it's weird because it hits a tiny fragment of a market of Apple, So there's good and bad things about it, but the curation is fantastic. I don't know if any of you guys have had titles on there, but your title gets attention for what it is within that genre, because and to me that's.
Curation is good for those who are favored by the system, but it's I think it's
well, that's the way I like it to be. No, I mean, you need to hit a certain quality threshold. That's all I'm saying. I think for our industry, we need to retain that. We don't want to be in a position where anyone who makes anything which runs on a piece of code which runs on a platform is publishable.
But that's basically what happened in the 80s too, right? I mean, how many games were published which were total crap?
Well, not many, because you had a manufacturing cost which stopped people running out 20,000.
Yeah, but on the Spectrum, on the C64, you had so many crappy games from Radasoft and whatever.
We had a company called Kingsoft in Germany which had so many programs which looked a bit like something on the market for a year.
But I liked Emerald Mine. That was a great game, Emerald Mine.
That was Key Punch Software in the United States. Key Punch Software. They were just almost, but not quite every other game.
But you got to understand, even in those days, even in those big days of like Amiga or PlayStation 2, there was only 3 games per day. new coming out.
Yeah.
It wasn't like 500, you know.
Of course, you are right that a platform like Steam that deliberately tries to lower and lower and lower the hurdle of this automatically attracts a lot of very, very bad titles. But what they are trying for many years already, and I believe that they are really honest in that attempt, at least. And this is always very controversial because there's always losers and always the developers who don't benefit from it will not like their work. But I think they are honestly trying to set up an automated system that basically takes those decisions that is good and what is bad from them and still gives the consumers in the end a good idea of if a game is good or bad.
But I don't think so. Definitely not. Because since Steam started with this automatic structures in this way, I lost some suggestions in my list which I prefer in gaming. I constantly get games I'm don't interested in. I constantly get games about shooters and stuff like that. I don't play those. This algorithm is shit.
Yeah, it's a complex system, but what I can speak about myself is in particular the review system, because this is certainly not something that is incentivized from the business side, to say it mildly. Like, I'm sure there's no developer who loves the review system on Steam, and there is no, and Valve themselves don't benefit from it, but it's there. And we as a developer, we had big problems with it because we had sometimes versions of the game that had problems, and then you get a lot of bad reviews, and then it's very hard to get out of that again. But I respect it deeply because it's this democratic platform system, and it helps really give the consumer in the end a relatively democratic.
The problem is that. It is a democratic system, but I am an individual with an individual taste, and this is that's happening. This isn't happening on Steam.
And also, there are a lot of people who are giving bad reviews just for bombing and release. For example, Last of Us 2, there was a big campaign, with a lot of bad reviews, and it was incredible.
But I don't, from a customer perspective, I don't think it is so bad what you're all saying, because I see it more like, yes, there's a lot, but it is good because there's more of everything. So now, for example, in the last couple of years, I was able to buy newly made games for my Amiga. I was able to buy newly made, really high quality games for the Commodore 64. And I can play all these other games, also political games like games like Heavy Rain or Detroit Become Human, AAA titles that do political things. But all of this now exists, so there's something for everybody. Every special taste can be served.
When it's not a game with a huge budget in advertisement and stuff, where do you find them?
Yeah, but on Steam you can find them, and it is, I mean, you have to realize first that it's impossible to make a system that makes everybody happy. It is impossible. There's tens of thousands of games by now competing for eyeballs there, and there's always many more losers than there are winners. And
let me ask you a question. If every art gallery had 500,000 paintings that anyone had done just stuck to the wall, would it make it a better art gallery?
But I think we find the games the same way as we did back then. Yes. We find them because our friends tell us about them, the ones that they found. We find them because magazines and blogs talk about them, because podcasts talk about them. We don't find them through the shop systems. We find them by hearsay, just like always. There's millions of artworks in the world. I don't find them by looking at an art online or so. I find them because somebody tells me, have you seen this painting? Look,
right, but in doing that, right, this happens with literature too, because it used to be when you would write, it would go to a publishing house and it would go through the editing process. A lot of times, 9 times out of the 10, you're getting a rejection letter. You're not getting published at all. And so you have, and in doing that, there were a lot of good authors that were never published. Now with things like Amazon, anybody can put a book out. And so when you go on there, there is a ton of crap. You know, My Night with the Sasquatch or something. You know, it's like there's loads of that which drown out. You know, and some are legitimately decent, but it drowns out a lot of the really good ones because there's so much crap laying around. And it's sort of the same thing with the democratization of the games that you're talking about. Is like how do you find, you know, there's so many that are out now that it kind of hurts the individuals.
The problem is the same in all of those cases. The question is just there are different solutions for the competition for eyeballs. In the end, it's always how do you get the visibility, and and the answer to that is always either do you leave it to a big corporation that makes the decision for you, the publisher. Like you as a developer go to different publishers, they have to make the decision based on money, like you said.
But it's still the same.
Yeah, no, wait, that's one way. And this is how it was in the 80s or 90s. And it was based on how much production costs do we have to put into this? Is it worth it? And then they make a judgment. Okay.
Yes.
And that has a lot of downsides, right? I mean, they will rule out political games, for example, or will rule out other things. Now, if you do it completely democratic, of course, it has problems. I'm just saying what Steam is doing is they are mixing multiple things. They have, of course, they have your friend suggestions. That's one thing. So that pops up. They have the review system. So you can get, of course, that also have lots of faults. I can really talk a lot about those. But I'm just seeing because we are working with them for so many years now, that they are honestly trying to set up a system that is democratic on the one hand, and still gives the best result for the consumer.
But is it
a very, very tough job?
Anyone who supports a football team, would you want anyone who fancies himself as a professional sports person representing their team and being on the pitch? I mean, it's kind of insane that there's no quality gatekeeper. It's a bit like what AJ was saying, like as a writer or a photographer, all these people, other people that I know outside of our industry, their profession's almost being lost. And I have to say, as a game maker and as someone who's never been in the demo scene, never, ever, since 19 I've been making games professionally, there's been this massive blur of hobbyists and professionals lumped together. This is because the guys at the top don't give a shit about where the content comes from. It's just content. They don't care. It's the same with writing, it's the same with photos, it's the same with music. I'm a pretty good musician, but I'm not a pro. But I know I'm a professional games writer. There's a difference, you know. But because we're in this age of mega populism where everyone wants to be included, we can't exclude anyone by saying you're not quite good enough. Like in many areas of the world we do it, but in media now it's digital. Now the cost has disappeared, the gate has disappeared. The quality.
No, it hasn't disappeared.
But
I mean,
it's good.
You're saying it
It's
yourself. Of course, there are gatekeepers, but it's just. They are different levels. Like on Steam, you have, what are they called? The curators. Of course, every system that they install will be abused. So with the curators, you have lots of people that are just trying to be, or to just give automatic reviews for all games or stuff like that. Every system that they establish will be abused by organizations who try to make fake reviews or something, or by...
That's not the point. If you look at mobile, which is the most extreme example, 1 million products viewed in a window, you can only view 10 at a time. There's only one way you're going to get to the top: marketing spend. So the money's actually going to marketing companies, people.
But mobile is horrible because of a reason. I think mobile, it's basically the same thing. But mobile, and I don't think Apple's solution is the best solution for it. It's a good solution for some.
It's a good solution for some. I agree with you there. Yeah.
The problem is that I think, Steam is trying to set up something that would be good to also have on mobile, because it would at least solve part of this problem. There's on the one hand, there's a lot of crap. The copycat is a different thing that you mentioned, which is also horrible.
Yes.
That should be a legal solution to that. I mean, if you do what some of those companies are doing, just blatantly ripping off another game, that is illegal. That should be illegal. And
I agree with you.
That's not a platform problem, but other things are platform problems, and I think at least that Steam is a better approach at solving it than the completely open shops that, or the completely closed shops.
So this is the new confusion we've got through, and as I say, it goes well beyond games. It's through digitization. Like, can you imagine the volume of written words that are published in a platform of some kind now every day compared to 50 years ago? It must be 10,000 times per day, something like that. It's extraordinary, this content we've created, because we trace it back to when we didn't used to have printing presses and no one could read, and then they printed books, and then words were the gospel, quite literally, and everyone read the words and they were important. And now we've got this over-reliance on words, and now they're starting to lose their meaning. The words are starting to like almost go somewhere else. And
what about music?
Focus. I'm sorry.
Music is also, there's millions and millions of albums and a huge amount of content, and it still works. I mean, people like certain bands, they like certain developers, they look for the games from that same developer, from that same book author, they look for books from that author. I think what we maybe just need is a few more labels that can specifically serve certain tastes, so that you go by your label and you trust them that they select the games for you. I don't know. It
doesn't necessarily always work, because the independent musicians don't always get the airplay that the mainstream guys that have a label do. And the labels are run by old people who decide this is what kids want. It used to be back in the 50s and 60s, somebody would come up with some kind of new sound, and the guy at the top would go, I don't know what this is. Yeah, try it. And people liked it. Now it's younger people that say, no, this is what people want. And if you have a different sound, we don't want anything to do with you. So it never even gets there.
But on Spotify, like platforms like Spotify, it's not like the radio. I don't think they select that much. I'm not sure, but I don't think they are so selective.
Yeah, Spotify is maybe a similar thing to Steam in a way. And I have another positive example. I know there's always negatives, and as soon as I will say that, then you will probably also shout there's so much negative in it. But my point is just that it is a balance. There's always negative and positive. My example would be YouTube as a platform for publishing video content. I mean, yes, there's so much crap on YouTube, so much bad things. But on the other hand, I love to watch educational stuff there, videos. I've subscribed over the years to probably more than 100 channels, which push out like those little individual channels that push out maybe one video a month about a topic which are really well researched. And it's hard to find those really good channels. It's like finding a pearl, but once you do, after a while you can create yourself like the best possible TV station ever. And this is just something that was impossible in the past. And it's like another side of this digitalization that, you can say, sure, we are producing so much crap, an ocean of crap, and then it's so hard to find the pearls in it. But
I guess the question is, and maybe it's better now, or maybe it's worse now, but it's different. So we talk about old retro games. Everyone's here because of retro games. And everyone's here because they like the same group of retro games. There's going to be 30, 40, 50 games we discuss and no more, right? That's the polar opposite of what we've got now. With this big sprawl, and you find your own thing, apart from the odd thing that everyone's aware of. Like something like Britney Spears or Miley Cyrus that we're all made aware of, yeah? Then there's these tiny fraction bits we find. It's very different from how we used to consume stuff, where, I would be into David Bowie, for example, and I'd listen to all the records again and again, and me and my friends would talk about this. And so my question is, when we consume media in this different way, in this digital rush, how much is it going to affect because having these, even though David Bowie is emblematic of creative songwriter of that era, how much is it going to change us when we don't have these emblems we all relate to and understand? That's the big question.
What you just said reminded me of something my parents always said. They would be like, when I was young, there was only one channel on TV or two channels. So we all we could all talk about it the next day because we all watched the same thing. And then they say, now you have 300 channels on cable. How can you even, you can never talk about it. Nobody watches the same thing. So, and that was, many decades ago. But I think your point of view is somewhat a little bit similar. I like to see the positive about it. The positive is there's so much choice now. With cable TV, I still had to choose channels. Now with Netflix, I can choose exactly what I want to see.
I agree with you.
There's pros and cons of all of this.
For consumers, it's a great system. It's fantastic for consumers. It's the creators that it's not fantastic for.
Yeah, correct.
I think so. I'm just talking from a consumer point of view. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's also, I guess John's point is not just that. It's also like if I get you right, the psychological effect that it has on consumers.
Correct.
That kids grow up differently. And I think, of course, this is like just another aspect of that age-old question of like now it is what happens to the child's brain when they are constantly getting fed input, and they have this dopamine constant satisfaction where I would say, but I know that there is definitely again the negative sides of it, but it's if the parents take care of their kids and are careful and control what kids are allowed to do, then all of those media, the new media, are not more dangerous than things in the past. And this, again, hasn't really changed. There were always people that saw the new media as a danger. I've read some funny stories about how people in the early days of newspapers were already seeing newspapers as dangerous because they had so many short text, and they said that would basically be damaging to the attention span of people. They should rather read books. And then, of course, when television was new and so forth. So there's always this discussion whenever there is new technology. Maybe it is dangerous for us. And yes, the technology changes us. I think kids nowadays are psychologically very differently developed than just one generation back already. And that's a fact. And not all of that development is positive. It is what it is, but it's also not all negative either. So.
No, it's not negative, it's different. I agree with you. It's different, yeah.
Just a short story. I was on holiday in Denmark, and 20 years ago, every adult in Denmark speaks or at least can listen to German. This is just because of German television was so strong that the Danish television was a bit crappy. What was like made in the cellar, and the German television was full color, Traumschiff, Schwarzwaldklinik, television series, expensive. And so the Danish people all watched German television. And all the adults speak German. And I've been to Denmark, and we had some problems with the police, some strange story, and no one, 10 Danish people, never speak German, just English. And same thing, if you go turn down to the 80s, as Bernd told us, we all watched the same thing on television. Now you have the choice of 50 channels plus. You can watch Netflix and you can watch Amazon. And the only thing that most of the people do is cry on the state television that it's making crappy things and it's expensive and horrible, blah, 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 but they don't watch it. And so on one point, it's like they have all the choice, but the choice makes it more critical or more strange within the society, because we all watch something different.
Well, correct. We can't share it with each other so easily.
Of course not. Yeah. I don't think the thing is, for me, it's more about the medium, because I still make difference between books and I make difference to music and also to games, because they're all in a different scale. What is provided, and what's happening in the games market is that there are so many games that it's you have to watch only the new releases on Steam, and you can see after half an hour you won't see the same releases anymore, which have that moment you have looked at it the last time.
And you know what? It's taken us 5 years to make the current game we're making. to get how many seconds
and there's more. The thing is, there was an article on Gamers Global, which is a gaming mag here in Germany, and it was an opinion which was kind of controversy about people who do this crappy stuff, and when they came up to a forum and asking for feedback for the stuff they are doing, and he was just talking, go home and learn. This was kind of what's happening there. And I was thinking about what's with all those people which are trying to do something, which are really trying to do something in this area. There is nothing. They go to Steam because it's the cheapest way to go. It's just $100, I think. To play the game.
People go there because it's the largest platform and the largest market.
That's one part, but it happened when they started with this $100 thing. Then happens that these releases exploded on that platform.
This is another one of those examples where people abuse the system, and that's the problem with such a democratic platform. There are always, every system they establish, people find ways to abuse it. It's like this is the small fee that they established was a method of at least getting rid of some of those automated methods. But yeah, $100 is of course very, very cheap. I don't even know how much you have to pay at the moment, or what the current.
It would be quite funny if people manufactured cars in the same way, right? We can just knock up a car in your garage at the weekend and sell it, stick it on the road, see how it goes. Why not?
No, that's not a good example, because cars, obviously, there's too much cost of goods, right? But you the better example yourself before the.
Yeah, but the point is,
everybody can paint a picture.
The point is allowing the car on the road here. If I make a car and it kind of runs, and it can just run on the road.
Yeah, but there's no danger. There's no danger on those roads, right?
But
a bad game that nobody buys is not really harming anybody.
But it is because it's harming the quality. No, the average quality of what's on the store.
The average quality doesn't matter. It's what matters is the average. No, what matters is the average quality of games that are
caused the video game crash back in the early 80s.
If a game is just on Steam and nobody ever sees it and nobody ever plays it, then nobody cares. What matters is if the wrong games get the attention. I mean, if such bad games are actually being played, and of course they are making the game, so some people seem to be buying them. Otherwise it wouldn't.
Let me ask you a question. Let me talk about my game, Sensible Soccer, which people know, right? Why did everyone play Sensible Soccer back in 1992? Why did we not have to put huge amounts of marketing into that happening?
Because the magazines told us that it's a great game.
Yeah, and what other competition did we have at the time?
Nobody made a good game.
No, there was kickoff. There was kickoff. So it really split the community into two: the kickoff fans and the Sensible Soccer fans.
The two, right? Now imagine I made a match 3 game. Now, what's my competition? Is it 2? Is it 2,000? Is it 20,000? Is it 200,000? Maybe.
Are there really so
you
many?
You are in a very luxurious position, right? I mean, you are a known developer.
No, it's not because it was known. It's because it was a really good game. It wasn't just because if someone unknown had made that game at the time, it would have got the attention. It wouldn't have been so easy for them with business, but it would have done. The point is, there's a quality difference between professional product and people learning their craft. And the people learning their craft at the moment are put in the same stage as the people who are professionals. It's an insult to professionals. And this is going right across the industries. Journalists are suffering massively from this at the moment. So I say photographers are suffering, writers are suffering, musicians are suffering, because there is a difference. And people don't like to hear it because it's elitist. But as someone in the member of an elite in this area, I can say it because and also the people who suffer the most aren't people like me, because I can still get my way with business. It's really, really good quality, unknown young people whose voice and whose work is being just swamped by crap. This is not good. You know, we wouldn't have made it as Sensible Software. Now, with this deluge with our quality of product?
I don't believe so. Because I see the opposite examples. You are just focusing on the negatives. Because I'm on Spotify listening to the Discover Weekly playlist all the time, and just to find those cool new songs that nobody suggests to me, that I don't have to read about in a magazine, that I don't need EMI music or Sony
For a
music.
consumer, it's fantastic. No one's talking about that. But if you want it to be your living, you want to grow up a family with it and own a house and have a car and your life not to fall apart, then it matters. And that's the problem at the moment. I think that there are some great young people emerging through this, really talented, which is great. The problem is, if the other 95% of people who aren't talented weren't in the way, they'd do even better, they'd have even more support, and we could move forward quicker. At the moment, we've got all the digital tools, which are great. Everyone's got them. The problem now is everyone's allowed to use them without that vetting that most professional world things will have. That is my point. We kind of almost need 2 or 3 tiers of publishing. So you can be up at this level and you can come to this level, but the best ones in the lower level can move up. That's kind of what we need. We need a tiered system.
You know what could be done is you have to have a master's university degree to publish a game on Steam, or you have a separate. That's the kind of thing you're talking about. We have this in the natural sciences, right? You're not allowed to publish until you have reached a certain rank in the university system.
And the
what
people
does that
who
mean,
allow
really?
you to do it are the problems, because they make the steps. Just like in Germany, we have the Meister. Only the Meister is allowed to do something in crafting.
Only the master baker can open a bakery. So there is this educational system which is doing this gatekeeping in many of the jobs and professions still. But it is a bit funny in the games industry because there are these degrees, but do we really want to require somebody to be on Steam to have a master's degree in game design? I don't know.
No, you don't. What you need is proper publishing mentality. So in the old days, when you went to publishers, not just games publishers, music publishers, book publishers, these guys had a double skill. One was their business acumen. The secondly, they had a proper feeling for their art form they were representing. They understood enough about music, or enough about games, or enough about books to have a feeling for it. And they were building a stable of product to put their label on. And sometimes it was too selective, and sometimes it was too manipulated, but often it wasn't. So it's a bit like when you throw away that system and go into total what we've been calling democracy. It's kind of democracy, but it's over democracy, So sometimes when we throw away, like, for example, you throw away monarchy, and then you go to a form of governing a country which is not monarchy, and you get elected democracy. Well, that's good mostly, but there's one problem with it. Every 5 years, you can just walk away with the problems you left and forget about them. And with monarchy, you can't. So monarchy has that consistency of responsibility that we lose with elected leaders, if you understand what I mean. If you want to see the upside of everything, which I agree you should. And now we're kind of in this position with this democratized publishing. Like, how do we handle the volume and make it right? So that's really
impossible, right? I mean, what you want, these publishers, it's impossible now because there's just too much content. Nobody can even skim it all anymore. So you would need an army of editors to read all of the stuff and then decide what is good or not. I mean, because we are so many more creative people now in the world, I mean, I wonder how many people were able to code games in the 80s, and how many people have the skills to code games, bad or good games, doesn't matter. Just code a game.
Code bug-free games actually just about the same amount now as they used to be. They're just
maybe, I don't know. I agree that there were a lot of public domain games back then. Also, the shareware market was gigantic, so good. Were really good.
Oh, that's true. I think John is ignoring that. I mean, there was a lot of really crap games already also in the 80s and 90s.
There were loads. I agree.
It's just a totally different market. So the public domain.
This is the point, that they didn't in general get manufactured because the cost of having a tape, a manual, a box, putting it in a lorry, driving it to a shop, it was all too much, and people were like, this thing isn't worth that. And that physical manufacture was the biggest gatekeeper of all.
Yeah.
Because it made
the physical cost is the analogy of of the price you have to pay to get on a platform like Steam. And of course, if I don't really know what it is right now, because we are again in that elitist situation that we, as long year partner with them, of course, don't have to pay anything for it. But I think it is, if it is something like $100, and of course it is way too cheap to really function as a hurdle for anybody.
Correct.
But on the other hand, if you just set it to any high price, there's always the risk that there will be some really talented small indies, the really good one that you are losing, and who's just not able to pay whatever $10,000 or something.
I think 10,000 is actually about the right number.
Yeah, that was the number that I would also have in mind. But on the other hand, I'm pretty sure there are some really, I've met some really talented small.
Yeah, but this is where publishing comes in, because if you spot a really talented youngster and you know your industry, and you can see they just need $10,000, and you can say, look, here's $10,000.
Great. And what will the publisher do? He will mainly try to benefit from it himself.
If he's an asshole, but he doesn't have to. and decent publisher.
They are in the business of being assholes. I mean, they are not.
I've worked with loads of decent publishers. They're not all horrible. That's the point. That's what publishing is.
But no,
spotting the talent, working with it.
It's not about being an asshole, obviously, but they want to make a living themselves. And the reality is that they are to then pay them back the $10,000.
Diese Sitzung wird aufgenommen.
Do you think that's all they needed for right now? Do you know, like, I want a publisher, A, to give us an advance against the game we're selling them, B, to give me marketing, to pay for the marketing money and manage that stuff, and all the relationships with the platform holders, especially if you've got a cross-platform game. I think we're really missing publishers right now. I think that
there's certainly purpose for that. I'm not disagreeing at all.
I got a question for you, John, just about, because, you did Sensible Soccer and whatnot, and obviously you got paid for that and everything, right? I didn't have Sensible Soccer. I had Keith Van Orn's Pro Soccer, which is also Sensible Soccer.
That was the one before.
Yeah.
Cool.
So now
I've never seen that box, man. I've never seen that.
Really?
Box. No.
Yeah, it's
very nice.
The exact same game. It's the exact same game.
Like Pro Soccer,
Yeah. So this being kind of like it just repackaged and what? Did they reimburse you for this as well? Or did they just repackage it and sell it and you didn't have anything to do with it?
No. Basically, I mean, what my business is and has been since I was young, we create games. And the important thing for anyone to know if they made a game, they own the IP of that game. No one can touch you unless it's on a piece of paper, which gives rights away. And we were lucky enough relatively early. Actually, the first few contracts we signed were terrible. And often, a couple of times we didn't get paid any royalties, but no one totally fleeced us. So basically, you sign a deal which says you can have this game on this platform for this amount of years in these territories and give us an advance of X thousand pounds, dollars, whatever. And it's an advance against 20%, 30%, 50%, whatever the number is of the royalties. And the main game to play is what those numbers are. Like, what's the advance and what's the percentage to you? And then other things like, do the manufacturing costs come off the top, or do the other licensing costs, or whatever they might be? But that's something which I'm, professionally, that's what I do best because I've done it the most time from the business side. So I mean, we've worked with maybe, I don't know, I've worked with 20 publishers in my life maybe, and some of them are bad, but the majority have been okay. But I won't sign with the publisher unless I get an advance up front. If you don't get an advance up front, then you're in trouble, because internally, if you say give us $100,000 up front, they've got to justify spending that money internally so they've got to market to get some of the money back. If you give it to them for free, you don't get it back. So I mean, I'm very comfortable with this publishing model. Maybe that's why I'm saying these things. I've done it for 30 plus years now. I'm still doing it today,
The downside of that model, however, is also that I know a lot of developers who mainly the only money they ever make with a game is that upfront payment and never really get to the point where they recoup it. And that incentivizes a bad business practice as well, that the developer is not incentivized to continue development of his game because it's better for him to just move on to the next product.
What do you mean continue it?
Well, make updates, improve it, just like now what we do now on Steam. I mean, when we release a game, it's really just a platform, and we are improving it over like many years.
I know what you mean.
We're living from it all the time. We are directly benefiting from the sale of every single game. And when you have such a deal with a publisher, that is most of the time not the case. The developer in the end may get some money, but 9 out of 10 never do. It's because they don't reach that point.
I would say that with our games, two-thirds, 66%, we got royalty streams coming through from them.
Yeah.
I would also say there's a massive downside on the games as a service. You know, I mean, the old days, right the way through, Whizball, Parallax, Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit, Microprose Soccer, which AJ just showed then, 3D Tennis, Megalomania, Sensible Soccer, Cannon Fodder, WizKid, Cannon Fodder 2, Sensible Golf, Sensible World of Soccer. They went in a box and we didn't have to do any more work. And I missed that time more than anything in the world. Yeah. We killed ourselves to make great games. And then they were gone. And then they just did the duplicators. Now it's a nightmare. Now you put a game out. 1 year after it's out, someone's put a new version of some operating system and it doesn't work anymore and you got to update it, or you got to, it's honestly, it's a nightmare. I mean, it's bad enough.
Does it benefit the developers too? Because now games are put out there, like you said, you busted your ass and then you put out a game and it was done. Now games go out and it's like early beta, it's early release, and then you expect that it's going to need to get fixed. There's going to be bugs. There's going to be problems. Yeah. So now it's like you would get you'd get paid. You'd walk away. You're done. The developers now, they still have to work on this thing perpetually until it's either finished or fixed or whatever.
Well, there's also another problem that their ability to fix bugs before release is awful at the moment. I mean, it's like it's 2% of what it used to be. Like, I can't believe how buggy software is when it goes out. Our games went out with virtually 0 bugs. That's another reason we were successful. Very, very few errors. Now it's common practice to go up with bugs. And maybe it's because, like you say, they know they've got this long run to do. But it's almost like a lazy way of working. Like no one would put out a hit album with like, oh, we didn't quite get the horn section right. Don't worry, we'll do it again.
We'll do it later, yeah.
Come on.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because I think our official Gamescom live stream time is over. We have managed to get all the way to the end. I think it's 2 a.m. now in Germany. But we can switch over to Twitch, I think, and keep talking, right, Patrick?
That's correct. Please wait some seconds. Thank you for all of the Gamescom channel who visit us. We now switch to Twitch, retro_kompott. I hope it works and we stay there open end again. Thanks a lot, and you can stay here in Zoom. I hope we get it in some seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to say I'm pretty happy that I'm only doing homebrew stuff.
Yes, me too. I mean, it seems much easier. It's like public domain back then. You didn't have to worry about any of this. But of course, you're also not getting much money or any money.
In my opinion, is software industry still new economy or is it old economy now?
Getting old. It's getting old.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem. It's like you now try to build a new car. As you mentioned the cars before. It's like you just say, oh, let's build a car. You won't get a car on the road.
You know what's wonderful about cars? I tell you what's good about cars. Cars are the best example. They only run on about 3 or 4 different types of fuel. They're all roughly the same gauge, in other words, the same width. They've all got the same safety regulations. They all pretty much interrelate on a road network. Imagine the internet was the road network. The problem with the internet is it transfers stuff, but none of the cars can like queue up next to each other properly yet. Or, in a technical world, we live in a mess, like of things not interrelating properly. And actually, the motor industry is a great example where everyone's worked to the same standards for the benefit of everybody else.
In China, the internet is, as you mentioned it. It's more like there's only one road and you might only turn left.
I think that's okay. I honestly think that's okay. Even from the game maker's point of view, that's okay. If there was only one machine, my games wouldn't all die every 5 years. It should be fantastic. Imagine that. One language, one machine. You know, as a content creator.
That sounds horrible to me. That sounds terrible.
People would
I love to be.
That would be great.
I love to be able to play my game, you know, on the Switch, in the bed, on the Vita. Then I can switch to I can play on the PS4 with great graphics. All these different. I'm such a fan of this multitude of all the different choices. I don't know what you say sounds so much like a single thing. Only
I'm talking
only one soccer game, only one.
Well, the thing is, you could stick on the road a bicycle, or you could stick on it a small old Trabant or one of those 1950s Cuban cars, or like the very latest Ferrari, or a huge truck, and they all go together on the road. And at the moment, all these old games we're talking about from the past, none of them are commercially viable anymore. None of them have made money for a long time, mostly, and if you look at the other media like books and music and film and stuff, they don't suffer like we do. It's actually a real problem for us. So half the time people are making games which are just remaking something which someone did before. Well, that's not really, really great, you know. Rewriting To Kill a Mockingbird yet again in a different font on different paper. I mean, Jesus. Come on.
But what you describe is that scales with the level of innovation in the media. I think it works well for music, where probably somebody like Paul McCartney is still making millions many decades after he wrote his songs. But the more, like with movies, for example, there's also the negative example that movies made in the just a few years ago are already going down slope to some cheap recycling, like playing only on some TV channel, or they are out of the main platforms.
But at least they can run on the TV channel. Like our old games don't even run on the new machines. You understand the point?
Yeah, planned obsolescence. I mean, this is. I mean, but hey, you are arguing for Apple here, and I have to admit, I'm
not arguing for Apple. I'm arguing saying Apple Arcade is a good.
Apple Arcade is a good thing, but Apple is also the company that is doing this planned obsolescence for both for device.
I don't like
as well as for software. Yeah, the worst, right? I mean,
yes.
Now we say the next OS is 64-bit. Everybody, please port your game over to 64-bit. And if your game was 32-bit and you haven't changed it in 2 years, well, bad luck for you. Either your game is gone from our shop, or so it's this kind of dictatorship that you are wanting from a platform that is causing exactly those problems.
Oh no, I mean, what I'm saying with Apple, don't get me wrong, I've criticized Apple a lot in the past. I like Apple Arcade. I really dislike planned obsolescence in anything, and I think that it's actually quite sad that classic games like Monkey Island is a really good example of a classic old game. It would be great on any modern machine to just be able to get it and play it in its original kind of running as it looked, but on a screen where it works, basically, you know. And that could happen if the plan was to make things compatible in some way and have rather than everyone doing their own technology, let's have a 5-year plan going forward, converging on something, and then let's keep on making it. What's the next 5 years? So we're converging to. At the moment, you stick a printer in your PC, and half the time it doesn't work. I mean, God's sake, we've had.
They finally work nowadays. If we buy a modern one, a brand new one, they really work with AirPlay, with AirPrint, and all that stuff. It does actually work, I think.
But you understand my point, yeah? It should just work, and roads and cars and vehicles work in that way.
But the problem with standards in software industry, the difference here, I don't know enough about the history of the car industry, but I'm pretty sure in the early in the early decades of new cars, there were also a lot fewer standards. And the problem with standards in software industry is that they are always only developed on the knowledge of the day. And then things develop very quickly, and the standards very quickly stands in the way of innovation. And that is exactly where you have two choices. Either you continue to support your old standards indefinitely into the future, or you do it like Apple and say, okay, APIs, for example, we are completely throwing away the old API because we decide there's a new and better way to do things. And so please, developers, here you have to recompile your game, you have to change some things to use our new and better API. From a technical aesthetics point of view, this approach by Apple is much better. But this is like two polar opposites. The one is Apple and the other is Microsoft. Microsoft's operating system tend to like support backwards all the old APIs. You can still run old Windows 32-bit or Windows 3.1 apps even on the most modern Windows 64-bit operating system, and they have to support so many layers of DLLs. It's laughable if you look at a debug stack for one of those games.
But in those old days, and I agree with you, they didn't know what we know now. Now we know that if we plan some kind of standardization and conversion going forward, we can make this work. I mean,
this is the maturity that you need first. You are assuming that we are now at the end, and next year there will be no new innovations anymore.
No, I'm saying we should innovate to agreed convergent standards within a 5-year window, and then keep a 5-year
window. Sounds very communistic. What you are saying?
I'm saying we
plan for software development.
Okay, basically what I'm saying is you say within X amount of time we'll stay within this standard, but we'll keep on moving it, because if everyone just goes their own way and nothing works, ultimately you've got a disaster, which we've had these disasters. And like in the UK, we've got a really good example, like where our hospitals don't even work on the same computer system. Did you know that? You can go to a hospital, they don't know your blood group because the hospital you come from locally or whatever, the system, it's ridiculous to have de-standardization.
Those are different. Those are a bit different, though, I think, because you said that earlier. Because with hospitals and roads and building buildings, you need standards and regulations to make sure that they don't, fall apart after 2 years. But with software, because people die when they fall apart. But with software, nobody dies when the software has.
Yeah, but that's
with games, nobody dies if your game doesn't function. So it's a little bit different, for me.
But regulations could still improve the situation. What's the problem?
And they do, and they exist. Something like DirectX is a standard, is an API that somebody develops, and then people agree to use it for a while, and then the next version of DirectX comes out.
And who uses DirectX?
Sorry?
And who uses DirectX?
Well, game developers who want to make their games for Windows.
For Windows. So that's like what percentage of the market?
No, I'm just saying this is just an example. It's just one of hundreds of APIs. I'm just saying that there are standards. It's not like there are no standards. It's just that what you are criticizing is that they are moving on. Next year, there is a new version of
No, I'm not criticizing that. I'm criticizing a lack of a plan that's coordinated by everybody around the world. It's a bit like what we actually need for like the environment. You need a coordinated international plan where it all works together, the same as technology, exactly the same.
For the environment, I 100% agree. For health, I 100% agree. I mean, we are ruining our planet, and we need good government and a plan to save us from ourselves, basically. But this always comes at a price, and the price, and you have to decide if you are willing to pay that price. And for software development, especially in an area where things are very innovative, the price is definitely too high. And we've been working on a virtual reality game on VR. That's of course like we've been doing it in 2017. That was like the hot area, the hot time where new stuff was coming out basically every month. And then you can see of course, it's very painful to develop in that environment, because basically you are making a game for the controller of this headset, and next week there's a new headset and it has a different controller, and you have to redesign your entire user interface because now the handle works differently. And then another company comes to the market and they have a new headset with a different resolution, and you have to test your game on it again, and you find out, oh damn, it's a different aspect ratio or something like that.
But imagine if there were like 1,000 potential inputs you could have from a control interface, and they were agreed, and every input was pushed through these 1,000. And in terms of visual output, also there was a limited number or standards of visual and audio outputs that could be varied, but there was some way of joining them together. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's what very clever people try to do, and it's just that those very clever people tend to disagree again a year later.
It's largely because it's because our world at the moment is driven by patent law. And patent law means you don't want the other guy to do what you've got, and you don't want it to be compatible. And there's a lot of that which actually block, you know what I mean? You can, sometimes it's a very overt, you know exactly what I mean, you know, so.
Yeah, that's a problem, that's for sure true. Not for all of those players in that market, but yeah.
But for some of them, we can see the battles going on. So, I mean, that's just been a wish of mine. I'm just talking about as someone making games for 35 years now, you know, it's like, all this old stuff, I mean, it's just all dead. I mean, you guys talk about it, but it's dead. You know, it's you can't consume it. You know, it's not possible. And I think that to have an industry as games, which is like really entertainment software, which is still relatively in its infancy in terms of as a creative art, if you like what I mean. Know what I mean? There's a lot more we could be doing if the technology was stable and sat still and was, you know, we could really be pushing out what we're doing. We're still making games which we were kind of making the same type of games 30 years ago. So I kind of think sometimes we could be doing more and more and more crazy stuff, you know. Like,
I agree. I like the games industry because I think at least as opposed to many other industries, there was for a long time a trend to not patent stuff. At least I felt like there was a lot of free sharing of ideas.
There was.
I always thought like somebody like John Carmack, when he developed very early on these really innovative new technologies for shooter games, for example, if he would have patented some of that technology, he could probably be, I guess he's very rich already, but he could probably be a lot more, lot richer.
But he doesn't need to be, and luckily he understands that.
He never did, and he always shared his ideas. And I think many other great guys in the games industry did so too. And this is the very negative trend when then large corporations buy up those small corporations, and they say, yeah, but we can make more money. We patent something. Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I'd like to bring up, you were talking about, you know, these things, these games don't last. It's dead. It's gone. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things that we've seen recently a lot is with this, like the retro community, people realizing that for a while it was kind of like, you know, that was the last generation of game. We've made a new one. The graphics are better, whatever. Mm-hmm. And I think people are starting to realize that better graphics does not necessarily equal better gameplay. Absolutely. And you see a lot of new games go back to older styles, and a lot of old games start getting embraced again, coming back out through places like GOG and whatnot, where you can download it, basically the game in a wrapper, so you can still play that original game the way it was originally on a Windows PC or something else. Mm-hmm. So in that respect, it's like, you know, these things, it is as an art form or as a way of storytelling or whatever, it is actually figuring out a way to remain relevant, even though it's an old game. People are still discovering it and are still starting to play it now.
I think people could learn an awful lot. I mean, I know certainly from my history, very few people in the States know much about games that were developed in UK or Germany or most of Europe. And it's kind of irritating if you read this to the greatest games in history, and it's like, not just you, but none of your mates existed either. Like, we weren't there. But I think that to really go back to all these games. Like there's Japanese games I've never played. There's a game called Hertzler, which is a German-developed game, which had some elements of mining materials, which we used in Megalomania, and we were meant to have been the first game to have had a tech tree. But another
Is it really
game.
German?
No, it's a Japanese game. It's Technosoft from Japan.
Thank you.
Yeah, they had a love for German names.
It's a Japanese company with a German.
It was well known. There are more examples like this.
But it would be great to like have a proper study of this stuff and to have what you're describing, AJ, like to look at this, to go backwards and all the games which are important at forming stuff, to show it coming throughout the world. I would love to see something like that and make it so that it could last a long time, so people did understand. Within our own art form, I'm talking now. I think that would be important for people to understand where we've got to. And I think that you see a lot of lazy people have a real disregard for history these days in every aspect of the world.
We should mention, I want to mention that the preservation comes mostly from open source and projects and the community who develop emulators like DOSBox and other things that allow these old games to run. I think if it were just up to the companies who make the games and the publishers, that would not be happening so much. Because a lot of times the companies even lose the source codes themselves. They don't care so much about their old games, you know. So it's really a community of enthusiasts and hobbyists that allow us to, even though the standards are always changing, allow us to still go back in time, at least, you know.
Yeah, it'd be quite interesting to see like evolution of, I don't know if anyone's done this, but movies of like the evolution of a genre, to particular genre of games, right the way forward from text adventure, like the you walk north in the forest, enter, right the way up to the really fantastic like RPG stuff we have now. I think it would be really cool to see that. Are those kind of things being done? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I'm certain there's stuff on YouTube. You know, like the evolution of like Grand Theft Auto and whatnot. It shows you all the different iterations. Because it was a top-down thing, and then it was first person. You know,
I think it's nice to see our work be kind of involved a little bit in some kind of history, if you don't know what I mean. Although I might complain about stuff, I'm actually quite pleased about that kind of stuff as well.
I never understood, John, how I think you did the graphics for Sensible Soccer. I never understood how you managed to make these tiny characters look so good. And they didn't even have enough room for 2 eyes. They were only like 3 pixels, and it still
These were Megalomania guys. If you've ever
those little guys. I mean, they're like too small. How is it possible? But they still look cute and good.
My art wasn't great. My art in games was good at functioning properly, like it did, because I was designing it. I was more concerned that it had the function of what it was meant to be than it looking fantastic. But I think it just kind of worked to get these tiny little things. And of course,
they were like so tiny, how they can possibly not be any tinier, and they still look so cute. The cuteness factor was
John only had the seats on the most upper level on the stadium, and so he only saw the soccer players in the size.
Yeah, I went to Barcelona and right in the
By the way, I must add, Sensible Soccer was the only soccer game I ever played and liked. I'm not a fan of soccer in general, but it was so fun playing it with 2 people in front of the computer. It was so much fun in that time, and I'm really missing a game like that.
I think that this is something, because we're making sociable soccer now, something I've been involved in for 5 years, and you know, it's totally cross-platform and it works online, but it also works that you can play 2 guys on the same machine. That habit of playing games like 2 people in one machine is what's going. I don't think people are playing multiplayer. When people talk about multiplayer now, they automatically think of online. And unless you're looking at Nintendo and stuff like that, there's not a lot of other games people associate with that. Funnily enough, apart from Nintendo, where people kind of expect to be able to play Mario Party or whatever.
Funny enough, that's exactly one genre that I always love to look for new titles on Steam, because I like to play multiplayer games local multiplayer games with my kids in front of our TV, like the type of gameplay that you get from the what was it, the Wii U, for example, where we had enough controllers and like Mario Kart, this kind of stuff. And I'm always
rare such games.
Sorry?
They're getting rare, such games. It's hard to find.
I find actually they were rarer than they are now. I see a lot of very cool indie titles that do that, and even with more than just the. Normally there was always this limit with 4 gamepads on the PC, but now there are even some that you can play with more locally, and this is one of the ways that I discover cool new games on Steam. I always look for local multiplayer and always add interesting things to my wish list. And then Steam starts suggesting others, and there are really cool things.
I think this is an area that Nintendo have just kind of taken the lead on for many years now, and I guess it's with Switch now, the Wii before it. And you're right, it is on Steam and it is on PlayStation, it is on Xbox. But Nintendo have always claimed this corner. They're stuck in it.
With Switch, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody connecting more than 2 gamepads to a Switch.
You can get 4 on a Switch.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but even 4. I think with the Wii U, we had more than 4 even. But
the Switch supports more, I think 16 even, because you have you can have 8 of the big ones, and I think they split into 16 separate ones, if I'm right, or maybe it's 8, but at least 8. You can get 8 different ones.
We were talking about planned obsolescence. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm always pronouncing it wrong. But yeah, throwing away your old hardware, and I mean, I like that when you. This is one of the reasons why I personally move away from consoles a little bit in the last years. I collect old consoles for they are dear to my heart, but my game library nowadays is only on the PC, because there I can have I don't have to throw away my gamepads all the time. And when Nintendo brought out the Switch, it's great that maybe you can connect 8 controllers to it, but I'm not going to buy more plastic trash to poison our planet with it.
There's another thing I mean about making things compatible, by the way, the plastic trash mountain.
But you know, I think the Switch is interesting because when you buy a Switch, the big Switch, it's funny because you automatically get 2 because you can use them sideways in this innovative way.
I know. Which
is an incredibly good idea. And even when you play single player, I like to hold one. You know, I have a single controller, but I hold it in 2 pieces. I can move my arms freely. It feels so freeing compared to having the controller in front of me.
It's still completely mobile. That's great. You have a mobile console with 2 joysticks.
Yeah, they did some great innovation, and because you buy it, you already have 2 basically. They are super tiny and not so good to use, but you have 2. So immediately you can play local multiplayer. So they are really pushing local multiplayer, again, after we have almost lost it. I think I completely agree with you that PC is also great, but and what you said, that Nintendo is pushing local multiplayer again, which is so awesome. Couch co-op, couch playing on the same couch.
The new Intellivision deal is pushing that too.
Yeah, it's coming back. It's great.
I've got one story. One story about the plastic crap, Planet Eco, and so on. I've got a small child, and I have to have a brush for the glasses, for the was heißt das? Flasche, for the
bottle.
So I started buying one. Certain quality but not good, from a German company. It holds about 1 month, and so it got broken. I had to buy a new one, and so began to a shop and bought a one with for €2. It holds 3 days. Then the scrap broke. We go back to the shop. They say, "Oh, sorry, we don't have it anymore. Here, you got your €2." We go to another shop, got another one for €3, and this one holds 2 weeks. And I said, "Why in hell are you selling this crap?" And she said, "Yeah, this is the only one we only can sell right now because the more expensive and better ones are not available at the moment because all are buying the cheap ones." And so that's the story to your games, because perhaps it's too much of the cheap ones, and the good ones are not showing out of the mass of plastic.
Correct.
Well, yeah,
Drifting in the sea.
at least bad games don't spoil our ocean or cost us too much natural resources. That's why I said to Jon's comment before, on the ecological side, I totally agree to his more dictatorship approach to this.
More dictatorship.
Dictatorship, here we come.
Jon Hare will tell us which the good games are.
The good games are the ones that everyone. I don't know. Good games, you can never know where they're going to come from. But
you know what?
Normally there's a pretty good consent. Interestingly, when you've got stuff, people tend to agree on what's the best or what's good. They just do. I mean, when you stop trying to be nice to everybody and are honest, because there's a lot of the world is infected by everyone being nice to everybody at the moment. It's creating a whole bunch of problems, and no one's straight about stuff, about what they really feel about things, and on so many levels at the moment, we've got problems coming from that. And I think that most people, if you give 100 people 20 games and you ask them what their favorite 3 are or the favorite 5 are, you'll find that 3 or 4 of those 5 are in almost everyone's list, because quality does tend to come to the top. Yes, there is the type of game it is. Someone might not like sports games. There's a sports game in there where they might not want a racing game, or they might not want a puzzle game or whatever. But most people kind of agree. It's interestingly more. It's more democratic. It would be good to have a 2-step process of publishing right now. Like, which games do people like without any marketing applied, just proper quality, and then push those games up, and you get a much better way of dealing with it. So, I think we're missing publishing at the moment, honestly, as quality stuff.
In a way, but however, this is exactly what the Steam reviews are giving you. And I mean, the problem.
But who's reviewing them? Reviewing them?
Your
who
customers, the people who are.
But do you know the kind of letters we get? Do you know we get letters about our current game at the moment? Like, the game's been out 6 months, and we put an update and we changed the goalkeeper slightly, and someone says, I can't score any goals with your goalkeeper. Fuck you, your game is fucking shit.
Yeah.
That's what people are like right now. There's not a lot, people aren't reasonable out there right now. There's a lot of keyboard warriors.
On the one hand, you are saying people aren't reasonable. On the other hand, you are saying you should. People would agree on what the best game is if you give them the problem.
If you give them limited choice, yes. But what I'm saying, if you ask them anything other, but naturally out there at the moment, people tend to want to be abusive and angry and critical right now. For some reason, the world at the moment
temper and people are just sometimes, especially on the internet, I think it attracts the people bringing out their bad temper and not have, especially as soon as something is anonymous, then people just.
It's incredible. If someone says to us, "The goalkeeper's too hard, please change it," it's like, that's fine, yeah, that's a reasonable comment. But the if you get the odd criticism, it's so harsh. Like, I know a guy does a community management right now. Yeah. I mean, I read it sometimes. It's like, how can you read this every day?
The funny thing is,
it's so nasty when people aren't happy.
As soon as you as soon as you just reply to those people in a professional way, suddenly they become very polite. Sometimes they even turn into your best fans.
That's really, really cool. And then you get the ones who are kind of schizophrenic and they get nice, and then they get angry again, and then they get nice again. It is funny, but
usually they don't turn back into angry once they found there's a human on the other side. I was just writing to this anonymous support email address, and I wanted to just. So I was just assuming it's a robot anyway, and then when you respond and they find out, and it's not just a human, it's the actual developer I was talking to, then
Jon, we had a report about our retro room here in Hamburg, and from a state television making a report of it and saying, we had some problems opening because the government said we are not like a gaming room, and we are not with something in between. So because of COVID-19, we're not allowed to open. And so we got a report in television, and the people, they put it on YouTube, and they made comments on it. And 90% was, oh my God, help these guys, I had such a cool idea. And the 10% is, oh, they're making their money with photos, they don't need the shop, they make money anyway, don't go there. And Patrick and I start to comment on these guys under their comments on YouTube and say, oh, we are a small shop, thank you for your answer, but I think you had read something different. And they all write, oh, sorry, oh, that's perfect, I hope you're doing well.
Robin, they said you have a lot of games in your store, 3,000 games, you have enough to eat. And I told them I cannot eat the games. That's up to the museum.
It's true.
Yeah, of course.
You know, sometimes people take things. There's one problem we had where our server went wrong, and I think it was about 10 players lost some points on our system, and the guy was really taking it personally that the server accidentally singled him out to lose these points, like really personally. So yeah, you'd expect people to be reasonable, but they're not always. I think the ranting and swearing and being unreasonable, even in the last few months, has escalated a lot. I think it's maybe due to COVID stuff. I'm not sure, but I detect
Make the skin thinner, perhaps.
Pardon?
Makes the skin thinner. The people are having thinner skin. It's like you're not touching. It's like you're getting directly to the flesh.
I just detect it in the last couple of months because I'm reading these things sometimes, and it's like, how can you get so angry about something so small that we can correct for you anyway? You know, so it's like almost that's why. And the reason I'm saying this is when we talk about the public reviewing things, as you know, I'm not sure that is the best way for it to happen. I think that it's good to get public opinion. Do they like something or not? But maybe not the full review if they're not reasonable enough with what they're articulating.
Right.
You know?
Again, the reviews are reviewed again, right? Because reviews are upvoted and downvoted, and the better ones are the ones that get more eyeballs. So theoretically, again, that there's that system again on top of it. But
in some places, there's even a curation system where a moderator looks at the review first before it even gets posted.
That's a reasonable thing, to take out all the real crap out of it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have got good points. I think just the way people articulate things has got a bit more severe when it's negative, you know, when it's good. And of course, you also get a lot more people commenting negatively than positively with some things. People who are happy don't tend to want to tell you so much.
That's the general problem with the review system, that of course, if you buy a game, you play it and you are happy with it, there is relatively little incentive for you to go and write a review. But as soon as there's something that doesn't work right and something that you didn't expect to be like that, then you go and complain. That's this negative bias that you always have in reviews. And Valve did a lot of new things to the Steam update that they did. I think I think was it about last Christmas when they updated this the library, so that everything, basically they did lots of steps to encourage people to just write a review also for the games they are playing and not just for the games they buy and never play again. So it's setting the right incentive again.
It would be interesting to have some kind of time gate before you can write a review on games at all. That might help actually. Like, how long have you played it before your opinion is valid? You know,
as I said, there are big flaws with the system. Like something that we suffer from a lot is people who are just not reading the hardware specs right. So our game is pretty demanding in the hardware specs. We need a pretty beefy PC, and then people just assume, well, my laptop is beefy, I can play everything. Buy it without reading the details, and then finding out that the game doesn't even run, or if it runs totally shitty because they are even below the minimum specs, and we figured out to just make it not crash, but it doesn't run fine. And then not just do they give us a bad review, but they also refund, and the review counts to our ranking.
Of course it does.
Even though they refunded the game. and clearly without ever seeing the game sometimes, even because it didn't even run, something like that. And yet on the other hand, our hardcore fans, the ones that really want to support us, buy the game from our own Egosoft shop, a little self-run thing, then also go to Steam and write a review. But those reviews don't count to our score because they are coming from an external website.
Oh, they didn't get it from Steam. They didn't acquire it.
Buy it on Steam. So this is really negative for us. But I see why they are doing that, and I'm understanding it. And it's not just because they are greedy and want to make the money. That it is because they cannot control it. And on the other hand of it, there are otherwise people who are giving away keys for free just for positive reviews, and that has happened in other cases.
It's
and they
like,
have
like Chinese stuff on Amazon or eBay, or more on Amazon. If you're looking for a cheap television or something like this, you've got 50 reviews from 45 and perfect 5 stars, super cool.
Even large sites like Amazon are not really doing what they could do to make this impossible. And I think Valve is doing a better job at it. Not a perfect job, but a better job than many others.
There's another trend which I find annoying with games, which is where people literally download the game and say, right, here's my first ever experience playing this game. And then they find that they're not really very good at it because it's their first experience at it. And you get a plethora of these videos of people playing your game badly, which is kind of a vaguely irritating fashion. I understand why they do it. I mean, if I was a kid, I would do it myself. But, you know, it's kind of quite funny the way you get these weird... A lot of the stuff in the space commenting on the game isn't necessarily that considered, is what we're saying. Really.
Yeah, they dislike the game not because it's a bad game, it's because they suck.
Yeah, exactly. And they suck because they've only played it for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What were you like when you first got on a skateboard? Well, I fell off, you know.
It's the attention span problem all over again, right? I mean, if people are growing up with mobile games that require only a minute of learning, and then you are feeling like you are perfect already, and then you go to a PC game that requires studying hundreds of tutorials, and then to get back, then it's quite a steep learning curve.
It's actually really something we've learned with Sociable Soccer is because it works cross-platform. So it works on the touchscreen, it works on the controller, and it works on lots of systems, and it works cross-platform to play. We've had to cater for Chinese people on mobile games who've got low attention span, and actually relatively in that market kind of low dexterity at these kind of games. And then high-end PC players who are old Sensible Soccer players who want the opposite experience. And finding the right control system to suit all these people is really hard. We've actually, in the end, we've got 2 systems. We've got a simple system. And I tell you, I can explain it for anyone who cares about this stuff. So the simple system, basically, it does like FIFA, but with 2 buttons. So there's pass and there's kick. And when you press pass, it basically aims the pass at the person roughly who you're facing towards. Same with kick. It kicks it at the goal with a bit of deviation. And then you've got the advanced controls, which are much more like Sensible Soccer, where you're 100% controlling the angle, you're passing it, you can lob it, you can do more sophisticated stuff. But then the trick is to balance it. So both of these can play against each other. Yeah? So there's a very different demand from, like you said, like a basic mobile player and an advanced PC player. Is like...
I was thinking about this point for a complicated PC game. I mean, Bernd, the X series is everything but accessible. It's how evolves the series right now with new gamers from this.
That's what we are working on for the last 10 years. We are trying everything to make it more accessible. I think X4. I mean, this is almost like a challenge that will never end, because on the one hand, we are making the game more sophisticated and more complex. Every year, everything we add makes the game more sophisticated and adds features. And at the same time, we are trying to make it accessible. And that is like two things that go in opposite directions. It's very hard. And it's also this problem with the with the review system that you have very different audience. You mentioned this before, Jon, that you said, yeah, there are different types of players. The one who likes this type of game, the other who likes that type of game. And we suffer from the problem that people who play our game and who come as new customers especially, come with totally different expectations. There are some who go and see, oh, it's a space game. So, and they have that expectation that it's an action game and they want a shooter and they go in it and they just want actions and missions and that tell them basically who should I kill next? Give me a cool ship, let me progress to the next ship, give me better weapons, let me kill people. And then you have other people that are coming from the economic side and they want to have a game where they can build stations, trade, have basically Excel sheets in the game. So it's a totally different thing. And we are delivering that, and we are delivering many other things, and all have totally different expectations. So we can never make everybody happy. So our game development for the past 20 years was always just finding compromises that work best for everybody. So it's basically this constant struggle to find like, how can we make this, how can we put this in, and at the same time still also make it accessible for the other types of players? How can we make those guys more happy again without alienating the others? And that's a constant struggle. But it's cool.
It's hard. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to communicate what your title is about when it's not simplistic. Basically, is what we're saying.
It's a lot easier if you have a product that has a very clear marketing message. I mean, if you make say this is a new jump and run, and you make Super Mario, and it is just a really perfect jump and run. It's perfect in what it is. People come with expectations that are clear and they get the best product. Then you can only have 100% perfect reviews. Of course. How could anybody not be happy with Super Mario Bros? It's the best game. It delivers exactly what you expect. But with a game like ours, when you are trying to satisfy people coming from totally different opposite ends of the spectrum, we are super happy if we have a 70 to 75% positive review rate. Then we know we did our job well already, because we can never make everybody happy. It's impossible.
We're living in the most mass market world we've ever lived in right now. So like, you put something out and it can go to people in countries you didn't even know existed, let alone have you visited. And it's really hard to get, when you've got such a large audience of 7 billion people in the world, and I don't know, we can hit 4 billion of them maybe. It's very hard to know how to make that work. And of course, the reality is that 90% of people aren't going to like your game that could access it, because it's just not their thing, So, I mean, it's funny for us at the moment, making a soccer game, that it turns out 80% of the audience in the United States, well, what percentage of the United States actually like soccer or football? Well, that's down to 10%. Then half of them are female and half of them are male. Well, I can tell you, FIFA statistics is 98.5% of their buyers are male. Right, so you can take all of the women virtually out of, that's half your Apple audience. So it's like half of half of half. So if you did a survey of all the Apple users, you'd find our game was like on the unpopular tick with loads and loads and loads of people, because it's just not their thing. And because we're judged in these global things, it's a bit like you're making heavy metal music with your game. Like, most people are going to hate it, but like 10% are going to love it, And getting that to be communicated, like you said, as a good thing is something we almost need to do now. We need to say within our niche, all the big corporations don't care about niches. They want global dominance. They want to be, Google or Amazon or Apple or Microsoft or whatever. But we want to dominate our niches. It's almost our goal is the polar opposite of what your Spotify's is. And
Spotify? What do you mean? Spotify as a
well,
platform?
Spotify doesn't care about being a niche. It cares about being a channel which delivers to everybody. And the niche artist within Spotify wants to be the best of a specific type of music, because that's the realistic thing they can attain. So when we take an artist, and our publisher is a huge channel hitting half of the globe, as opposed to a specific record label which specializes in European heavy metal stuff, Our chance of looking big within that channel is really, really, really tiny compared. So relatively, we're all this, like what we're going through is huge things. And whatever we are, we're going to be a tiny percentage of that thing. And so we're not going to be so valued as we were maybe. So we're all adjusting to this. We're all like small fish in a giant pond now, whether we want to be or not, is what I'm saying. Even though your goal, what we are, and I'm guessing what you are, is within your small pond that it's small, you want to be an adequate to big to very big fish that can hold your own and fight within that pond. And it's weird to find champions that go along with us in media at the moment. The media is like being dragged the way of the big, huge world thing. And I think that's maybe what I'm saying, the way the market's kind of moved, I mean, if your sales are identical, I'd much rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond, because it's more fun.
But
it's more fun.
Interesting way to look at it. Yeah.
Think about the luxury that you are offering now the consumers, because you are making games that is tied exactly to what the people really want, because you're listening to them, you're tweaking your game. So that niche you're filling, you have a much more direct interaction with the people who play your game, and you're really making these people that play your game have the impression that you are really making the game the best game for them that they really want, compared to before, where you were kind of guessing what do people want. You make a game, you bring it out in a package, and that's it. I think that's a great thing.
Absolutely the opposite feedback. Everyone tells me that they loved Cannon Fodder and Sensible Soccer without fail. With current games, all they do is endlessly criticize everything and tell you it's shit or this could be better. The actual feedback.
Oh, okay. Then I got it wrong.
Opposite, because people, when you allow them to engage, criticize mostly, So.
But there's also a lot of historical. How do you call this? Historical. The filter of some stuff getting older. Like when you think about stuff that you do in your childhood, you always have this rose glasses and see things better.
I'm talking about when the games were released, though. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back then. The feedback was positive.
How direct is your feedback? I mean, now you are talking customer support.
No, what I'm saying is, the idea that people can add to the game so that they feel more engaged. The problem is, if you've got 10,000 people playing your game, and I choose to listen to his comment or her comment instead of your comment, now you're telling me what you want, and I'm ignoring you. Now you hate me worse than if you'd never even spoken to me. It's kind of a weird world, but that's what it is. So people like the idea of it. But I think what people really want is the developers to take a long time making the most perfect game they can and then releasing it. And I think that what we've kind of lost sight of in the last 15 years is, especially on the PC of formats, really, really finishing it before we release it. It's become so normal to release something which is, that doesn't work, or that doesn't work, or we haven't done that bit yet, very, very little great art ever in the world has been released in a half-finished or broken or a bit broken state. And since the 90s, late 90s, we've got used to it. And I think that's our failure as an industry, to accept this, not perfect thing.
It's like selling a book by the chapter.
Yeah.
Like, here's the first half of it. We'll get to the rest later.
And he didn't even edit the chapter properly.
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure about this. I think it's mostly that it's a similar thing when you open the borders and everybody who thinks, I can release my last weekend work. It's similar, because something like early access, in some cases, it really works. There are games like Subnautica, or games like Factorio, where this really works, but it's flooded by many other people who thinks, there's a new hype, let's go there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. It works for some, but the question is, how big is that sum? You know, it's somewhere between 1 and 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
The ultimate question is that sum bigger than the sum on the Apple Store that are now in that curated garden?
The main problem is, I think, that you don't know the crowd who is possibly interested in being there.
I think if the channel holders were less really so global in their thinking. I mean, we're talking about huge companies now, like bigger to their reach of people than has ever existed in the history of our planet right now with these big media companies.
Yeah, you were talking about games that didn't make it out of the UK before, and now every game that is released is global.
Correct. And it's not localized and it's not engaging. So people are going to say, it's like I said, selling a soccer game in the States. It's obviously going to be hard work, right? Because it's like down the pecking order of sports, so it's not seen as a man's game, it's a kid's game or a woman's game, and there's kind of the MLS there. And it's like, whereas before we would sell that game, and I can tell you all our old games, they sold nothing in the States. Sensible Soccer, Cannon Fodder, Whizball, the Keith Aaron soccer you showed earlier. These games, they might as well not have sold 0 units. I mean, the money we got from them was negligible, but that was okay. So we were like a band that's big in England and Germany and France and no one else cares. That's great. But when you're compared to the globe and always made to feel small and insignificant and just somewhere down that pecking order, it's not good for as artists, part of our ego is in our work. And to always feel flat is not great for our work or for motivating our teams and the people we work with. And, I don't know, that's kind of what I'm saying, I guess, I don't know if you have the same kind of experience.
Sorry, I have to say goodbye. It's already like coming close to 3, but I just wanted to say goodbye.
It's been a great chat. I really enjoyed it.
It was really nice being here.
Yes.
I would really enjoy talking again in such a round. It's really nice. Thank you very much.
Amazing discussion. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye.
We have a lot of comments in the chat. I can't read them all. They are fascinating. They're excited. They said it was the greatest thing they ever heard at a Gamescom or at a panel or convention. It's amazing. I can't say more. It's impossible to read this all. There was some
good to know.
Here was one question some minutes, some hours ago. No, I tried to find it again. It was a music question for Jon. I don't know if I find it. Wait some seconds. Where it is.
I
think it was about
while you're looking for it. I'll answer. Yeah. I'll answer John from earlier. I'm not a software, a game designer, so I was a demo coder. But as far as writing is concerned, there is a feel in that when you're writing like journalism, articles, stuff like that, it is easier to. You do get lost a lot when it becomes global because when you have an audience that that you're working for, whether it's a local audience or a national audience or whatever, then you can play to your strengths and you do know where that, kind of where you rank in there. And once it goes global like that, you get lost in it, and there's really no way to come out on top of that.
I understand that because you don't know how. You've got points of connection with people, haven't you? And you can reference them, your audience. You're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it's the same as us making games as well. It's like if we know that people broadly have got a console background and they like action games, for example, then we know where we're aiming. We've got some kind of reference, and they're in the States or they're in Europe or they're in Japan or whatever. But when it's just like anything, it becomes hard to.
Yes.
It becomes really hard to feel satisfied, and per se, it's because we're pushed through global systems. Even if we don't want to be, we are, And maybe if some of these global companies get smart, they could start to get content and push it back through more local systems again and find a way of making that work better. Maybe that's the next step. Maybe we've gone as far as we can with the global thing, and it will tighten up into looking like it's local, but it's really just global thing with lots of little local bits, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can take something that is global in scale and localize it down to a smaller audience and focus on a smaller group of people and end up. And I can't think of an example that does this, but you know that it's something that potentially could be the next step, where you focus on you hyper focus on a specific audience, and then you can be top of that field in that one small audience demographic.
Exactly, that's achievable. I mean, it's actually like good game design. Where you've got lots of high score tables, so you can always be near the top of something. It's the same mentality, you know. It makes people feel good. You know, it makes the audience feel good as well. You know, because then you can relate to them on a more individual basis, even communicate with them on a more individual basis. So, we've grown up as humans in communities. I think I read it's like 250 people or 500 or something is everyone's average. You know, who's closed within their community, family, friends, and associates, and people like that. And now we're just going so far beyond that because technologically we can, but our brains aren't really that good at handling the insignificance of who we are, and what the stuff we do is. That's the problem. You know, we like the illusion of having some kind of importance or specialness in this soup of humans. You know.
Yeah.
I found the question. It has nothing to do with our discussion now, but it's 2 hours. It was 2 hours ago. There was a question to Jon. When did you write the lyrics for Narcissus? What's the story about that?
Oh, I like this question. Right, so I wrote it when I was 18. I think it was around about April 1984. And I had just split up with a girl that I was in love with, because it was like a triangular relationship. She was friendly with my friend, but he didn't make any move on the girl.
Be careful what you say. We are still live.
I can tell you so basically, she was friendly with my best friend, but he didn't make a move on this girl, and I liked her, so I did. So I was with her for a while, a few months, and I really felt the first time some kind of love. But that kind of teenage love where you don't tell someone you love them, but you kind of be there, but you're not sure of yourself. And then she went off with my friend. So I not only lost her, I lost my friend as well at the time, which felt really terrible, you know. So that's what the song was actually about. It was about gazing at your reflection in someone's eyes. And I was looking at how good I felt instead of thinking about what she felt, you know. It's like banging your head against a wall going, you stupid idiot. Why didn't you say something? Like lots of us have been through this stuff, I'm guessing, you know, and that's what the song was about. And then it's really interesting for me as a writer now that when it comes out with Cannon Fodder, and then for ages it's a song that's just instrumental and people don't know it used to be this other tune, and then people start to hear the version, which actually Virgin helped us record the version most people have heard with the saxophone at the end of the song, which was great that they did that. And they hear the lyrics, and then they associate the lyrics with war and people dying, and it's interesting. It was about a breakup of a relationship, how I was feeling about that, and reflecting on my own failure. Really, that's what the song's actually about. So, I actually love the fact people care about this song and the words, because as a songwriter, that's my most famous song, if you like. You know, with a proper song. So. I like that. I'm glad I have at least one which is like known by a few people. That's good. Like I said, that's for me, that's my level. I'm a reasonably good songwriter, but I'm so far off my standard of game making. And that's my point about filters. I know my level in this, you know. Of course, if someone wants to sign me up and put me on a global world stage and release an album and give me, you know, several million copies of sales, I'll take it. But maybe I'm not at that level yet, and I've just got to accept it.
So we should mention that this is what you're talking about, Narcissus. That song is the famous theme song of Cannon Fodder on the Amiga with that singing voice.
No.
Oh
It's
no!
not.
What
No,
is
no,
it?
the singing. There's 2 tracks on Cannon Fodder. So.
Okay, then I didn't
War
know.
has never been so much fun. War has never been. That's actually me singing in a high voice. That was one song. This is a fun kind of like reggae style song. Narcissus is the tune that plays when the guys queue up in the hill to go to get subscribed up to the army, and then you got all the graves in the background. It's the sad one where we should see the names of all the dead people.
Yes.
And it never had.
I always thought it's a woman or a woman singing.
No, it was me.
Okay.
I had very tight trousers. No, it was me.
This is a true Ingo question.
No, we had a
sentence.
We had a discussion about that in the video Stammtisch when we were playing Ken Fodder.
Actually, it was we did theme tunes for Cannon Fodder 2 and Sensible World of Soccer and Sensible Golf. In all of those, it was a woman singing on the title tune, but in Cannon Fodder, it was me.
Okay.
Through an Amiga.
I lost.
Yeah.
So in this Narcissus song, in the game, it's an instrumental song. You're saying there's lyrics to it?
Just instrumental. We didn't have the memory to put the lyrics in it, and it wouldn't have been appropriate anyway. So, but I've seen some beautiful. Someone did a video of like people with the war dead and people dragging people out on stretchers and stuff, and put it together with my track, and it actually made me cry to see it. Because someone had really taken my song and turned it into a tribute to people who died in war, which was amazing for me to see. And it's like when you make something, anything which goes into the world and becomes bigger than you, like Sensible Soccer is my best example of this. Sensible Soccer is bigger than me or me and the other guys who made it. It has its own life, and you watch it like a child.
Yes. Every year there's still a new version of it made by the fans where they replace all the players' names with the actual World Cup series or something.
Yeah.
The Sensible World of Soccer, there's a 2019 edition, 2018 edition, 2020 edition.
Actually, the guy who does the data for that is the same guy we use to make Sociable Soccer now. We use the same guy, so. Yeah.
So it's kind of official in that sense. I didn't know that.
Well, Sociable Soccer is official. The Sensible Soccer that everyone's doing, that's Codemasters' business now. So
I see.
It's weird. You have to learn to, we sold the game to Codemasters along with Cannon Fodder 20 years ago now, over 20 years ago. So you learn to disassociate yourself with the brand, but still care about the game. It's kind of a weird relationship you end up having with it, but it's cool,
Wasn't a good deal for Codemasters, in my opinion.
Well, Codemasters bought the company at a time when it was good for us to sell it, and I think that they could have done more with the brands. They could have done more with Sensible Soccer and Cannon Fodder,
and even the quality.
We tried with Sensible Soccer. 2006 Sensible Soccer was all right. The XBLA version was okay. Cannon Fodder 3, when we first sold to Codemasters, I worked on Cannon Fodder 3 for 2 years with them. This was a great design, and it never came out because Codemasters kept on changing their studios and getting rid of teams, and it just never happened in the end. And then years later, a weird Cannon Fodder 3 came out done by some Russian guys, had nothing to do with me. But, it is what it is. Sometimes that kind of stuff happens. It's not my thing to worry about now. It's like...
this one I was talking about, there's a Sensible World of Soccer 2020, which is the old Amiga game where they hacked the data on the disk to include new names. So I don't think that's associated with Codemasters. I think it's kind of like a hobby project by some Sensible Soccer's fans.
Yeah,
so you can only play it on an emulator.
Yeah, that's correct. And I've been to some of the Sensible Soccer World Cups. I've been to one, and I know the guys who do that. And
okay.
It's kind of like piracy.
Yeah.
I've got a double relationship with piracy. In the one hand, it costs money, and in the other hand, it's kind of made what we've done really famous and popular. And at the end of the day, the people caring about your work, as you get older and as your care about how much money you've got diminishes because you're getting nearer the winning line. That people caring about the work you've done in the past becomes more and more valuable. You know, I'm suddenly realizing, well, I have done for a while now, but since my 20s, I've made work people recognize. You know, as a creative person, that's really lucky. Some people don't get this until they're much, much older or not at all.
Yes.
I'm starting to appreciate I've had that, you know, at that young time in my life, to enjoy these years of having people telling me my work was good in case I needed the reassurance, which I probably would have done had they not told me. So I'm quite happy about that.
I think I also noticed that because I'm involved a little bit in the homebrew scene on Vita and Switch and so on. I noticed that I forgot the name of the person, but somebody was working on a editor for Sensible Golf, so that the users could make their own, a very nice editor. I think it runs on Windows or something, and the users can make their own golf courses. And they found some unused graphics in the game.
Oh, wow.
This was just a couple of weeks ago. So there are a few trees which are never used in the game, but now with this new editor, people can suddenly put these new tree graphics that were in there somewhere.
There is so much that never got into that game. That game was meant to be like Mario Golf. People like making jokes at each other and stuff as they're playing. So, yeah, but it's interesting that, you know, it's software. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of Amiga discs there, over there. You can't see them over there. But there's bound to have something on them which someone would find interesting, some kind of graphics or maybe even a piece of code.
Yeah, unused stuff, you know, on the original disc that was never used.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I wanted to ask you another thing, because we played your Cannon Fodder in our video Stammtisch, and it was so hard. It was, how can I say? When I was a kid, I loved the game, but I never played it that much. You know, I would play the first 3 levels or 4 and then stop. And then for our video Stammtisch, we really sat down for 2 hours, 3 hours, and really tried to finish the game. And I couldn't even finish mission 4. There was some kind of, somebody has to help me here. There was mission 3, level 4, or mission 4, level 3 or so. When first the enemy rocket launchers come at you, you know, the enemy starts shooting at you with rockets. And suddenly the game's difficulty spiked up like crazy. And I was thinking, you know, when you guys were playtesting that, you must have been so good at this game. Because this was so hard. Because they shoot at you, you know, before they even at the screen, the rocket comes.
Did you make quality tests in that time playing?
The Cannon Fodder, in particular of the games we made, was the first game where I didn't like take total control of the design. Sorry, the first Amiga game. So on the Commodore 64 games, myself and Chris, pretty much 50-50 we did the design. But when we went to the Amiga games, and Chris's work technically was just going up, I focused on managing the design and directing people, creatively directing. And then when it got to Cannon Fodder, I had just so much to do on other games. I couldn't do everything that I normally would do. And more to the point of Cannon Fodder, I didn't do the graphics. So I had to design the levels. I've designed them all on pieces of paper, on graph paper, which I wouldn't normally have done. But I wanted the artist to make them exactly like I wanted, like a control freak would. A bit like this dictatorship you were talking about earlier. And in terms of the way the difficulty panned out, it was all just based on these things I'd drawn. And what I think we did well on Cannon Fodder is that every level introduces something new you've not seen before. Every single level has something new. From level, I think there's 64 levels in all, and that was very consciously done. It was very well constructed, and
yeah, there's mines, and then later on you get helicopters or something. Always something new, yes.
Or some new graphics, or some new sound you've not heard before, or some new mission you've got to accomplish. There's always something which kept you interested, and although I know it's interesting, I haven't actually done that in a game since Cannon Fodder, even though I know it and I know it was good, because getting the team to be that disciplined is really hard. You know, getting them to, nowadays, when you work with teams, and it's happened to me over the last 20 years, getting people to do exactly what you want is getting harder and harder and harder. You know, so a lot of coders aren't up to it. They're not good enough. Other times coders are so distracted by the technology or this new SDK they're going to work with, or this new system requirement or something is happening on a server, or, you know, then there was the time when we made 3D graphics, which took 75% of the time, you know. All of these things take the control away from the designer into getting everything done. And so I think Cannon Fodder was the last game where I really felt 100% control. Maybe Sensible World of Soccer after it.
You find there's like a lack of like cohesive like teamwork and stuff too, because groups, you know, it tends to be a much larger team now than it used to be, and
multiple programmers makes it harder, but it's the multiple programmers combined with the technology demanding so much of the programmers and taking their control away. And because the technology takes their control away, then that makes the communication between the designer and the programmer harder, because they're like, hang on a second, I'll just see if I can do this, and then something else happens, and then some guy over there says, oh, this is broken, and that's just what happens all the time, man. You know, so you end up with, and then you got the publisher going, it needs to be ready in a week, and then we're like, right, how can we get this box closed in a week to get it out? And so it's not quite precisely as you want it anymore, and because people now tolerate patches and stuff's going to be fixed later, you can get away with that. Whereas in the old days, you couldn't so much, you know. We made Cannon Fodder as we thought it was right. We had some QA internally in Virgin, and then they manufactured 10, 20,000 copies based on that build.
On that testing, yeah.
Yeah,
I wish you would join our video Stammtisch sometime so we can play with the master himself. I wonder if you can finish the game now.
I went to a Sensible Soccer World Cup, and I had 14 games, and I lost everything. I'm really competitive, I've got to tell you, and I lost every game. And there was even one I was 1-0 up in the 89th minute, and I managed to give away a penalty, and then in the last second the guy scored to win 2-1, and I was furious. So, and Cannon Fodder will be worse. But why not? I don't know.
That's funny.
But I think the Cannon Fodder game, it was in that time something completely new, and I liked it very much. It was some kind of real-time strategy.
Real-time strategy, yeah. RTS.
Yeah, it's late here, and it was very, very nice. It was a very good game.
At that time, you know, we did Cannon Fodder, we done Megalomania before it, we did WizKid, we did Sensible Soccer and Sensible World of Soccer. It was a nice time when the machine was capable of this, you know, the Amiga was capable of bigger stuff than we'd done before. And there's so many genres to create and invent and explore, or not genres, but ideas to explore. And this is kind of what I was hinting at when I was saying that if technology would just come together, instead of someone remaking Assassin's Creed yet again on yet another machine, you know, it suddenly went to this level out here, because they're working on the dialogue system or the communication system or something new that's really interesting. When technology keeps on changing, we just keep on making the same thing again. And in that period of time with the Amiga, we had this nice time where technology was relatively stable, and the Amiga run was quite long, quite a number of years, and the development time was only a year for a game, maybe a year and a half. So you could start to invent and add more, you know. So yeah.
What also was pretty amazing, it was some kind of an action game controlled by mouse.
Yeah, that was exactly. That was fun. There's a, you know, we did a game called Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, which never made it, unfortunately. And what always upset me about that was everyone focused on the content, and it was racy, and it was about having sex and snorting drugs or whatever. But the adventure engine was the next level of, you know, point and click. And I'm so frustrated we never got the game out, because the design of the way the communication system worked and that worked. And you're right, that the same with Cannon Fodder, it was a new way of controlling a game. And to me, that was the interesting thing at those times, was doing all the new stuff. So yeah, it was.
I think, we found some details. For example, when we played it with that mouse control, like when you move the mouse pointer, then the screen would scroll, you know, to show you where you're pointing. But the mouse pointer would be fixed on that piece of ground, so it would scroll with the screen to make sure that you are not losing your aim when the screen scrolls. And a lot of these innovative ideas, also the idea that when the huts explode, that the the rooftop comes off, and then every once in a while, it hits you. You realize, the rooftop hit me again. We're dead
And
again.
sometimes a soldier was killed. It was so unfair.
Yeah,
sometimes,
but it was so humorous. You are frustrated, but you also have to laugh because it's so funny that the rooftop hits your soldiers. Every once in a while it happens.
Well, it's interesting since graphics on machines have become more realistic. A lot of the humor's gone. Like the games all look like cartoons in those days. They look like the cartoons we were watching as kids on the TV, right? So they had the same look, and because like you talked about the sensible soccer players, a few pixels. What the human brain does is it reads in between the spaces of what it can see. It imagines, I had so many people say I was playing sensible soccer and the guy chested the ball down and he volleyed it. He didn't. He went, that's all he did.
Yes.
The rest is just in your head because your head is used to seeing things and it imagines, it fills in the spaces and it fills in the gaps. And what's happened with this very photorealistic way of making games is people have lost the psychological manipulation of players. By that, what I mean is keeping them in the game world, getting them to believe in that world. The more realistic you make something look, the more unrealistic the thing next to it that doesn't look quite so realistic looks, because that's what your brain does. It criticizes the lack of detail in some things, but if everything's got a uniform lack of detail, you accept it as a real world. It's really interesting how our brain works, and I think that sometimes people never think about how we play games. We play games as a player through our eyes and our hands, so through our sight and through our touch. That's how we play a game, and our hearing, and everything we're doing, we're just shoving information through eyes and ears and hands, and too many people don't think about that. I was speaking to someone today about why we should add button in the game where you just press on the right corner, click, 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 let me go forward. Why? And the logic was, this is a software engineer's logic. But at this specific menu, this thing up here should have the option because it makes more sense to have it in this way. And it's like, no, because your brain is going, I want to play the next level. Let me press the button, go, 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 go. And to us as animals, as creatures, that's more important. Like, give it to me now. Like a dog will do it, like bang on your leg until you give it a biscuit or whatever. So that's how I see games being played from a physical point of view first, which is why things like VR are quite hard, because physically it's not that comfortable often to play VR for a long period of time. Your body is what gives way first.
Yeah.
What is also remarkable in Cannon Fodder, the death scenes, they are so cute. The dead people,
the cute death scenes, yeah.
You can fire them along the ground.
Be realistic. Ingo, you said, how tiny those corpses are.
The cute corpses. Yes, we had that a lot.
No, but I didn't say that. I think it was Arne, or
maybe I said it, but in our video Stammtisch we said it.
Yes.
Oh, look at those cute corpses.
Cute corpses.
My soldier is bleeding to death. Cute. How cute.
Did you have green blood? Did you have green blood and red blood with Cannon Fodder?
No. I think there was. Yeah, I don't. I can't remember anymore.
There are little soldiers that get spiked and then they bleed to death, but it still looks so cute because they're these tiny little 10-pixel little people.
And you can probably get attached to them easier too because they're little and cute versus these photorealistic things with dead eyes staring into nothingness.
Yes,
that you get on modern games.
And they had names as well. We gave them names for that very reason.
Yeah. I think they were your names, right? The developers' names and other names. I think there was Jobs and Jules.
The first 5 or 6, yeah. The first 5 or 6 is us. It's like Jules. Jobs is me and Stu and RJ. And then we just went crazier and crazier names as we ran out of ideas, But
amazing.
The point was to just give you something to attach to. Again, that's how humans think, And it's really interesting how once you understand that's what you're doing, that's why it kind of upsets me sometimes when we shove all this content through and everyone's copying everyone and just making content. Just give me stuff that maybe we can make 10 euros here or do this, or my mum will think I'm clever because I did this. Who cares? Like, I'll ask you an interesting question. Name me, right, we all know Shakespeare. right? We all know Shakespeare. Name me 3 other authors from the same century as Shakespeare.
Shakespeare is at least 4
Bacon,
authors.
Francis Bacon. I know this.
They don't roll off the tongue, do they, hey?
No.
Because we don't remember the shit or the other stuff at all. It's like all this content is going to be totally irrelevant in 100 years' time. Do you get my point? If I'm lucky, like 0.00001% of the population will remember sensible soccer in 50 or in 100 years' time. That is what we're dealing with at the moment. And we're meant to be making art and caring about that. That's how I think, anyway. We want to make great stuff. So only the great stuff matters. The rest is just whatever.
There is something about the things that you said, which is pretty interesting to me, because in Germany, how games were developed back then was totally different. It was completely technology driven, or doing how this Excel stuff. And people were always looking for which game is inspiring, and they pick from Japanese game 1, 2, 3, 4 and mixed it all together. Bing bong, that's the game. Even Turrican was made that way. But it was a very fortunate remix, I would say. But this creative process which you are mentioning, this was something I hoped for when I get to the industry. I hope for that when there is a game under development, that people are thinking about how to make things better, or what do I want to show there, what are my thoughts about the game, what kind of emotions I would see, would like to see, or something. And this is something I see at least in the past years in the homebrew game development scene, where people from the past are going back and developing 8-bit games or 16-bit games again. And this is, I think it's interesting, because in Germany, I was always thinking about what went wrong back then in this country.
What do you mean went wrong? In what sense?
The German games industry, it was never really successful. Never, even in its own country. There were some games which were successful for a while, which were more on the economic side, or games that are probably familiar, like the Settlers or Anno or something like this. But that's all. That's all what's still there.
I think that in different countries, there's different approaches to creating things. And I think that Germany, along with some other countries, has been more engineering led in the approach to how you make, games are a weird mixture of technology and art and commerce and all sorts of things all coming together. And my impression is that in Germany, often it's more of an engineering-led mentality of how to make it. And I've worked in a number of different countries across Europe. And it's not just in Germany. There's a number of countries where that takes the lead. That takes the mentality of the lead. And I think that in the UK, we basically, the game scene kind of emerged from our music scene, which was about creating music and creating stuff and doing things together, which worked on some kind of a technology-based thing. But the technology itself wasn't the driving thing. The technology was the medium, the platform to express yourself. Because I think we had such a big music scene in the UK for a couple of decades at that point, maybe 3 decades. I think we naturally, I myself went from being in a band with someone to making a game with the same person, because the music was a bit crowded in those days, and it still is now. And I think that if you look at Japan's got a totally different way of approaching games, and you've got this, again, quite a lot of creativity kicking around and harnessing that into the technology, and also looking at the hardware development in correlation with the software development, a lot more in Japan than we've had in Europe. and then and to America to an extent as well, or from the arcade machine scene almost, where you look at it when it started off.
Yeah.
So there's been different approaches, and I think that maybe that's what differentiated for Germany at the time, and a lot of what some of the other guys have said about how we would work with your family, what the opportunities were in the country in general at the time. As I said, a lot of us got into games when we left school because there weren't any other jobs, and pretty much you had to go and work for yourself doing something. So there was a lot of, in my age of people, there's a lot of self-employed people. We're now like a weird subsection of the UK population that despise big corporations, and also people who want all the workers' rights, because we never had any of those things. We've always been sitting out there trying to survive on our own. And so anyway, coming back to your point, I think that in Germany maybe that's why. But even what's interesting, I mean, are you happy now with the way the German development scene is? Do you think it's got stronger and improved?
Yeah, it's pretty fragmented. There's no big player here around here. But it's okay, but very limited companies are there doing games as we used to back then. The good thing is there are at least almost no companies except from the free-to-play game companies who doing something like service games also. They're still focusing on complete games, probably with DLC and stuff.
I mean, I think also that games has become very international in terms of where you can develop them. And I think that I've not dealt with an English development team as my prime team for the last 10 years. I've worked all over Europe, So I think that there's different places which sometimes you can get, for the quality of work, can get better value out of the people making the games. And I think that can be a factor as well sometimes. Making games, unfortunately, has become an incredibly risky business. And if you live in a high-cost country, that risk is going to get higher and, pinch you a little bit more. And
you talked 4 hours with Bernd Lehahn, who is making the X series for over 20 years. And he is going high risk with 20 people working for him in Germany. And as I mentioned, he has his community. That's his his treasure.
Yeah, so his community is what keeps everything going. His community of players you're talking about, but they must feel part of, almost in it with the guys making the game now. If it's that long, there must be a lot of that community that understand the relationship with the development team. Yeah, that's really great if you've got that. I mean, in a way that could feel restricting creatively, that you've got to go back and service and prioritize those people. It could do. I mean, 20 years. Some creative people might find that a bit too long to work on just one product, but it
could be too it's too late to speak more English.
Yeah, sorry.
Creativity is getting smaller and smaller. But he tries to get the combination of being modern and being extraordinary big with the game, but also get some new customers.
Well, what's great is it's working for him. I mean, whatever he's doing is obviously working, and that's like a huge credit to him after 20 years. That's really, really hard to achieve that. And I think that the good thing about the games market now is so many different things which we can call success. There's so many different ways you can look at something which is a success. I do think that there's a lot of things which have been encouraged, which shouldn't have been encouraged. I think at the lower level, like the amount of people working as students who're not really there yet, and then they're encouraged, or they go towards making small games or publishing them, and there's a kind of a grey area between what's a wannabe student and what's someone who's now in the games industry. And I think that's almost deliberately made not clear. And I think it would help. There's a big industry to be made out of teaching games and conferences encouraging loads of people to turn up and listen to talks and feeling like they're part of something, rather than going, oh my God, the economy's gone down to 6 companies only controlling half of the world's media. And actually, there's no space for any of us, really. Sometimes I see it as a little bit of an illusion being thrown, that it pretends to include everybody, but it's almost like a pacifier, because I know how hard I've had to work with the people I've worked with to keep a games career going for 35 years that earns enough money. And I know that I've been through 4 or 5 years on the trot where I've earned nothing in places. And that's hard for most people. And it's only because I've had money in the past I could even do that. Yeah. And that's hard for most people to actually have. And I think a lot of illusion is spun to hide people from the reality of a lot of things. So I think I would like to see a faster attrition of weak people away, and a stronger protection and encouragement of good people. And that's across all the creative arts, you know, because it's great to give everyone a chance at a level when they're in education. But when you come outside of education, now it's meant to be your work, your career, what you buy your house with, what you support your family with. And that's where I draw a line. And that's because of my personal experience. I've made professional games since I was 19. And it's always been my living. So my view is really quite different from someone coming from a much more, a very different thing where it's come from education or for fun or whatever. As much as I love making games, I brought my family up on it. I paid for my children.
But you were born in the right country, in the right
time,
place in England, and you had the right age.
Correct. And guess what? That time's gone. Not just in the other countries, but also in England now. So we just have to accept this. It's like, it's really, really, it's so simple. It's like, let me tell you how I see it. My father was born in 1939, and he grew up watching all the big silver screen stuff and all that Hollywood era that happened in that time, you know, when he was growing up. And he wanted to be a professional actor. And then he got to the 60s, when I was born in the 60s. But guess what? Everyone wanted to be a professional actor then, because everyone had watched all the movies in the 40s and 50s. So he didn't. Luckily, he chose not to be a professional actor, which is great, so we could actually afford to live. and then I grow up in the 60s and the 70s. So when I get to the 80s, I want to be a musician. Why? Because it's everywhere. Music's the big thing, right? But guess what? When I become in my early 20s, now there's too many musicians. Now that's too risky as a job. It's like your chance of success is, you know, 1 in 20, 1 in 30, 1 in 40 or whatever. But I started making games, and that was the new thing. That was the new thing then. But now we're in exactly the same position where everyone wants to make games. Just like I wanted to be a musician, my father wanted to be an actor, and everyone wants to make games. But that chance, that opportunity for everyone to be involved has gone. It's going to be something new. It's going to be video making or some new stuff is going to happen. But it's not games anymore. And it hasn't been.
3 daughters, and they choose the right way. They didn't choose.
They didn't choose games. No, absolutely. And you know, it's whatever our passions are, our hobbies are. What's more important is our family, our life. You know, being able to look after ourselves, our food, our health, those kind of things. They're all more important. And my job is a profession. It's not a dream. It's not a fantasy. It's been a reality, and it's been work, and it's been not easy all the time. And sometimes you need to make the decisions, like you said about Bernd. He spent 20 years making the same game because it works. And maybe sometimes he's thought, you know what, I really wish I could do something else. Then he's gone, no, I'll stay with this game, thanks. I know what I'm doing, and it's good, and that's the right decision to make. And we make this balance between our desires as artists and creative people, and having a normal, balanced life. You know, there's not enough is talked about this stuff. You know, you end up with a real blurring of what's achievable within your talent basis. I mean, I'd love to be a professional footballer. but I'm nowhere near good enough, and nowhere near fit enough, and I never have been, you know.
Norwich City, what was it?
Norwich City, yeah. Norwich, yeah. Never far away. Another little thing. My daughter made this little Norwich bird.
Oh.
So,
gentlemen, I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you all for having me. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, John, and to all the rest of you.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good night.
I think actually I should go as well because I'm meant to be playing football in the morning and it's getting late.
Good Sunday morning football match.
Sleep is overrated.
Norwich, no, I'm nowhere near that. Okay, guys. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
John.
Thank you.
Have you here. Thanks a lot, John. Hope to see you again.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Der Wunsch war ja vor einigen Stunden, dass wir auf Deutsch switchen sollen. Das können wir ja jetzt tun.
Jetzt passiert's. Genau jetzt.
Wollen wir ein bisschen Rilke zitieren?
Warte mal, ich muss mal gerade mal Echtzeitstrategiespiel. Das kann ich noch. Gut, aber auf Englisch, ja.
Strategy Game.
Was ging hier bitte gerade ab?
Es war der Wahnsinn. Wir sind noch live, nur zur Info. Wir bleiben live. Also nicht wundern.
Wir hatten das längste Gespräch mit Jon Hare, was wahrscheinlich jemals gemacht wurde.
Das längste Interview back to English, please. Haha, sehr schön, ja. No.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Aber wir hatten Bernd Lehahn als Dosenöffner.
Ja.
Aber ich muss zugeben, da hätten wir eigentlich, oder ich hätte noch gerne ein paar Fragen gestellt, aber man kam einfach nicht mal rein.
Was im Chat abging, war auch toll. Danke schon mal auch an den Chat. Ihr seid unglaublich. Wir konnten gar nicht mehr auf alles eingehen. Das war einfach viel. Ich bin selbst völlig überwältigt. Ich bin jetzt, glaube ich, gefühlt 30 Stunden auf den Beinen ohne Schlaf. Ich stehe neben mir. Ich konnte auch eben teilweise kaum mehr gerade sitzen, aber das war mir das Unglaublichste, was ich hier erlebt habe. Und wir haben bei unserem Podcast schon viele unglaubliche Sachen gemacht. Unsere 100. Folge war 29 Stunden lang. Wir waren schon ein bisschen anders. Wir kennen diese Geschichten. Aber mit diesem Abend hätte ich so nicht gerechnet. Im Chat steht hier drin, it was great. We remember it as a Gamescom 2020 highlight. Ich weiß gar nicht, was wir dazu jetzt sagen können, außer vielen Dank. Also Wahnsinn.
Ja.
Amazing
Ich
evening.
bin völlig fertig.
Patrick, in
Es war der
English,
Hammer.
please. We still have a few listeners and viewers.
In English?
Of course, but my English now is sleeping, I think. Sorry.
I think we should probably maybe, come to an end soon. Or do you want to talk
How do
much
you
more?
want? Wie ihr wollt. Ich werde demnächst mal...
Oder Deutsch.
Ich sitze noch im Museum. I'm sitting here in our museum. I wanted to drive home hours ago and see the rest of the show there, and I'm sitting still here.
Yes, it's not even dark at your location, Patrick.
My photo won't be dark. If you want, calm down, talk some minutes here again, and I let the stream going. But I think I had to leave in some minutes and drive home. I don't know if you want to calm down, if you want to talk a bit more. I really don't know. And tell me, it's your decision.
I think I will probably leave in 10 minutes or so and think about what I just heard and experienced. Können wir Deutsch machen?
Also, keine Ahnung. Ihr bleibt noch ein bisschen online jetzt, dann lasse ich es laufen und schalte es von zu Hause aus, weil ich muss mich auf den Weg machen. Ich hoffe, ich komme heil nach Hause. Das wird sonst ein bisschen viel. Ich habe 4 Stunden geschlafen, vor ungefähr 30 Stunden gefühlt. Nein. Ich werde es in ein paar Wochen verstehen, was hier passiert ist. Wer das Ganze noch mal sehen will, we put the whole thing on YouTube. It should be about 6 hours. I will do that on Sunday afternoon, night. If I still awake, I will do that. And thanks a lot again and let's calm down with the Aftershow. Danke an alle, danke auch an das tolle Team hier nochmal auf dem Wege. Danke an Robin, dass er die Technik hier so hinbekommen hat, dass sie bisher durchgehalten hat. Vielen Dank. Danke an alle anderen. Marcel hat im Hintergrund sich die Finger wund getippt. Danny und Arne haben moderiert und wir haben noch, das gesamte Team war der Hammer. Ingo hat die passenden Fragen gestellt, hat seine auf charmante Art auch nochmal über tote Soldaten gesprochen. Also das war schon wieder unglaublich.
Gesungen von Frauen. Genau,
danke an die Chatbeobachtung durch Michael und alle anderen, die dabei waren. Wahnsinn. Also ohne euch wäre das auch nicht gegangen und ich habe viel erwartet, ich habe viel gehofft bei den Vorbereitungen in den letzten Wochen. Mit dieser Geschichte in der Form hätte ich nicht gerechnet. Jon war fast 5,5 oder 5,75 Stunden dabei. Das war nicht vorauszusehen. Das war unglaublich und sowas hätte ich niemals erwartet. Und wenn ich in eure Gesichter geschaut habe, teilweise während der Gespräche, dann kann ich mir vorstellen, was ungefähr in euch vorgegangen ist. Vielen, vielen Dank. Ich schalte mich jetzt hier mal langsam aus. Ich versuche nach Hause zu kommen. Wenn ihr noch da seid, freut es mich. Vielleicht haltet ihr noch 20 Minuten oder so durch. Keine Ahnung, wie lange ich heute brauche. Ich muss erstmal gucken, ob ich jetzt noch Auto fahren kann im Zustand. Danke und bis gleich oder bis bald.
Ja, bis gleich.
Bis gleich.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Wer bleibt denn am längsten? Den mache ich jetzt zum Host.
Ingo.
Nein,
ja, ich bin noch ein bisschen da.
Aber Ingo stürzt ständig ab, das geht nicht.
Das stimmt. Dann hau mich rein.
Ja, okay. Auch dann moin, ich bin ja nicht abgestürzt, sondern nur mein Bild ist eingefroren. Und ich kann ja dann auch dann.
Deine Windows-Kamera.
Ja. Ich mach mal Marcel so, und vielleicht hören wir uns gleich nochmal. Danke.
Gute Nacht.
So.
Ja, toll.
Ja, es war
also,
lustig,
Wahnsinn.
aber das war.
Da haben sich echt zwei gefunden. Mit der Diskussion.
Dass es auf einen Schlag aber so losgegangen ist. Das war ja fast schon Streit, den die beiden so angezettelt haben.
Ja, aber es war halt eine Diskussion, aber ja.
Ich fand trotzdem, dass der Bernd, also das kam etwas zu kurz, weil also mit dieser Ex-Serie, das hätte mich auch noch interessiert, bisschen, dass er noch ein bisschen darüber geredet hätte, weil das ist ja auch eine relativ, also ein großes Franchise. Das kannte ich schon seit den 90ern. Hat es jemand von euch gespielt?
Ich habe es ein paar Mal versucht anzuspielen. Also ich fand das mit Accessibility, das war eine Untertreibung.
Das ist sehr komplex mittlerweile geworden.
Und die Steuerung ist aus der Hölle.
Und heutzutage wohl sehr. Als er angefangen hat, habe ich mich direkt daran erinnert, an Gamers Global, an die Seite. Die wollten das Spiel eigentlich testen. Das X.
Wie lange haben sie es rausgezögert?
Nach einer Woche hat dann der Tester dem Jörg Langer gesagt und geschrieben, pass auf, ich brauche dafür noch 2-3 Wochen, wenn ich einen wirklich vollständigen Test machen will. Dann hat Jörg Langer gesagt, das ist unbezahlbar, ich kann das nicht machen. Ich kann das Spiel nicht testen, weil ich es nicht bezahlen kann, damit Redakteur 3 Wochen zu beschäftigen. Für einen Test. Einfach, weil es so komplex ist. Das muss der absolute Wahnsinn sein.
Es ist es auch. Also ich hab die Reihe halt zuletzt mir bei X3 angeguckt. Und sie ist eigentlich hochinteressant, weil das ist halt Elite hoch 10.
Mhm.
Ist das so wie Star Citizen eigentlich? Oder
nee, das ist wirklich eher so wie ein 4X-Spiel, nur in ein Weltraumspiel überbrückt, würde ich sagen. Und zwar in ein aktives Weltraumspiel überbrückt. Wo du halt wirklich wie bei Elite da halt mit dem Raumschiff durch die Gegend tuckerst. Und was er halt gemacht hat, das Ding hat halt auf mehreren Ebenen so seine Tücken. Das geht halt damit los, dass das wirklich ernst genommen wird, dass man am Anfang nur so einen Schrottkahn hat, mit dem man irgendwie kaum was zurande kriegt. Und das Zweite ist halt die Menüführung. Die Menüführung ist ein Kampf. Metagame ist untertrieben. Also das ist ein absoluter Kampf, sich mit dieser Menüführung und Bedienung auseinanderzusetzen.
Ich wusste gar nicht, dass das Menüs hat. Ich dachte, das waren nur so Tastaturkommandos mit Steuerung.
Du bist sogar
Alt,
so weit gekommen? Das ist
da war sowas mit Steuerung, Alt, Shift, alles gleichzeitig und dann denkt man sich so, ich kann hier auf, was weiß ich, Planeten landen, ich kann Asteroiden meinen, wie soll das jemals alles gehen? Weil ich verstehe schon, das einfache Fliegen nicht.
Kann man da auf Planeten landen mittlerweile? Also ich glaube bei
Planeten ich weiß es nicht genau, ich weiß es gar nicht genau.
Planeten weiß ich nicht, aber ich meine, dass man in X3 zumindest, und es gibt ja schon mehr Teile, keine Ahnung, ob es inzwischen geht. X3 konnte man, glaube ich, aber schon die Raumschiffe da begehen und so ein Gedöns machen.
Man konnte auch Asteroiden meinen, man könnte irgendwie so Rohstoffe aus Asteroiden heraus extrahieren und alles Mögliche. Das weiß ich noch, ein Freund von mir hat sich da mal richtig eingearbeitet und das ist halt wirklich Arbeit. Aber ich könnte mir vorstellen, wenn man sich da einarbeitet in das Spiel, dass es dann irgendwann auch richtig Laune macht. Weil es ist halt, glaube ich, echt komplex.
Ja, das sind Spiele fürs Leben, würde ich schon fast sagen.
Ja.
Weil du beschäftigst dich damit, wenn du irgendwie so da irgendwann mit reinkommst, Jahrzehnte mit.
Das ist irgendwie wie so ein Kollege von mir, der ist so ein Flugsimulator-Fan, ne? Und der spielt halt nichts, der hat seinen ganzen PC nur für irgendeinen so Flugsimulator gekauft und er spielt nur das. Das ist das Einzige, was er macht damit.
Das ist bei X wahrscheinlich auch so, ja.
Könnte ich mir denken, ja.
Und wie bekommen die das denn hin, so ein umfangreiches Spiel mit nur gerade mal 21 Leuten zu basteln?
Naja, Jahrzehnte sind lang.
Das
ist historisch gewachsen.
Das erste X kam, glaube ich, schon in den 90ern raus.
Ja, kam auch, ja.
Also der Code, der basiert auf der Ursprungsversion.
Nee, das ist schon erweitert worden. Das haben sie schon deutlich verbessert.
Die Grafik ist der absolute Hammer. Also es ist jetzt auch wunderschön.
Ne, man kann es vielleicht nicht mit den absoluten Engine-Highlights vergleichen, aber sie ist wirklich, sie sind schon wirklich auf Stand.
Tja, und dann mit so wenig Leuten, das ist echt beachtlich.
Es braucht, wie er sagt, auch einen richtig schnellen Rechner. Also
Wobei, gibt es ja nicht auch sogar für die PlayStation 4 eine Version?
Ich weiß es jetzt nicht genau. Es gab die vorletzte Version war es, glaube ich. Da haben sie versucht, das zu casualisieren und das ist wohl komplett in die Hose gegangen. Da war ich auch erstaunt, das ist übrigens erstaunlich. Also da merkt man eigentlich die Macht der Community dahinter. Weil jede andere Firma wäre, glaube ich, daran pleite gegangen, was da passiert ist. Vor allen Dingen unter diesem Hintergrund, dass sie nur ein Produkt haben. Und dann haben sie irgendwie letztens eins rausgebracht, dann nochmal. Und das kam wohl so mittelgut an, wenn ich das richtig in Erinnerung habe. Mehr kann ich da jetzt auch nicht zu sagen. Also, und ich weiß nicht, ob es das für PlayStation... Nee, ich glaube, dieses Dazwischen, das gab es für Konsole. Das letzte glaube ich noch nicht.
Ja.
man hätte schon mit dem mit ihm noch etwas mehr reden können. Auch über die alten Spiele von Egosoft. Haben die nicht auch andere Sachen gemacht
das hatte Amiga, so eine Eigendynamik. Das hatte wieder so eine Eigendynamik. Ja. Und es ist mir auch aufgefallen, dass er lange nicht... Ich habe von euch nicht eine einzige Frage übrigens bekommen.
Echt nicht?
Nein.
Oh.
Es hat eine Eigendynamik halt gehabt und da waren halt die Gespräche die ganze Zeit woanders. Das ist aber, glaube ich, bei der Menge an Prominenz auch, glaube ich, gar nicht anders möglich.
Ich glaube, wir haben bei Factor... sag du erst.
Nee, mach du.
Ich glaube, wir haben bei Factor 5 auch nur der Hälfte der Leute dann Fragen gestellt und dann gar nicht mehr. Weil dann ging das Gespräch halt los und dann gab es keinen Zurück.
Ich meine, an Willi gab es auch keine Frage.
Ich glaube auch.
Also ich glaube aber, dass die Fragen generell an Factor 5 gestellt wurden und dann hat sie halt einfach der Chef beantwortet.
Ja, das ist ja auch schon oft gewesen. Ne? Also ich bin mal gespannt, weil das interessiert mich schon, weil mich nämlich hier eben auch Andreas nochmal angeschrieben hatte. Er wollte sich das nochmal angucken mit den Shooter-Leveln. Weil ich hatte letztens mit ihm mal so ein Gespräch gehabt, dass immer dann, wenn es um solche Details geht, er selber dem Julian nicht über den Weg traut.
Also man müsste die Leute auch nochmal ins Interview im Podcast nochmal einladen, dass sie auch nochmal einzeln reden können, weil
genau, das macht schon eigentlich zu viel. Das ist viel spannender, wenn jetzt nur eine oder zwei Personen sind, mit denen man sich halt wirklich intensiv beschäftigen kann. Weil, das hat man ja auch gerade gesehen hier bei dem Jon Hare, da kamen ja jetzt auch sehr viele Dinge hoch, die wir uns auch damals, wo wir uns gefragt haben, ja, was ist denn das? Zum Beispiel jetzt auch mit der Musik. Ja, wir hatten ja da wirklich stundenlange Diskussion, ob das jetzt ein Mann oder eine Frau war. Da gab es dann die Frauenfraktion, dann die Männerfraktion und ja, wir konnten es nicht beantworten. Und das war ja wirklich so eine Frage, da bin ich jetzt froh, dass das geklärt ist.
Also das glaube ich nicht, Ingo, weil ich glaube, wir wussten alle, dass es ein Mann ist, nur du hast darauf beharrt, dass es eine Frau war. Das war gar nicht so eine Diskussion. Wir waren uns eigentlich alle einig, nur du wolltest es halt nicht glauben. Hast dir auch gut gesagt eben, du hast ja auch gesagt, du hast die Wette verloren.
Ja.
Aber das war doch dann von der Stimmlage Falsetto-Gesang, oder? So ein Hörgesang.
Ja.
Ja, oder mit Autotune vielleicht hätte man ihn jetzt auch.
Gab es das damals Autotune schon?
Das war einfach nur gepitcht, also hochgepitcht.
Ich glaube, der kann so hoch singen.
Er hat gesagt, er hat enge Hosen getragen.
Das wird
so singen.
Ach, das wird Falsetto gewesen sein.
Das klingt schon nach Falsetto. Es ist auch, ich habe das auch völlig vermasselt, weil Ich habe gedacht, dass dieses Narzissus das Lied wäre. Hat er ja dann zum Glück richtig gestellt. Dass das andere Lied war, was da drin war. Jetzt will ich mir auch das nochmal mit den Texten anhören, weil anscheinend hat Jon Hare wohl das Lied auch gesungen, ne? Dieses andere, was man im Spiel nur als diesen Friedhofsong kennt.
Aber wisst ihr, was für mich heute das Highlight war? Das absolute Highlight?
Ich habe es ja verlinkt im Chat.
Ah, cool.
In WhatsApp.
Für mich war das Highlight heute, wo die Becky Heineman gesagt hatte, irgendwie mit dem Terry-Can, das hat sie sich als Raubkopie geholt.
Das fand ich auch genial, ja. Ich hab's wahrscheinlich kopiert und nie gespielt.
Das Schlimmste ist, wisst ihr, was das Schlimmste ist? Ich musste die ersten 3-4 Stunden nochmal gucken, weil ich nichts davon mitbekommen habe.
Nee?
Ich war so beschäftigt. Mit den Leuten, die reinkamen, die dann gewartet haben, die haben mich immer dann noch vertröstet, bis mit Patrick dann so hin und her, bis Patrick gesagt hat, komm, mach auf für alle. Dann habe ich denen das geschrieben. Dann haben die aber auch selbst geschrieben, wir trauen uns nicht, wir kommen nicht dazwischen. Und ich hing immer so zwischen den Stühlen.
Aber mit dem Rechner,
auch so genial.
Die wusste ja wirklich, was für ein Rechner die gekauft hat, weil ich kenne heutzutage auch kaum mehr Leute, die überhaupt wissen, was in dem Rechner drin ist, ja. Und die hat dann die ganzen Specs runtergelesen und
noch viel mehr. Willi Bäcker, Heineman hat gesagt, dies sind alle Programmiersprachen, die ich kann. Dann hat sie so aufgelistet, irgendwie 15 Programmiersprachen und dann alle die ganzen Details noch, wie viel Speicher sie da irgendwie hatte in verschiedenen Spielen. Also wie kann man sich das bitte alles merken? Das ist ja unglaublich.
Und das von dir, Arne, wo du dir schon alles merken kannst.
Und sie hat dann auch noch sowas gesagt, sie hat sowas gesagt, ich weiß genau, was ich kann oder so, ne? Hat sie dann.
Aber du, es gibt solche Inselbegabungen. Also ich hatte einen Ex-Chef, das war damals zu meiner Zeit von der Ausbildung, der oberste Chef von der Firma und der hatte, glaube ich, damals 1200 Angestellte. Der konnte von sämtlichen Verkäufern die Monatsumsätze der letzten 2 Monate auswendig.
Wow. Wahnsinn.
Es gibt so Inselbegabungen irgendwann mal.
Ja, also es war schon grandios. Es war wirklich grandios. Wir hatten Faktor 5 auch hier. Alle Leute dabei, also Chris Hülsbeck auch. Ingo hat Chris Hülsbeck seine CDs gezeigt, fand ich auch genial.
Ja, das war süß. Es fehlte nur noch das Geständnis, dass er schon Fan war, bevor er lebte.
Genau. Das hast du dich nicht getraut.
Mist. Das habe ich vergessen.
Nee, aber ich muss aber auch sagen, ich fand beim Factor 5 Interview jetzt, also gut, es war erwartbar, dass das mit der C64-Fassung da in dieser Collection da, ich empfand es immer noch als ein bisschen rumgedruckser, aber vom Grundsatz her fand ich sehr angenehm, wie offen der Julian Eggebrecht war und wie responsiv, weil eine Sache, die mich immer nervt, wenn er bei den Spieleveteranen da ist, so von wegen, da hast du ja immer nur das Gefühl, es ist eine One-Man-Show und keiner hakt ein. Keiner fragt nach, ob da irgendwie noch irgendwas ist. Und das fand ich gut heute, richtig gut.
Ich fand es auch super. Also er hat auch einige schwierigere Fragen beantwortet und hat relativ offen alles auch besprochen. Also ja, fand ich auch genial. Ich fand es auch toll. Ich habe ihn ja gefragt zu den Extraleben, die da verschwinden. Das hat mich so in unserem Videostammtisch ja auch schon so komisch habe ich mich gefragt, warum das ist. Das hat er auch beantwortet und so, dass das einfach irgendwie so ein Coding-Bug war. Also es ist schon unglaublich. Es ist wirklich, hier kann man die Helden seiner Jugend kennenlernen, sozusagen über Zoom. Es ist der Wahnsinn. Weil diese ganzen Namen, das waren ja damals doch echt unsere Helden. Also wenn man die Namen... Und wisst ihr, was ich auch witzig finde? Wie jung die damals alle waren, weil ich hatte als Kind immer so das Gefühl, dass das so voll die altehrwürdigen Programmierer sind, aber die waren ja auch alle erst 20 und 18 und so.
Die gab
und ich
es
war halt
ganz
12
vereinzelt.
oder so.
Ich meine, hier so damals, da waren, ich meine, es gibt ja so ein paar alte Hasen damals, die damals auch schon nicht die jüngsten waren, ne? Hier wie, wie heißt er noch hier von Larry?
Rolf Dieter Klein.
Du meinst den... Wie heißt er noch?
Simon Butler.
Es ist zu spät.
Nee, der von Larry.
Es ist zu spät. Simon Butler war auch nicht der Jüngste. Hello, ja.
Hello, ja.
Es ist zu früh.
Genau. Aber viele von denen, mit denen wir heute gesprochen haben, die waren ja damals gerade mal so 18, 19 und da haben sie schon diese Hammer-Spiele gemacht, die wir dann als 12-Jährige und so gespielt haben. Oder?
Aber das war ja auch
Wahnsinn.
hierzulande so, ne? Wenn du da in die Firmen reinkamst. Ne, das konnte mal sein, dass ein Chef älter war. Ne? Bei Starbite gab es, glaube ich, nur einen Menschen über 30 und der war irgendwie schon fast 50. Und das war halt der Jürgen Kraft und alle anderen waren halt jünger.
Ja.
Das war, glaube ich, in ganz vielen Firmen so. Bei Talion war das auch, da war, glaube ich, gar keiner über 30.
Ja, Wahnsinn. Ich fand es auch toll, dass ich Möglichkeit hatte, irgendwie da rein zu grätschen und dem Julian Eggebrecht zu sagen, wie toll ich Woke-Lieder auf dem Gamecube fand. Und da ist er ja auch ziemlich drauf angesprungen, weil das weiß er ja selber auch, was für ein unglaublich technisches, brillantes Meisterwerk das ist. Und das fand ich auch schön, dass er dazu noch mal kurz was gesagt hat.
Ich mochte immer zu sowas nicht sagen, weil ich bewundere zwar diese Spiele, aber ich kann mit denen nichts anfangen, weil ich aus irgendeinem Grunde mit Star Wars Spielen nichts anfangen kann. Das ging mir
Mann, du musst dem eine Chance geben. Du musst Hast du eigentlich überhaupt einen Gamecube, Oliver?
Ja, den habe ich.
Und du hast keinen Rogue Squadron dafür, keine Rogue-Lieder?
Nein, weil
ich kaufe dir eins und schick's dir.
Ich habe das ja erzählt, also so die einzigen Star Wars Spiele, die ich je gespielt habe, das waren damals diese ganz alten Automaten-Dinger und dann später irgendwann Lego Star Wars und dann jetzt zuletzt, ich habe zwischenzeitlich mal den Racer ausprobiert und ich habe hier Knights of the Old Republic ausprobiert, wobei ich das ehrlich gesagt nie ganz verstanden habe, warum ausgerechnet dieses Spiel so dermaßen gehypt war, wenn man danach Mass Effect. Ich habe Mass Effect vorher gespielt, da konnte das nur verlieren.
Nee, ja. Aber dieses Rogue-Lieder sollte dir eigentlich gefallen, weil das ist so ein totales Actionspiel. Also es ist echt voll.
Es gibt einen Grund, warum ich diese Spiele damals. Es waren zu viele gleichzeitig auf dem Markt für meinen Geschmack. Das hat, glaube ich, gar nichts mal mit dem Rogue-Leader zu tun. Das waren einfach nur extrem viele Star Wars-Spiele. Da wurde es ja irgendwie so über Jahre zugeschissen mit dem Zeugs.
Ja, aber Rogue-Leader ist eben so viel besser als alle anderen. Da musst du eben nur das spielen. Das
und ich fand schon, weil ich habe so ein bisschen Probleme mit Blasinstrumenten bei denen. Das geht mir übrigens bei Indiana Jones auch so. Ich liebe Indiana Jones, aber die Musik, die geht mir auf den Keks. Und das war bei den Spielen ja auch so von wegen. Ne? Ich glaube, das war auch der erste Grund, wieso irgendwie Rebel Assault, glaube ich, bei mir schon verloren hat, bevor es richtig anfing.
Magst du John Williams nicht?
Das kann ich so nicht sagen. Das kann ich jetzt noch nicht mal sagen. Ich finde jetzt ja noch nicht mal schlecht komponiert oder sowas. Es geht mir nur auf die Nerven.
Also das ist natürlich dann echt extrem, weil bei Rogue-Lieder natürlich die ganze Zeit die Star Wars-Musiken da abgespielt werden.
Was ich interessant fand, das war ja hier, das bei dem, was ich hier zuletzt gespielt habe, hier Fallen Order, da hat das zwar auch, aber da haben sie dann wirklich mehr so diese moodigen Zwischenmusiken da immer reingespielt und das fand ich angenehm, das war gut.
Ich fand übrigens die Musik bei Mandalorian auch extrem genial, weil die immer was anderes war. Total exotische Klänge und so.
Habe ich noch nicht
gesehen. Da haben sie echt
so ein bisschen so Western-Musik.
Nicht nur, auch das Endtitel, der Endsong, auch total abgefahrene Trommel, so ganz komische, exotische Trommeln. Mist, ich muss los. Na gut. Also haut rein, Jungs. War super heute Abend. Ich muss das jetzt erstmal verdauen. Ich bin noch völlig fertig. Dann wünsche ich euch noch einen schönen Abend.
Ja, danke, Arne.
Wir sehen uns am Donnerstag wieder.
Ja, und vielen Dank auch an Patrick, dass er das möglich macht und an alle Zuschauer und so.
Ganz kurz, wir machen heute kein Top-3-Talk. Ja? Das verschieben wir auf nächste Woche.
Würde ich sagen, ja.
Weil
ich muss jetzt erstmal was essen. Ich bin echt am Verhungern.
Lass dir gut schmecken.
Okay. Ja, und ihr auch. Macht's gut alle. Ne? Schönen Abend noch.
Ja.
Ciao.
Sonst kann es passieren, dass man halt während dem Talk einschläft heute.
Was wäre denn das Thema?
Ego-Shooter mit Fab und vielleicht Danny auch noch. Ich bin noch nicht ganz sicher.
Ich glaube, Fab ist dann enttäuscht.
Ja, der Fab, der wollte jetzt, also dem Samstag hat er gesagt, hat er Zeit. Also, ja, gestern. Ich gesagt, geht schlecht. Der hat ja jetzt auch wieder Internet, deswegen nächste Woche können wir, oder jetzt irgendwann, die Tage können wir es ja machen. Naja. Nee, aber war heute auch ein ganz tolles Event. Das muss ich sagen, das war echt klasse. Können wir eigentlich jeden Tag machen.
Das glaube ich nicht. Ich glaube, das wird dann doch zu anstrengend.
Ja. Ach, Marcel, willst du das sagen oder darfst du das jetzt sagen? Was hast du denn mit dem Chris für Mailverkehr gehabt?
Der Mailverkehr, der ist schon ein Jahr her, aber die Mail ist bei ihm wohl im Spam-Verzeichnis gelandet. Ich glaube, ich hatte ihm Anfang letzten Jahres mal eine E-Mail geschickt. Da habe ich ihn dann mal drauf angesprochen gehabt. Ich habe ihn nochmal geschickt. Ich hatte den Text nämlich extra aufbewahrt.
Ah, okay.
Aber das sind persönliche Sachen, weißt du? So Heiratsanträge und so.
Was man halt so macht.
Und wann ist die Hochzeit?
Ist er schon verheiratet, habe ich dann rausgefunden, verdammt.
Ach, scheiße.
Oh, zweigleisig fahren, okay. Oh, ist auch modern.
Muss ja auch nichts heißen, gell? Das kann man trotzdem versuchen.
Einer in Deutschland, einer in den USA, das passt.
Ja. Aber die Becky Heineman, also die hat mich echt geflasht. Das ist ja wow.
Das ist, was ich halt an der Stelle so, aber das fand ich auch schon bei der Dokumentation und das fand ich schon bei dem Interview, als das geführt wurde vorher im Retrokompott so. Wenn sie da anfängt zu erzählen, weil ich gucke mir die Vita an, so von wegen, ne, und okay, da gibt es eine gewisse Phase, wo sie mich verloren hat, weil ich die ganzen Dooms und Konsorten nicht gespielt habe. Aber die hat ausgerechnet
trotzdem.
Die Dickschiffe, die ich gespielt habe, die hat sie gemacht.
Ja, aber auch einen Doom oder sowas, das sind ja wirklich historische Meilensteine. Ja, das sind ja jetzt, das kennt jeder.
Ja, mir ging das jetzt bei Bard's Tale 3 zum Beispiel so, weil ich habe da immer noch so im Hinterkopf so von wegen, was ich da irgendwie immer über Ultima abgelästert habe in die vergangenen Wochen. Und Bard's Tale war das einzige Rollenspiel von so einem Kaliber, was ich je gespielt habe.
Weiß jemand, ob sie
damals zu der Zeit.
Bei Baldur's Gate 3 mitarbeitet?
Das ist von ihr.
Das ist von ihr.
Ja. Nee, nicht Baldur's Gate 3. Nee, das weiß ich nicht.
Bei Baldur's Gate 2 war sie involviert. Nee, Baldur's Gate.
Bei Baldur's
Gate 2 war sie involviert. Auch.
Ja, aber da war sie, glaube ich, da hat sie, glaube ich, so mitgearbeitet. Das war, glaube ich, nicht so, dass sie da direkt.
Genau, und sie hatte ja heute gesagt, das habe ich nämlich akustisch nicht verstanden, bei einem Spiel, wo sie aktuell arbeitet, wo sie dann halt irgendwie die Unreal
Engine braucht. Das war ein anderes.
Das habe ich nicht verstanden, was das war.
Ja, der Dreier wird ja von
die sind hier irgendwie aus dem europäischen Bands, nicht
ja, von den Machern von Divine Divinity.
Ach, nee, genau. Wie heißen die denn? Ja, Mann. Mir liegt es auf der Zunge, aber die Zunge ist weg.
Ich habe von denen noch nie ein Spiel gespielt, ich kann es nicht sagen. Ich bin entschuldigt.
Ach, warte mal.
Fällt's dir ein? Larian,
genau.
Ja.
Larian Studios. Ja, aber ansonsten vom Vita, das ist, oder auch jetzt hier Command & Conquer, ja, da muss man sich mal reinziehen. Das ist ja auch kein kleiner Titel.
Nee, es ist auch vor allen Dingen nur, es ist immer so unwirklich, weil sie erzählt das so fluffig und nahbar auch, ne? Und irgendwie so selbstverständlich und wie selbstverständlich kommen dann so Division von Activision und Electronic Arts.
Oder Wolfenstein 3D mal, gell? Das ist ja. Ist ja normal. Macht man
was
ja
meinst
halt mal so.
Kriegt jetzt vielleicht noch eine Chance auf Wolfenstein Remake?
Bitte?
Ich meine, sie hat ja jetzt schon mal vor dir angefragt.
Ich weiß nicht, ob der Frank Matzke da so irgendwie so in dieser Form involviert ist. Also er ist ja der Deutschlandchef hier von Bethesda.
Ja gut, dann kann das ja theoretisch mal weitertragen. Da ist jemand, der würde ganz gern.
Ja, also man muss es erstmal sacken lassen, wer halt alles da war. Also Factor 5 waren halt auch sehr viele Leute da, wo man halt jetzt nicht überall mal im Detail reden konnte. Das fand ich jetzt halt ein bisschen schade. Aber bei der Menge war es halt auch, glaube ich, nicht anders möglich, jetzt ist halt etwas zu bündeln.
Ja, leider. Aber okay.
Das ging schnell.
Ja, ich hatte keinen Verkehr heute unterwegs. Das war wirklich sehr angenehm.
Um 4 Uhr morgens ist kein Verkehr?
Nee, das ist Wahnsinn. Also wir haben auch schon, ich habe eben geguckt, wir haben das Zoom-Meeting bis 6 Uhr offen gehabt. Ein Glück. Ja, ich habe eben noch ein bisschen unterwegs zugehört. Man kann ja nicht so schnell rauskommen aus dieser Spur, die wir hier eingelegt haben. Und ich verstehe es auch noch nicht ganz, was da jetzt passiert ist. Aber gaga, total gaga. Und ich glaube, wenn wir es hinkriegen, da wir die 100. Videostammtisch ja sowieso voraufzeichnen müssen, machen wir das da ganz einfach. Da lade ich Rebecca nochmal ein. Die Becky hat es ja gesagt, soll ich machen. Sie soll sich einen Abend aussuchen und dann machen wir den 100. Stammtisch mal mit ihr zusammen vielleicht. Das wäre vielleicht eine ganz coole Idee, dass wir nochmal einfach so ein bisschen was Schönes machen. Und es hat ja wunderbar geklappt heute, der Wunsch, dass wir ganz viel Deutsch machen. Super.
Ja, aber dabei, was soll's?
Absolut. Also jetzt kommen die deutschen 6 Stunden. Jetzt wird Dani sich nochmal ransetzen und alles übersetzen, was die letzten Stunden passiert ist. Marcel wird auch nochmal alle E-Mails ins Deutsche übersetzen, alle Kommentare ins Deutsche.
Ich muss mir erstmal die ersten Untertitel für YouTube. Patrick, ich muss mir erstmal die ersten 4 Stunden angucken, weil ich nichts mitbekommen habe, so gut wie nichts.
Marcel, glaubst du ernsthaft, ich habe irgendwas mitbekommen? Ich habe was
mitbekommen. Ich glaube es auch nicht.
Aber ich habe die Inhalte nicht mitbekommen. Ich gucke mir das hinterher an und denke, das ist eine coole Show. Ist das Netflix? Nee, es ist Retrokompott.
Patrick, hast du das mit der Raubkopie mitbekommen?
Nein, natürlich nicht. Ich habe es eben gehört, als du es erzählt hast. Habe ich natürlich nicht mitbekommen, weil ich habe ja auch durchgehend mit Marcel und den Gästen geschattet.
Wirklich wie die Annalen, also sowas. Gell? Das ist ja ein...
Also was wir überlegen müssen, wie kriegen wir diesen gesamten Wulst der letzten 2 Tage transkribiert und irgendwann nochmal übersetzt, weil das möchte ich auch eigentlich nochmal gerne irgendwann den deutschen Hörern zur Verfügung stellen. Da muss ich mal mit unseren Translatoren im Hintergrund reden, aber das ist ja schon wieder ein Lebenswerk. Wir bauen ein Lebenswerk nach dem anderen, das ist nicht normal. Ich habe mit vielem gerechnet, mit ganz vielem. Ich war stolz, dass die Leute zugesagt haben. Ich war mir nicht sicher, ob Becky heute dazukommt. 3 Minuten vorher sagt sie zu. Dann taucht Jon 2 Minuten vorher auf und sagt, wie komme ich denn da rein? Wo ist der Link? Diese ganzen Sachen vorweg. Und dann dachte ich, okay, wenn Jon eine halbe Stunde bei uns bleibt, dann bin ich der glücklichste Retrokompotti hier, wie man sich vorstellen kann. Und dann ist er 6 Stunden dabei fast.
Der Letzte, der geht.
Bei Jon habe ich auch gewettet, dass er als erstes geht.
Ja, natürlich. Wäre auch normal gewesen und okay gewesen, Gottes Willen. Aber da muss man sich mal vorstellen, dann habe ich mit Marcel im Hintergrund überlegt, wie schaffen wir den Übergang zu Twitch, ohne dass jetzt alle verschwinden. Und wir waren uns sicher, sie werden alle gehen in der Sekunde.
Ja.
Und es ging wieder los. Ich saß mit Robin in der Location. Ich sage, Robin, ich falle gleich um. Ich kann nicht mehr. Ich will aber nicht gehen. Und unbelievable, ich kann es nur wiederholen.
Also was ich jetzt mal sagen kann, ich versuche es mal nüchtern auf jeden Fall auszudrücken. Ich fand es großartig, wie das Konzept vom Stammtisch funktioniert hat mit geladenen Gästen, die wahrscheinlich zum Teil gewohnt sind, nur nach irgendwelchen Marketingvorgaben zu reden.
Absolut, und du hast es schon gesagt, Julian war der Hammer, wie offen er war, wie das Gespräch lief. Mir tat es auch so leid, dass da so viele Leute bei waren, wo ich zuerst gar nicht wusste, wer ist das jetzt alles, weil natürlich haben sie noch Leute mit reingezogen. Ich saß davor und denke, kann mal jemand mir sagen, wer all diese Leute sind, weil ich wusste ja gar nicht, wie ein Factor 5 alles mitbringt und wer da noch kam und der noch kam. Da haben wir natürlich auch Leute vernachlässigt, in Anführungszeichen. Es ging ja gar nicht mehr anders. Ich saß vor diesem Bildschirm, ich habe zwischendurch, glaube ich, 25 oder 30 Kacheln gezählt.
Ich hatte ein Problem mit den Screens, weil ich habe immer Screenshots gemacht. So, und plötzlich stand bei mir auf dem Zoom-Screen Seite 1 von 2.
Da gibt es eine Funktion, es gibt eine Funktion bis zu 49 Anzeigen unter Videooptionen, die jetzt zu anschalten können, jetzt für alle gehabt. Ich habe aber auch durchgängig Screenshots gemacht, Ingo, das ist kein Problem. Ja, Wahnsinn.
Also und dann ganz am Anfang, da muss ich auch noch was erzählen, ich war so aufgeregt, wo man sich ausblenden sollte. Da habe ich eine neue Funktion gefunden, dass man halt irgendwie nur den eigenen Screen ausblendet. Und ich wusste nicht mehr, wo ich bin, wo ich mich wieder finde. Und ich konnte mich nicht mehr ausblenden.
Kann passieren, Ingo. Kann alles passieren. Ja. Also.
Das ist, dass man natürlich dann über solche Hürden, dass es dann halt passiert, wenn man im Stress ist.
Ja, natürlich. Was da im Hintergrund abgeht, kann ja keiner abschätzen. Wir haben ja alle im Hintergrund rotiert. Jetzt war ich der im Laden bei uns auf und ab gelaufen ist zwischendurch. Wie gesagt, ich hatte 4 Stunden Schlaf und dachte, na gut, ich bin diesmal vielleicht, wann bin ich zu Hause? 2:30 spätestens, aber allerspätestens, weil es bleibt ja keiner bis zur Aftershow. Das wird ja nicht passieren. Und dann bleibt Jon Hare. Also Wahnsinn. Das ist, ich meine, ja. Ich glaube nicht, dass er jemals so lange in einem Interview war, in einem Podcast oder einer Fernsehshow oder wo auch immer. Kann ich mir nicht vorstellen. Also
dieser AJ Heller, Entschuldige, aber hat den jemand gekannt?
Ja,
jetzt schon.
Der ist auch bei Scene World mit einer von den Podcastern.
Ja, das habe ich jetzt so nebenbei mitbekommen, aber.
Doch, der ist da auch. Und
musste jetzt erstmal gerade googeln. Der ist ja auch da bis zum Ende noch geblieben.
Ja, da war ich nämlich auch hinterher. Ich wollte wissen, wer es ist und hin und her und habe immer gefragt, der und der habe ich gefunden, ja, das ist er. Bis er mir dann selbst gesagt hat, weil als er im Chat war, das ist er gar nicht. Weil ich ja Infos über ihn eintragen wollte in unser Dokument.
Also ich muss mal sagen, das ist ja jetzt ein englischsprachiger Podcast, den sie machen. Das, was die bei SceneWorld machen, da an Interviews, das ist manchmal auch unfassbar. Die haben da eine Kunst, da irgendwie sich da Koryphäen reinzuziehen in dieses Format. Das ist nicht zu fassen. Das müsst ihr euch mal angucken, was die da teilweise für Namen haben.
Wie gesagt, viele Antworten. Aber wir haben ja jetzt auf Band, dass Julian zumindest nochmal sprechen wird. Mal gucken, ich kann ihn ja auf Minuten genau dann festnageln und sagen, da hast du es nochmal gesagt. Finde ich auch gut. Mal gucken. Also, wie gesagt, ich glaube, wir werden das in Ruhe alles nochmal anschauen und gucken, was wir daraus dann für uns ziehen. Also, ich weiß nicht, keiner von uns wird das jetzt im Augenblick komplett übersehen, also verinnerlicht haben. Und wie gesagt, ich glaube, viele von uns haben auch wirklich nicht alles mitbekommen aufgrund der Hintergrundarbeit. Aber ich fand es schön, wie gesagt, dass ihr nochmal auf den Kennerförder-Stammtisch eingegangen seid. Und Jon kam ja da auch wirklich in jedem Bereich fiel mir noch was ein. Und ich glaube, er hatte viel Spaß. Und er hat ja auch, wie hat einer im Chat geschrieben, im positiven Sinne gemeint, viele Gesichter heute gezeigt. Er hat diskutiert, er hat argumentiert, er war privat, er war öffentlich, er war heute alles. Und das hätte ich auch niemals erwartet.
Familienmensch.
Ja, hat tolle Sachen in die Kamera gehalten.
Ja, und ich hatte das Gefühl, dass dann teilweise dann doch die Fragen halt sehr persönlich wurden. Also, die man eigentlich bis jetzt noch in keinem Interview gefunden hat.
Ich weiß es nicht. Und wie gesagt, man vergisst dann wahrscheinlich manchmal zwischendurch, dass man gerade live ist. Das kann sehr, sehr gut sein. Aber ich glaube, wie gesagt, wenn jemand freiwillig fast 6 Stunden in einem Talk bleibt, dann muss das schon besonders gewesen sein. Das glaube ich schon. Also würde ich mal so sagen.
Es muss aber auch für die Zuschauer besonders gewesen sein. Ich habe die Reaktion aus dem Chat gesehen. Ein bisschen, das habe ich auch reinkopiert. Da waren unter anderem Forderungen drin, dass man das doch bitte das nächstes Mal in den Hauptstream übernimmt, den Retro-Stream laufen lässt.
Michael, da stand drin, das war das Beste von der gesamten Gamescom, das war besser als die letzte GDC,
Ja.
Es waren nur solche Sprüche
Also
drin.
es war auf jeden Fall...
Also es war sehr, sehr positiv. Und wir haben auch sehr viele aus dem Chat mit rüber gerettet auf Twitch.
Also was mir halt aufgefallen ist, auch weil jedes Mal, wenn ich irgendwie den Tag über, man kann sich ja morgen nochmal angucken, aber wenn man den Tag über im normalen Chat sich da bewegt, was da los ist und auch irgendwie so, nicht nur in dem vom Retro-Channel, auch in dem vom Gamescom, da ist nicht so viel los. Das ist, also für so ein Event hätte ich ganz andere Dimensionen erwartet und ich hatte so den Eindruck, dass das gerade jetzt hier beim Retrokompott plötzlich irgendwie in ungeahnte Sphären rauskam.
Absolut. Und trotzdem werden wir im Best-of bei der Gamescom nicht zu sehen sein. Es wird nicht viel vom Retro erwähnt werden wahrscheinlich. Das ist halt immer so. Retro wird natürlich stiefmütterlich behandelt. Damit müssen wir leben. Aber wir werden natürlich aus diesen Inhalten zehren und unsere Zuschauer und Zuhörer auch. Und ich glaube, das ist das, was wir hier erreicht haben. Und ich bin mehr als zufrieden. Ich fand super, was ihr da im Hintergrund gemacht habt. Ich bin begeistert, dass das wirklich alles geklappt hat am Ende, dass wir Rebecca noch bekommen haben. Damit habe ich nicht gerechnet, dass es heute klappt. Ja, ich kann nur sagen, mehr ging nicht. Ganz einfach. Und das wird auch für die nächsten Monate, Jahre, werden wir da immer wieder Sachen draus zehren und zusammenbekommen und vielleicht auch noch ein paar Special Talks machen. Ich denke im Hintergrund nach, das wie heute geht nicht jeden Tag, was eben gerade jemand sagte, wenn ich Auto fuhr, dann wäre ich nach ungefähr einer Woche reif für die Klapse. Ich bin heute schon reif für die Klapse. Ich habe so einen Tag seit Jahren nicht mehr erlebt, dass ich 30 oder 40 Stunden fast ohne Schlaf durchziehe. Das geht nicht jeden Tag, aber wir werden Dinge daraus ziehen und auch wieder machen. Und ich sage nur, wenn die 100. Folge was Besonderes wieder wird oder wir vielleicht mal alle 10, 20 Folgen einen Videostammtisch mit 1, 2 Gästen machen, dann haben wir auch nicht ganz so viel Chaos im Hintergrund. Aber lasst uns das als was Einmaliges oder nicht Einmaliges, als was Besonderes in Erinnerung halten. Und wir werden ähnliche Dinge sicherlich wieder machen. Aber nicht genauso. Genauso wie es auch keine 29-Stunden-Folge erstmal wieder geben wird, wie beim 100. Podcast. Die Vorbereitung für diese Geschichten, was da an Zeit drauf ging, ist jede Minute wert gewesen. Aber das kannst du nicht regelmäßig machen. Das ist nicht möglich. Und ohne euch als Team hätten wir das auch nicht so weit führen können. Eine Idee zu haben, ist das eine. Aber das daraus zu machen, ist eine Teamleistung. Und auch hier nochmal, wenn Robin ist zwar jetzt nicht da, aber auch Robin hat bei uns in der Location wirklich in den letzten Tagen so lange an der Hardware gefeilt, bis sie absturzsicher und fehlerfrei lief. Und es ist nichts abgestürzt. Ich glaube, alle Dateien sind da. So ein stabiles System hatten wir seit Monaten nicht. Und was ihr da im Hintergrund gemacht habt, ohne das wäre es auch nicht möglich gewesen. Also da nochmal wirklich ein ganz, ganz großes Dankeschön an euch alle. Ich wäre wahrscheinlich eingeschlafen sonst. Ich weiß es nicht.
Ja, da bin ich jetzt kurz vor.
Mit Recht. Dani, mit Recht. Ich musste noch einen Kaffee kurz trinken, damit ich Auto fahren kann. Ich hatte ein bisschen Angst, ins Auto zu steigen, sage ich ganz ehrlich. Hat aber alles gut geklappt. Ich war noch fahrfähig. Ich habe auch keinen Alkohol getrunken natürlich, aber ich komme mir trotzdem vor, als wenn ich jetzt 2 Tage durchgesoffen hätte. Das kann ich ganz klar so sagen. Das ist einfach, wie gesagt, Robin und ich haben uns da angeguckt zwischendurch und gedacht, was geht hier jetzt ab? Was passiert hier gerade?
Der Robin sah übrigens auch nicht mehr gut aus gerade.
Ja, ist es ein Wunder? Ingo, nochmals, wir haben auch noch nebenbei ein paar Sachen sortiert, rausgesucht, gemacht, getan.
Ja.
Ich war gestern um 6 Uhr fertig, bin um 6 ins Bett, um 10 wieder aufgestanden. Jetzt ist es 4:15 Uhr. Das ist nicht üblich, auch nicht.
Also man könnte es ungefähr auch so sagen, es ist so ungefähr wie ein komprimierter Messetag.
Ich habe gedacht, wie schön, wenn wir Online-Gamescom machen, dann bin ich nicht so tot wie auf der Messe. Es ist schlimmer als auf der Messe. Ich habe das Gefühl, ich habe jetzt das Gefühl, ich habe die Woche hinter mir bei der Gamescom. Ich fühle mich jetzt wie am letzten Tag der Gamescom. Also Wahnsinn. Es ist fast das gleiche Gefühl.
Ja.
Wann ist der nächste Stammtisch?
Am Donnerstag.
Ja, auch nochmal da der Hinweis natürlich an alle, die uns jetzt hier auf irgendwelchen Quellen noch hören. Wir machen weiter unsere Spiele-Video-Stammtische donnerstags. Steht alles auf retrokompott.de. Schaut da gerne nochmal rauf. Ja, muss man ja mal wieder sagen.
Was ist denn dran?
Nachher kriege ich eine Mail, was macht ihr eigentlich sonst so? Wo wir uns riesig freuen würden. Wir machen freitags Audio-Stammtische über Teamspeak. Da kann man einfach mitmachen. Braucht man sich gar nicht anmelden. Auch da kann jeder einfach mal dazukommen. Da sind wir jetzt nicht mit Legenden unterwegs, aber auch das ist spannend. Und,
also das ist etwas so tatsächlich von der Art und Weise, was hier heute passiert ist, jetzt nicht in diesem Ausmaß, ist es beim Stammtisch halt genauso eigentlich.
Richtig, aber und natürlich habe ich eben was Falsches gesagt. Natürlich haben wir Legenden dabei. Oliver ist doch dabei regelmäßig. Und Oliver war ja auch einer der ersten Interviewgäste bei uns im Podcast, muss man auch mal sagen. Und wir haben Oliver, ich glaube, das haben wir gar nicht gemacht. Robin hat extra mit mir zusammen dieses Jaguar-Spiel schön hingelegt. Wir wollten darüber ganz lange mit dir sprechen.
Nee, aber da hatte ich gestern auch schon, also so, das war während der gestrigen Aktion schon, dass ich mich damit irgendwie gedacht habe, so dass dieser Gedanke zwar vielleicht ganz nett war, mich zu einem Gast zu machen, aber so wirklich funktioniert das nicht.
Nein, weil du ja auch zum Team gehörst. Aber mich hätte persönlich mich hätte persönlich auch so viel zu diesem Spiel interessiert, weil ich wusste nicht, dass es von dir war. Ich habe das bei eBay ersteigert, weil mir Leute gesagt haben, das ist eines der besten Spiele dort oder das muss ich haben. Und irgendwann sagte, ich weiß nicht, wer es war, ob es Marcel war oder ich weiß es nicht mehr. Sagte zu mir.
Ich habe nicht viel gemacht daran.
Nein, aber du hast zwei Bilder oder 3 Bilder oder Hintergründe.
Zwei Grafiken habe ich dabei gemacht und ja, also das Coolste an der Nummer war halt so, dass ich in meiner Vita tatsächlich noch Original Atari irgendwo dazwischen klemmen habe. Ich
weiß jetzt wieder, was es war. Marius war bei uns in der Location, einer unserer Stammgäste, ihr kennt ihn ja aus diversen Sendungen. Er hatte das Modul in der Hand und sagte, oh, das ist ja schön, dass ihr deswegen Oliver geholt habt. Ich sage, was hat Oliver mit diesem Modul zu tun? Ich hatte doch Grafiken von Oliver. Ich sage, bitte was? Und dann habe ich erst mal wieder gegoogelt. Ich sage so, das war reiner Zufall, dass wir Iron Soldier gekauft haben. Und da schließt sich doch auch wieder ein Kreis. Und das hätte ich heute gerne nochmal mit reingenommen. Gut, das habe ich nochmal im Abspann hier erwähnt sozusagen. Aber auch das war ein Zufall. Und es haben sich so viele Kreise heute geschlossen. Auch Wahnsinn.
Ja, Also sagen wir es mal so, in einer etwas anderen Runde hätte ich es cool gefunden, wenn das Thema Homebrew ein bisschen ausgedehnt worden wäre. Nicht nur, weil jetzt Richard und ich da zusammen waren. Das hatten wir bei Scene World ja schon, diese Paarung. Aber weil da ein paar Leute auch in der Runde saßen, die das auch genießen, was da in der Szene passiert, als Konsumenten sozusagen.
Absolut. Ja.
Aber nur das ist halt das Problem, wenn da so viele Leute sind. Das geht dann halt, das wandert dann in andere.
Man weiß auch nicht, wo es hingeht. Und wir haben ja gesehen, diese Diskussion nachher. Ich kriegte von Bernd eine Mail, dass er Feierabend machen wollte, außer es wären noch viele Fragen an ihn. Und danach ist er dann noch 3 Stunden geblieben oder so? Ich weiß es nicht, wie lange es war. Weil dann plötzlich dann ging das Gespräch los.
Es war ja so, weil das ist für mich auch ein relativ emotionales Thema, um das ging. Hat man vielleicht zwischendurch auch gemerkt. Und das war so ähnlich wie dieses Thema, was ganz zum Schluss gestern kam, wo ich irgendwie gehofft habe, so das mal in einer größeren Runde.
Ja. Wie gesagt, wir warten jetzt mal auch auf die Resonanz ab, was passiert und so weiter und so weiter. Und wir machen ja weiter. Der Retrokompott hört nicht heute auf, aber das ist wieder so ein Punkt, wo ich sage, ich habe schon nach der 100. Folge gesagt, wir können das kaum mehr toppen, was da abgeht. Und dann passiert so eine Geschichte wie die letzten 2 Tage. Keine Ahnung, wie das weitergeht. Also
wie kann man das noch toppen?
Ich finde das überhaupt nicht wichtig, das zu toppen. Was ich wichtig finde, und das ist etwas so, ich erinnere mich halt an die Zeit zurück, als ich damals Patrick und Robin kennengelernt habe. Ich hatte ja die allerersten Sendungen gehört und das ist auch etwas so, was ich in der Demoszene mitgekriegt habe. Wenn du am Anfang mit so einem Thema anfängst, wie mit Retro, oder ich halt in der Demoszene und du kriegst das da mit, dass da irgendwelche Leute von früher kommen, das wirkt alles so rudimentär. Das wirkt alles wie Wohnzimmer und 2 Leute überlegen sich da mal irgendwie was oder sonst wie. Und was ich aber in der Demoszene gemerkt habe, ist halt, dass da schnell mehr raus werden kann. Sehr viel mehr. Und das Einzige, was halt ist halt, man muss dem Thema Zeit geben, sich zu entfalten. Und,
wir sind jetzt 5 Jahre dabei, Oliver. Das ist unglaublich. Wir sind 5 Jahre dabei.
Ne? Und was halt ist halt, weil ich sehe da weniger jetzt erstmal in diesem Moment dieses Toppen, sondern das ist eine Grundlage. Also man schafft dafür so von wegen einen Raum, dass sowas funktioniert.
Absolut. Und ich habe ja immer gesagt, Grundkonzept ist, dass jeder im Endeffekt auf Deutsch gesagt, so lange dabei bleiben darf, wie er will bei den Events. Und das haben wir ja heute gesehen. In jeder normalen Sendung, in jedem normalen Podcast, in jeder normalen Show wäre nach einer Stunde, 1,5 Stunden Feierabend gewesen. Und hier war halt kein Feierabend. Und das war von Anfang an die Idee. Das war das Konzept. Da hat man mir auch damals vorgeworfen, wie kannst du denn einfach die Leute so lange lassen? Habe ich immer gesagt, das ist das Konzept. Und heute haben wir gesehen, dass das Konzept manchmal zwar irre ist, aber vielleicht gerade das Besondere. Und beim Stammtisch genauso. Jeder normale Mensch hätte beim Audiostammtisch, den wir jeden Freitag machen, gesagt, nach 1,5 Stunden machen wir Feierabend. Ich meine, das hat ja auch Andreas oder auch Ingo zwischendurch immer mal wieder versucht, bei den ersten Folgen die kürzer zu kriegen. Irgendwann habt ihr ja zum Glück aufgegeben.
Nee, also ich finde es einfach nur gut, so wie das sich entwickelt, weil halt ich habe auch immer noch so ein bisschen so in der ganzen Zeit da das Gefühl gehabt, weil wenn du in der Retro-Community ist, so von wegen, die hat das ganz gerne, dass das irgendwie so Grundlagen hat und dass sich das irgendwie entwickelt und dass alles cool ist und schön und überhaupt. Ne? Aber wenn dann zum Beispiel irgendein neues Format entsteht oder sonst irgendwie was, dann wird es erstmal zerrissen.
Ja, da haben wir aber Glück gehabt bisher, weil wir haben ja immer gesagt, wir sind offen für die Szene, wir sind offen für jeden, der mitmachen
ja, aber
möchte.
Du weißt auch, was da teilweise bei Cultboy abging, ne? Oder auch
absolut,
so
ja.
Ne? Aber das ist auch tatsächlich so eine Haltung, die ich erlebe.
Aber das war im Promillbereich. Ich habe mit anderen Podcastern gesprochen, die haben täglich irgendwelche Mails bekommen, die sie nicht lesen wollten am liebsten. Wir haben immer gesagt, wenn jemand sagt, er weiß darüber was besser, er kann das anders oder besser, dann soll er einfach mitmachen oder es selber probieren.
Oder es halt lassen. Ich habe, also weil ich merke das ja auch, weil im Stammtisch habe ich auch, da sagt da auch einer so von wegen, ja, ich kann mir euch nicht anhören, ihr seid alle immer so viel Ansagen. Das ist ja auch, wir sind vielleicht nicht für jedermann da, was wir da tun.
Du kannst niemals jedem gefallen, aber was wir für Mails zurückkriegen, was da auch heute abging im Chat, ich muss mir den ganzen Chat nochmal angucken, den kopiere ich mal gleich nochmal raus aus dem einen Fenster. Das zeigt, dass es auf jeden Fall was anderes ist und dass die Leute genau sowas vielleicht auch bei einer Gamescom-Geschichte teilweise erwartet hätten. Ich weiß es nicht. Der Chat war der Hammer eben. Also kann ich nur so wiedergeben oder nur so sagen. Leider konnte ich auch nicht alles in Ruhe mitlesen, weil zeitweise sind mir schon vor Stunden die Augen zugefallen. Also das liegt aber nicht daran, es ist halt einfach eine Schlafmangel irgendwann gewesen. Ganz klar. Und wenn ich jetzt zu Dani rüber gucke, klar.
Dann halte ich nicht mehr durch.
Nein,
ganz ehrlich.
Gottes Willen, ich wollte
Man kann auch auf Stühlen gut schlafen. Das weiß ich noch aus der Zeit früher. Es gibt ein Beweisfoto von mir. Ich suche das mal raus.
Oliver, kein Problem, wir haben ja Zeit.
Ich bin beim Top 3 eingeschlafen, das hat gereicht. Gell, Marcel?
Ja, ich hab das, glaube ich, irgendwo auf dem Server liegen, weil das ist so ein Bild, das war tatsächlich das Abschiedsfoto, das ich bei Starbite bekommen habe.
Das warten wir nochmal auf jeden Fall als Highlight heute ab. Nein, als krönenden Abschluss nochmal ab. Mal gucken. Ingo, dein Lurch kraut in der Nase. Kannst du dich bitte zur Seite setzen?
Alter, nein, der ganze Abend war in Ordnung.
Entschuldigung, Dani, aber Dani, guck dir das Bild mal bitte an, was Ingo da gerade gemacht hat. Guck's dir mal an.
Habe ich was verpasst?
Ja, Ingo hat ein...
ja, ich hab's gesehen.
Ja. Ja. Ich warte immer auf den Moment, wo der Lurch vom Joystick springt und abhaut.
Siehst du, Ingo, deswegen sind die Ebenen wichtig.
Tja.
Ah, herrlich. Aber ein epischer Abend.
Absolut. Grandios. It was a great show. Das war, ja.
Toll, dann können wir jetzt den Stammtisch nachholen. Ist ja ausgefallen.
Und ihr könnt auch hinterher noch mal die Top 3 Talk kurz einspielen, dann nein, Quatsch.
Wenn ihr wollt, können wir jetzt noch drin bleiben, machen den Stammtisch noch gerade durch, so 3-4 Stunden schaffen wir auch noch.
Ja, gespielt.
Ingo, nein, aus. Wir warten jetzt auf das Foto von Oliver und dann...
Schnell noch rüber auf Teamviewer, oder?
Das könnt ihr gerne machen, aber ich werde irgendwann im Laufe des morgigen Nachmittages aufwachen und versuchen, den Kram abzuarbeiten. Ich brauche noch mit Sicherheit mehrere Stunden, diese ganzen Sachen wieder zu sortieren und hochzuladen. Das schaffe ich jetzt nicht wie gestern Nacht. Das ist unmöglich. Und ich hoffe, dass es im Laufe des Sonntags irgendwann klappt. Also Dateien sind auf jeden Fall wahrscheinlich heil abgesichert schon. Also alles gut.
Ich guck mal. Was haben wir denn da? Was haben wir denn heute geschafft? Ich meine, der eine läuft noch, ne?
6 Stunden 26 bisher, wenn du es genau wissen möchtest.
Ich muss die Aufnahme stoppen, erst dann kriege ich die zweite Datei größer. Oh, nee. 7,06 Gigabyte.
Der weiße Dutt da, das ist meine Frisur.
Ich muss groß, warte eine Sekunde.
Was, du musst groß machen?
Oh, Mann.
Es wird niemals normal.
Können wir den Dutt noch mal sehen?
Du liegst am Boden?
Nein, ich liege über dem Stuhl. Deswegen sage ich auch, man kann sehr gut auf dem Stuhl schlafen.
Das sieht aus wie eine Katze oder ein Hund, das bist doch nicht du.
Doch, ich hatte damals sehr, sehr schlimme Sachen mit meinen Haaren angestellt.
Das sieht aus, als wenn deine Katze runterhängt.
Ich habe das irgendwann schon mal erzählt, dass ich auf der Amiga 90 war es. So, da hat man mich auf jeden Fall erkennen können an den lila Haaren.
Das ist eindeutig ein Gummihuhn mit Karabinerhaken.
Und was man da auch erkennt, wenn man genau hinguckt, dass ich damals noch geraucht habe.
Ich hätte dich nicht erkannt auf dem Foto. Ich hätte nicht mal erkannt, dass da ein Mensch liegt.
Wobei, ich hätte so gerne jetzt mal eine Zeitmaschine, würde gerne mal so zu der Amiga-Messe 89, 90 fahren und dann mal schauen,
wo wir uns...
Nein, das war 91, da haben wir uns alle nicht getroffen.
Wo wir uns dann halt bewegen, ja, wo wir dann stehen und sonst was und vorbeigehen und vielleicht...
Und ich weiß auch noch, was da für ein Spiel auf dem Amiga läuft. Weil das so das war, bei dem ich damals einen Narren gefressen habe. Da läuft Hybris drauf.
Ich hätte auch keine Zeitmaschine, würde mich jetzt gerne 5 Stunden zurückbeamen und schlafen.
Ja, soll man dann schon Schluss machen, oder was?
Das Wort schon war jetzt vielleicht ungünstig. Aber wie gesagt, wir erzwingen ja keinen.
Oh, ich habe noch Kaffee.
Und Ingo, hast du wieder Fotos gemacht von den Kacheln? Ich gewundert, dass der Sound nicht drauf ist auf dem Handy?
Nochmal das bitte was?
Ob du wieder Fotos gemacht Filme gedreht hast von den Kacheln und dich gewundert hast, dass der Sound nicht auf dem Handy ist, weil du einen Kopfhörer auf hast?
Auf jeden Fall kann man jetzt nochmal wenigstens erwähnen, dass der Hass Overlord gespielt hat.
Das ist mir gestern passiert. Da hatte ich nämlich jetzt teilweise mit meinem Handy so Videoaufnahmen gemacht, jetzt von dem Happening. Da wollte ich meiner Frau das heute Morgen zeigen und wundere mich, warum der Sound nicht geht. Dann denke ich mir, Kopfhörer.
Aber immerhin passte mein Hintergrundbild wieder, die Helligkeit des Hintergrundbildes durchs Fenster ging langsam schon draußen los, würde ich sagen. Also wir waren schon dicht wieder dran am Originalfoto. Ja,
dann würde ich sagen, gute Nacht.
Genau.
Wir bedanken uns nochmal beim Chat. Wir bedanken uns natürlich auch nochmal bei der Gamescom, auch wenn wir es jetzt nicht mehr hören können, weil wir inzwischen weggewechselt haben. Danke nochmals an euch, an alle, und wir werden das verarbeiten. Wir werden Donnerstag und Freitag und Sonntag, da ist schon wieder der nächste Podcast, wahrscheinlich nochmal kurz darauf eingehen, und alles andere bleibt auf YouTube. Wir werden, was wir zusammenstellen können, dort hochschieben. Guckt auf die Kanäle, abonniert uns dort, schreibt uns, macht mit, helft mit, und dann wird vielleicht noch vieles passieren. Unbeschreiblicher Abend, wie gesagt. Bis gleich. Nee, bis demnächst.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Servus.
Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
So, dafür